Letter 1. To my sister, Mrs. Saville, in England. St. Petersburg, December 11th, 17. My dear Margaret, I write to you at once. I want you to know that I am safe. No bad thing has happened at the start of my great plan. You feared it. You warned me. But I arrived here yesterday with no trouble. My first work is to tell you that I am well and full of hope. I believe more and more that I will succeed. I am far to the north of London now. When I walk in the streets of this city, a cold wind from the north touches my face. It makes my nerves strong. It makes me happy. Do you feel what I mean? This wind comes from the place where I want to go. It gives me a little taste of the ice lands that wait for me. Because of this good wind, my dreams grow warm and bright. I try to think the pole is only cold and empty, but I cannot. In my mind, it is a place of beauty and joy. There the sun does not set. Its wide face stays near the edge of the sky and gives a soft, constant light. And, if you allow me to trust the stories of other sailors, their snow and ice do not rule. We may sail on a calm sea and reach a land more rich in wonders and beauty than any place men have found. Its plants and hills may be like nothing we have seen. The stars and the sun may look strange there too. What can we expect in a land of endless light? Perhaps I can learn the secret power that pulls the needle. Perhaps I can fix many sky questions that only need this one voyage to make clear forever. I long to see a part of the world that no one has seen. I want to walk on a land where no human foot has ever pressed. These dreams call to me. They are strong enough to chase away my fear of danger or death. They make me start this hard voyage with the joy of a child who steps into a small boat with his friends on a holiday, to go up his own river and discover new things. But even if I am wrong in all of this, I will still help all people. I may find a way near the pole to other countries. Now, to reach them takes many months. A new way would save that time for all who come after us. Or I may find the true secret of the magnet. If men can learn it at all, a voyage like mine is the way to do it. These thoughts calm me. I began this letter with a troubled heart. Now my heart burns with bright, high hope. Nothing brings peace like a firm plan. It is good for the soul to have a clear point to look at. This voyage is the sweet dream of my young years. I read many books about brave trips by sea. They tried to reach the North Pacific Ocean by the waters around the pole. You can remember this. Our kind Uncle Thomas had a whole library of books about such voyages. My lessons as a boy were not very strong, yet I loved to read. Those books were my study day and night. I knew them very well. That made me sad as a child, because I learned that my father, before he died, told my uncle not to let me go to sea. He did not allow it, so I could not be a sailor then. Later, I read poems for the first time. The songs of great poets filled my heart and lifted it. I began to write poems too. For 1 year, I lived in a world of my own making. I hoped I could one day have my name with Homer and Shakespeare. You know how that hope failed. You know how deeply I felt the hurt. Just then, I received my cousin's money. Then my thoughts turned again to my first love, the sea and the north. 6 years have gone by since I chose this work. I still remember the very hour when I gave myself to it. I trained my body to be strong. I went with the whale fishers many times to the North Sea. I chose to feel cold and hunger and thirst. I chose to go without sleep. In the day, I worked even harder than the common sailors. At night, I studied. I studied numbers. I studied the rule of health. I studied parts of science that a sea leader can use. 2 times I took a low job on a ship that hunted whales near Greenland. I did the work very well. I must say I felt a small pride when the captain offered me the 2nd place on the ship. He begged me to stay. He said my work was very useful to him. Now, dear Margaret, do I not deserve to reach some great goal? I could have lived a soft life with money and rest. I did not choose that. I chose honor and a hard path. How I wish a kind voice would say, "Yes, you will do it." My courage is firm. My will is firm. But my hope goes up and down, and my heart is sometimes low. I will soon start a long and hard voyage. It will bring sudden needs and dangers. I must be brave again and again. I must lift the hearts of other men. And when they grow weak, I must hold up my own heart too. This is the best time to travel in Russia. People ride fast over the snow in sledges. The motion is smooth and pleasant. I like it more than an English stagecoach. The cold is not too much if you wear fur. I already wear furs. It is very different to walk the deck for warmth and to sit still for many hours. When you do not move, the blood feels as if it could freeze. I do not want to die on the road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I will leave for Archangel in 2 or 3 weeks. There, I plan to hire a ship. That is easy if I pay the owner's insurance. I will also hire many sailors who know the whale work. I will not sail until June. When will I come back? Dear sister, I cannot tell you. If I win, many months, maybe years, will pass before we meet again. If I do not win, you will see me soon, or you will never see me again. Farewell, my dear and good Margaret. May heaven bless you. Pray that I am kept safe, so I can thank you again and again for all your love and care. Your loving brother, R. Walton. Letter 2. To Mrs. Saville, England. Archangel, 28th March, 17. My dear Margaret, time moves very slowly here. I live among hard frost and deep snow. Even so, I have taken another step toward my plan. I have hired a ship. I am choosing sailors and making my crew. The men I have already hired seem steady and brave. I believe I can depend on them. They are not afraid of danger and they work well. But I have one great lack, and it hurts me. I have no friend, Margaret. When I feel the warm joy of success, no one will share my joy. When I meet loss and feel low, no one will try to lift me up. I can write my thoughts on paper, and I will. Yet paper is poor for deep feeling. I want the company of a man who can understand me. I want a friend whose eyes answer mine. You may say I am romantic, my dear sister, but I feel this want very strongly. I have no one near me who is gentle and also brave. I have no one with a trained and wide mind. I have no one whose tastes are like mine, to approve my plans or to correct them. Such a friend would repair the faults of your poor brother. I act too quickly when I begin to do a thing. I lose patience when I meet difficulties. There is another trouble, and it is greater to me. I taught myself. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on the common. I read nothing but our Uncle Thomas's books of voyages. At that age, I first met the great poets of our country. Their lines moved me. But only when it was no longer in my power to gain the best fruit from that lesson did I see the truth. I saw I should learn more languages than my own. Now I am 28. In truth, I am more ignorant than many schoolboys of 15. It is true that I have thought much. It is also true that my daydreams are wide and grand. Yet they lack keeping, as painters say. I need a friend who has sense. I need a friend who will not despise me as romantic. I need a friend who loves me enough to try to guide my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I will not find such a friend on the wide ocean. I will not find such a friend here in Archangel among merchants and seamen. Yet even in rough hearts, pure feelings can live. My lieutenant is one example. He has great courage and a strong will to act. He is eager for glory. To say it more clearly, he is eager to rise in his work. He is an Englishman. He keeps the usual narrow ideas of his nation and of his trade. He has not had much learning to soften him. Still, he holds some of the noblest gifts of a man. I first met him on board a whale ship. Later, I found him here without work, and I easily hired him to help me in this plan. The master of my ship is also a good man. On board he is known for his gentleness and for the mild way he rules. This, together with his honest name and his fearless courage, made me very eager to hire him. I passed much of my youth in solitude. My best years were under your gentle and womanly care. This has refined the base of my character. Because of this, I cannot endure the common cruelty used on some ships. I have never believed such brutality is needed. When I heard of a mariner who was known for kindness of heart, and also for the respect and obedience of his crew, I felt I was very lucky to gain his help. I first heard of him in a romantic way, from a lady who says she owes to him the happiness of her life. This is his story in brief. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of modest fortune. He had saved a large sum in prize money. Then the girl's father agreed to the match. The master saw his beloved once before the day fixed for the wedding, but she was in tears. She threw herself at his feet. She begged him to spare her. She said she loved another man. That man was poor, and her father would never agree to their union. My generous friend reassured her. When he learned the name of her lover, he at once gave up his own claim. He had already bought a farm with his money. He planned to pass the rest of his life there. He gave the whole farm to his rival. He also gave him the rest of his prize money to buy stock for the farm. Then he himself went to the young woman's father. He begged the father to say yes to her marriage with her lover. But the old man refused. He thought he was bound in honor to my friend. When my friend saw that the father would not change, he left his country. He did not return until he heard that his former love was married as she wished. You will say, "What a noble fellow." He is noble, but he is wholly uneducated. He is as silent as a Turk. A kind of careless ignorance follows him. This makes his actions even more amazing. Yet it takes away a little from the interest and the sympathy he would otherwise win. Do not think, because I complain a little, or because I imagine a comfort I may never have, that I am weak in my resolve. I am not weak. My plan is fixed as fate. My voyage is only delayed until the weather lets me go on board. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well. People here say it is a very early season, so perhaps I may sail sooner than I thought at first. I will do nothing rash. You know me well enough to trust my prudence and my care whenever the safety of others is put in my hands. I cannot fully tell you my feelings now that my start is near. It is not possible to give you a clear sense of the trembling I feel, half sweet and half fearful, as I prepare to depart. I am going to regions no one has explored. I am going to the land of mist and snow. But I will kill no albatross, so do not fear for my safety, and do not be afraid if I come back to you worn and sad like the ancient mariner. You will smile at this hint. I will share a secret. I have often thought that my tie to the sea, and my strong joy for its dangerous mysteries, comes from a poem by a very imaginative modern poet. There is also something at work in my soul that I do not understand. In daily matters, I am practical and industrious. I am careful. I am a workman who can carry out a task with patience and labor. But, besides this, there is a love for the marvelous in me. There is a belief in the marvelous, woven into all my plans. It pushes me off the common path of other men. It drives me to the wild sea and to the empty places no one visits, which I am now going to explore. Now I return to thoughts more dear. Will I meet you again after I have crossed immense seas and come back by the most southern cape of Africa or of America? I do not dare to expect such success, yet I cannot bear to think of the dark opposite. For now, please keep writing to me whenever there is a chance. At times, I may receive your letters just when I most need them to lift my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. Letter 3. To Mrs. Saville, England. July 7th, 17. My dear sister, I write quickly to tell you that I am safe and already far along on my voyage. This letter goes with a merchant ship that is sailing home from Archangel. It is luckier than I am, for I may not see my own land again for many years. Even so, I feel good. My men are bold and seem steady in their goal. The wide sheets of ice that float past us and show the dangers ahead do not scare them. We have reached a very high place on the map. It is the middle of summer. It is not as warm as in England, but soft south winds push us fast toward the shores that I so strongly want to reach. Those winds bring a gentle warmth that I did not expect to feel here. Nothing has happened yet that is worth a long story. We had 1 or 2 strong winds, and once a small leak, but such things are common at sea. Old sailors hardly note them. I will be happy if nothing worse comes to us on our way. Goodbye for now, my dear Margaret. For your sake and for my own, I will not meet danger without thought. I will stay calm. I will keep working. I will be careful and wise. Yet I believe that success will crown my work. Why should it not? Up to now I have found a safe path over a sea with no tracks. The stars above us have seen our small success. Why should I not go on over this wild sea that still carries our ship? What can stop a strong heart and a strong will? My full heart runs over as I write, but I must end. May heaven bless my beloved sister. W. Letter 4. To Mrs. Saville, England. August 5th, 17. My dear Margaret, a very strange thing has happened. I must write it down at once, even though you may see me before this letter reaches you. Last Monday, July 31st, we were almost closed in by ice. It came near us on every side, so the ship had hardly any space to float. It was dangerous. A thick fog lay around us. We stopped and waited, hoping the air and weather would change. About 2 o'clock the fog lifted. Then we could see, far and wide, great rough fields of ice, stretching with no end in sight. Some of the men groaned. I too grew careful and full of anxious thoughts. Then a strange sight took our minds away from our own fear. We saw a low carriage on runners, like a sledge, drawn by dogs. It moved toward the north, about half a mile from us. A figure that looked like a man, but very large, sat on the sledge and guided the dogs. We watched the traveler with our telescopes until he was lost among the hills and breaks of the ice. This sight filled us with wonder. We believed we were many hundreds of miles from land. Yet this traveler seemed to show that land might be nearer than we thought. Still, the ice held us in, so we could not follow his track, though we watched it closely. About 2 hours later, we heard the ground sea. Before night, the ice broke and set our ship free. Even so, we stayed still until morning, afraid to sail in the dark among the large, loose pieces that float after the ice breaks. I used that time to sleep for a few hours. In the morning, when it was light, I went on deck. All the sailors were on one side of the ship, talking to someone in the sea. It was another sledge, like the first. It had floated near us in the night on a big piece of ice. Only one dog was still alive. Inside the sledge was a man. The sailors were asking him to come on board. He did not look like a wild man from some unknown land. He looked like a European. When I came up, the master said, "Here is our captain. He will not let you die on the open sea." The stranger saw me and spoke English, but with a foreign sound. He said, "Before I come on board, will you please tell me where you are going?" You can imagine my surprise. A man in such danger usually does not ask such a thing. He would take a ship over all the gold on earth. I answered that we were on a voyage of discovery to the North Pole. When he heard this, he seemed satisfied and agreed to come on board. Dear Margaret, if you had seen him at that moment, you would have been filled with surprise. His arms and legs were nearly frozen. His body was thin and weak from pain and hard travel. I have never seen a man in such a poor state. We tried to carry him to the cabin, but as soon as he left the fresh air, he fainted, so we brought him back on deck. We rubbed him with brandy and made him swallow a little. When the signs of life came back, we wrapped him in blankets and set him near the stove chimney in the kitchen. Slowly he grew better and took a little soup, which helped him greatly. 2 days passed like this before he could speak. I often feared his mind was hurt by his suffering. When he was a little stronger, I moved him to my own cabin. I took care of him as much as my duty allowed. I have never seen a more interesting person. His eyes often look wild, even mad. But when someone is kind to him or does him even a very small service, his whole face shines with a light of goodness and sweetness. I have never seen anything like it. Yet most of the time he is sad and in despair. Sometimes he grinds his teeth, as if the weight of his sorrow is too great to bear. When he could sit up, I had much trouble keeping the men away. They wanted to ask him 1,000 questions. I would not allow it. His body and mind needed full rest. Only once the lieutenant asked why he had come so far over the ice in such a strange way. The stranger's face at once grew dark with deep sorrow. He said, "To find one who ran away from me." "And did the man you chased travel the same way?" the lieutenant asked. "Yes," he said. "Then we think we saw him," said the lieutenant. "The day before we found you, we saw dogs pulling a sledge with a man in it, crossing the ice." This made the stranger very alert. He asked us many questions about the path that the demon, as he called the man, had taken. Later, when he was alone with me, he said, "I am sure I have stirred your curiosity, as I have stirred the curiosity of the crew. But you are too thoughtful to press me with questions." "Of course," I said. "It would be rude and unkind to trouble you now. And yet," he said, "you saved me from a strange and deadly danger. You gave me my life again." Soon after, he asked me if I thought the breaking ice had destroyed the other sledge. I said I could not say. The ice did not break until near midnight. The traveler might have reached a safe place before that time, but I could not judge. From that time, the stranger seemed to gain new life. He wanted very much to be on deck, watching for the sledge we had seen before. But I asked him to stay in the cabin. He is far too weak for the raw air. I promised that someone would watch for him and tell him at once if anything new appeared. This is my record of the strange event up to today. The stranger is slowly getting well. He is very quiet and seems uneasy when anyone but me comes into his cabin. Yet he is so gentle that all the sailors care for him, even though they do not speak with him much. As for me, I am beginning to love him like a brother. His deep, constant sorrow fills me with pity. He must have been a noble man in better days, for even now, broken and weak, he is very pleasing and kind. In one letter I told you I would find no friend on the wide sea. But now I have found a man whom, before his spirit was broken by pain, I would have gladly called the brother of my heart. I will go on writing about the stranger from time to time, if anything new happens. August 13th, 17. My love for my guest grows every day. He makes me admire him and pity him at the same time. How can I see so noble a man ruined by sorrow and not feel sharp grief? He is gentle and wise. His mind is trained. When he speaks, he chooses fine words, yet they come fast and clear with a power that holds the heart. He is now much better. He is often on deck, watching for the sledge that went before his. He is unhappy, but he still cares deeply about the plans of others. He has talked with me often about my plan, which I told him without hiding anything. He listened to all my reasons for success and to every small detail I have made to secure it. Because he understood me so well, I spoke from my heart. I told him how my soul burns for this goal. I said I would gladly give my money, my life, and every hope to help my work. I said one man's life or death is a small price for the knowledge I seek, for the power I might gain over the wild forces that fight mankind. As I spoke, a dark cloud came over his face. He tried to hide his feelings. He covered his eyes with his hands. Then I saw tears fall between his fingers. A deep groan came from his chest. I stopped. At last he spoke in a broken voice. "Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you drunk the same strong drink? Listen to me. Let me tell you my story, and you will throw that cup away." These words made me very eager to hear more. But the fit of sorrow was too strong for him. His weak body could not bear it. Many hours of rest and quiet talk were needed to calm him. When he mastered his strong feelings, he seemed ashamed to be a slave to passion. He beat back the dark rule of despair and turned the talk back to me. He asked about my early years. I told him quickly. That story set many thoughts in motion. I spoke of my wish to find a friend, of my thirst for close sympathy with another mind. I said a man has little true happiness without such a friend. "I agree," said the stranger. "We are only half made if a friend, wiser, better, dearer than ourselves, does not help to shape our weak and faulty nature. I once had a friend, the noblest of men, so I can judge what friendship means. You have hope. You have the world before you. You have no reason to despair. But I have lost everything. I cannot begin life again." When he said this, his face took on a calm, fixed grief that moved me deeply. He became silent and soon went back to his cabin. Even with a broken spirit, he feels the beauty of nature more than anyone. The stars, the sea, and every sight of these strange lands lift his soul above the earth. Such a man lives a double life. He may suffer and fall under sorrow. Yet when he goes inside himself, he is like a bright spirit with a light around him. Inside that circle, no grief or folly dares to come. Will you smile at the warm praise I give this noble traveler? You would not if you saw him. You have been shaped by books and by quiet life away from the world. You are careful in your taste. This makes you even more ready to see his great worth. I have tried to learn what special gift he has that places him far above all others. I think it is a quick and sure judgment, a clear eye that sees the true cause of things. His mind is bright and exact. He speaks with ease. His voice has many tones and sounds, like music that rules the heart. August 19th, 17. Yesterday the stranger said, "Captain Walton, you can see that I have suffered more than most men. I once decided that the story of my pain would die with me, but you have changed my mind. You look for knowledge and wisdom, as I once did. I hope with all my heart that the joy you seek will not turn into a snake that bites you, as it did to me. I do not know if my story will help you. But when I think that you follow the same path and face the same dangers that made me what I am, I feel you may learn a good lesson from my tale. It may guide you if you win, and comfort you if you fail. Get ready to hear of things that people often call strange. If we were among gentler lands, I might fear your doubt or your smile. But in these wild places, many things seem possible that others would laugh at. And I believe my story carries its own proof of truth. You can guess how glad I was to hear this offer. Yet I did not want him to hurt himself by telling it too soon. I was eager to hear, from curiosity and from a strong wish to help him if I could. I told him how I felt. "Thank you for your pity," he said, "but it is of no use. My fate is almost complete. I wait for one more event. Then I will rest in peace. I understand you," he added, seeing that I wanted to stop him. "But you are wrong, my friend. Let me call you that. Nothing can change my end. Listen to my story, and you will see how fixed it is." He told me he would start his story the next day when I was free. I thanked him warmly. I have decided that every night, unless I am taken away by duty, I will write down his words as truly as I can. If I am too busy, I will at least make notes. This writing will bring you great joy. But to me, who know him and hear him speak, how full of feeling it will be when I read it one day. Even now, as I begin my task, I hear his full voice in my ears. I see his bright, sad eyes on me. I see his thin hand rise with life as the lines of his face shine from the soul within. His story must be strange and terrible, like a great storm that catches a brave ship on its way and breaks it, like this. Chapter 1. I was born in Geneva, and my family is one of the best known in that small republic. For many years, my ancestors served the city. They worked as counselors and as syndics. My father also served the public. He filled several offices with honor and kept a good name. All who knew him respected him for his honesty and for his tireless care for public business. When he was young, he was always busy with the affairs of the country. Many different things kept him from marriage in those early years. He did not become a husband and a father until he was older. The way he married shows his character, so I must tell it. His closest friend was a merchant. This man had been rich and highly thought of. Then many unlucky events came, and he fell into poverty. His name was Beaufort. He was proud and would not bend. He could not bear to live poor and forgotten in the same land where he had once been great and admired. After he paid his debts in the most honest way, he left with his daughter and went to the town of Lucerne. There he lived unknown and in sadness. My father loved Beaufort with the truest friendship, and he was deeply grieved when his friend hid himself in such poor and hard conditions. He blamed the false pride that led Beaufort to act in a way so little worthy of the love that united them. He lost no time in trying to find him, hoping to persuade him to begin again with help and credit. Beaufort hid himself very well. 10 months passed before my father found where he lived. Full of joy at the discovery, he hurried to the house, which stood in a poor street near the river Reuss. But when he entered, only misery and despair were there to meet him. Beaufort had saved only a very small sum from the ruin of his wealth. It was enough to buy food for a few months, and in that time he hoped to get a respectable place in a merchant's house. The time in between was spent in idleness. He had much time to think, and his grief grew deeper and sharper. At last it took such a fast hold on his mind that, at the end of 3 months, he lay on a bed of sickness, unable to make any effort. His daughter cared for him with the greatest tenderness, but she saw with despair that their small money was quickly going down, and that there was no other hope. Her name was Caroline Beaufort. She had a mind of uncommon strength, and her courage rose to support her in trouble. She found plain work. She plaited straw and did simple tasks. By many small means she earned a little pay, scarcely enough to keep life in their bodies. Several months passed in this way. Her father became worse, and more of her time was given to caring for him. Their means of life decreased. In the 10th month, her father died in her arms. She was left an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her. She knelt by her father's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the room. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl. She trusted herself to his care, and after the burial of his friend, he took her to Geneva and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this, Caroline became his wife. There was a great difference between the ages of my parents, but this only joined them closer in bonds of steady and devoted love. My father had an upright mind and a strong sense of justice. He needed to approve highly before he could love strongly. Perhaps in former years he had suffered from the late discovery that one loved by him was not worthy, and so he set a higher value on tried worth. In his love for my mother, there was gratitude, and even a kind of reverence. It was not the blind fondness of age. It came from respect for her virtues and from a wish to repay, in some degree, the sorrows she had endured. This gave inexpressible grace to his behavior towards her. Everything was made to yield to her wishes and to her comfort. He tried to shelter her, as a rare plant is sheltered by the gardener, from every rough wind, and to surround her with all that could give pleasant feeling to her soft and kind mind. Her health, and even the calm of her once constant spirit, had been shaken by what she had gone through. During the 2 years before their marriage, my father had slowly given up his public work. Right after they were married, they sought the pleasant climate of Italy. The change of scene and the interest of a tour through that land of wonders were chosen to restore her weakened frame. From Italy they went on to Germany and then to France. I was their first child. I was born at Naples, and, as an infant, I went with them in their rambles. For several years, I was their only child. As much as they loved each other, they seemed able to draw endless stores of love from a deep mind to give to me. My mother's tender caresses and my father's smile of kind pleasure when he looked at me are my first memories. I was their plaything and their idol, and something better, their child, the innocent and helpless being given to them by heaven, whom they were to bring up to good. My future lot was in their hands, to be guided to happiness or to misery as they fulfilled their duties towards me. With this deep sense of what they owed to the life they had given, and with the active spirit of tenderness that lived in both of them, it may be imagined that, while in every hour of my early life I received a lesson of patience, of charity, and of self-control, I was also guided by a soft cord, so that all seemed to me one long train of enjoyment. For a long time, I was their only care. My mother wished much to have a daughter, but I remained their single child. When I was about 5 years old, we made a small journey beyond the borders of Italy. We spent a week on the shores of the Lake of Como. My parents were kindly by nature. They often went into the cottages of the poor. To my mother, this was more than duty. It was a need and a passion. She remembered what she had suffered and how she had been helped, and so she wished, in her turn, to be a guardian angel to the sad and the weak. During one of their walks, a poor cottage in the folds of a valley caught their eyes because it looked most unhappy, and the number of half-clothed children around it showed poverty in its worst shape. One day, when my father had gone alone to Milan, my mother, with me beside her, visited this place. She found a peasant and his wife, hard-working people, bent down by care and labor, dividing a scanty meal among 5 hungry little ones. Among these there was one who drew my mother's notice far more than all the rest. She looked as if she came from a different stock. The 4 others were dark-eyed, hardy little wanderers. This child was thin and very fair. Her hair was the brightest living gold, and, though her clothes were poor, Her hair seemed to set a crown upon her head. Her brow was clear and wide. Her blue eyes were cloudless. Her lips and the shape of her face were so full of feeling and sweetness that no one could look at her without thinking she was of a different kind, a heaven-sent being with a mark of the sky upon her features. The peasant woman saw my mother's eyes fixed in wonder and love on this lovely girl, and she quickly told her story. The child was not her own. She was the daughter of a nobleman from Milan. Her mother was a German and had died when the child was born. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse. At that time they were better off. They were newly married, and their first child had just been born. The father of the little girl was one of those Italians who kept the old glory of Italy in their hearts, one of the always fretting slaves who worked to win freedom for his country. He became the victim of its weakness. No one knew whether he had died or still lay in the dungeons of Austria. His property was taken away. His child became an orphan and a beggar. She stayed with her foster parents and grew in their rough home, fairer than a garden rose among dark-leaved thorns. When my father returned from Milan, he found a child playing with me in the hall of our villa. She was fairer than any angel in a picture, a little creature who seemed to shed light from her face, and whose form and movements were lighter than a chamois on the hills. The sight was soon explained. With his permission, my mother overcame the simple fears of the rustic guardians and asked them to give the child into her care. They were fond of the sweet orphan. Her presence had been a blessing to them, but it would be unfair to keep her in poverty and want when Providence offered such strong protection. They spoke with their village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavenza came to live in my parents' house, my more-than sister, the beautiful and loved companion of all my tasks and all my pleasures. Everyone loved Elizabeth. The strong and almost reverent love that all felt for her became, as I shared it, my pride and my delight. On the evening before she was brought to my home, my mother said playfully, "I have a pretty present for my Victor. Tomorrow he shall have it." When, on the next day, she presented Elizabeth to me as her promised gift, I, with the seriousness of a child, took her words in their simple sense and looked on Elizabeth as mine to protect, to love, and to cherish. All the praises given to her I took as if they were given to something that belonged to me. We called each other by the easy name of cousin. No word, no simple phrase could fully tell what she was to me, my more than sister, for until death she was to be mine only. Chapter 2. We grew up together. We were almost the same age. We were always friends, and we never fought. We were very happy together. Our personalities were different, but this made us closer friends. Elizabeth was a calm and quiet person, but I was full of energy. I wanted to study hard, and I really wanted to learn new things. Elizabeth liked to read poems. She also loved the beautiful nature around our home in Switzerland. She loved the big mountains and the different seasons. She liked the storms and the sunny days. She loved the quiet of winter and the busy life of our summers in the mountains. She found many things to enjoy and love there. While she looked at beautiful things and felt happy, I liked to ask questions. I wanted to know the causes of things. For me, the world was a big secret. I wanted to understand it. I remember always feeling curious. I wanted to learn the hidden rules of nature. I felt a great joy when I learned something new. These are some of my first memories. When my brother was born, he was 7 years younger than me. After his birth, my parents stopped traveling. They decided to live in their home country. We had a house in the city of Geneva. We also had a house in the country, on the shore of a lake. It was a little far from the city. We lived mostly in the country house. My parents lived a quiet life there, away from many people. I did not like to be in crowds. I liked to have only a few close friends. Because of this, I was not very interested in the other children at my school, but I made one very close friend there. His name was Henri Clerval. His father was a businessman in Geneva. Henry was a very special boy with a great imagination. He loved adventures and difficult tasks. He even liked danger. He read many books about brave knights and love stories. He wrote songs about heroes. He also started to write his own stories about magic and the adventures of knights. He wanted us to act in plays and wear costumes. We would pretend to be famous heroes from old stories like the Knights of King Arthur. No person had a happier childhood than I did. My parents were always very kind and generous to us. They were not strict rulers who controlled our lives. Instead, they were the creators of all the happy things we enjoyed. When I was with other families, I could clearly see how lucky I was. This feeling of thanks helped my love for my parents grow even stronger. Sometimes I had a strong and angry temper. My feelings were very powerful. But these strong feelings did not make me want to play childish games. They made me want to learn. I did not want to learn about everything. I did not care about learning different languages. I was not interested in the rules of governments or the politics of other countries. I wanted to learn the secrets of the sky and the earth. I thought about what things were made of. I also thought about the spirit of nature and the secret soul of a person. My questions were always about the deepest physical secrets of the world. Clerval, my friend, was interested in different things. He was interested in the moral side of life, in what is right and wrong. He liked to think about the busy world, the good actions of heroes, and the things people do. His biggest dream was to become a famous person who helped others. He wanted his name to be in stories as a brave and adventurous hero. In our peaceful home, Elizabeth was like a beautiful, gentle light. She was very good and kind. She always understood our feelings. Her smile, her soft voice, and her sweet eyes were always there to make us happy and feel strong. She was the spirit of love. She made me calmer. I could become quiet and angry from my studies, and my nature was sometimes rough. But she was there, and she helped me become gentle like her. And Clerval was a noble person. But maybe he was so kind and thoughtful because of Elizabeth. She showed him how wonderful it is to be good to others. She helped him see that doing good was the most important goal for his big dreams. I feel great happiness when I remember my childhood. That was a time before bad things happened and changed my mind. It was before my bright dreams of helping the world turned into sad and small thoughts about myself. When I tell the story of my early days, I also remember the small events that led to my later life of sadness. A very strong feeling started in my life, and it controlled my future. I try to understand where this feeling came from. It started very small, like a little river in the mountains. But it grew larger and stronger as it moved. It became a powerful, fast river that washed away all of my hopes and all of my joys. The study of nature and science has been the power that controlled my life. So, in this story, I want to tell you the things that led to my love for that science. When I was 13 years old, my family went on a trip to a place near Thonon. The weather was very bad, so we had to stay inside the inn for a whole day. In that house, I found a book by an old writer named Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it, and at first I was not interested. But the ideas he wrote about and the amazing facts he shared soon changed my feeling. I became very excited. I felt like a new light was shining in my mind. I ran to my father, full of joy, to show him what I found. My father looked at the book's title for just a moment. He said, "Ah, Cornelius Agrippa, my dear Victor, do not spend your time on this. It is just sad, old nonsense. If my father had said something different, things might have changed. If he had explained to me that Agrippa's ideas were very old and proven to be wrong, it would have been better. If he had told me that modern science was new and had much greater power, I would have listened. The power of the old writers was imaginary, but the power of new science was real and useful. If he had explained this, I would have put Agrippa's book away. My imagination was excited, and I would have returned to my other studies with even more energy. It is even possible that my ideas would never have taken the terrible path that led to my ruin. But my father only gave the book a quick look. I was not sure that he knew what was in it, so I continued to read the book with great excitement. When I got home, the first thing I did was find all the books by that author. After that, I got the books of other old writers like Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. I read and studied the strange ideas of these writers, and I was very happy. They seemed like special treasures that only I knew about. I have told you that I always had a strong wish to understand the secrets of nature. But even with all the hard work and amazing discoveries of modern scientists, I always felt unhappy and wanted more from my studies. The great scientist Sir Isaac Newton once said that he felt like a small child. He was just picking up shells on the beach next to a great, unknown ocean of truth. To me, even as a boy, the other scientists I knew about seemed like beginners doing the same thing. A simple farmer could see the world around him and knew how to use things. The smartest scientist knew only a little more. He had seen a small part of nature's face, but her true self was still a big wonder and a deep mystery. A scientist could cut things open, study them, and give them names. But he did not know the real causes of things. I looked at the walls that seemed to keep people away from understanding nature's secrets. I was young and did not know better, and I felt sad about it. But in these old books, I found men who seemed to know more. They had gone deeper into the secrets. I believed everything they wrote. I became their student. This might seem very strange for a person living in the 18th century. I went to school in Geneva and did my normal lessons. But for my favorite studies, I taught myself. My father was not a scientist. I was alone in my search. I was like a child who could not see, but I really wanted to have knowledge. With my new teachers from the old books, I started to search for the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. The elixir of life was a drink that could make people live forever. Soon, I was only interested in that. Money was not important to me, but I thought about the glory I would have. I could make it so people never got sick. People would only die if they had a bad accident. These were not my only ideas. My favorite authors also promised that it was possible to see ghosts or devils. I wanted to do this very much. I tried many magic spells, but they never worked. When I failed, I did not think my teachers were wrong. I thought that I made a mistake or did not have enough experience. So, for some time, I studied these old, wrong systems. I was like a beginner, mixing up 1,000 different ideas. I was lost in a lot of confusing information. My strong imagination and childish thinking were my only guides. Then an accident happened, and it changed my ideas again. When I was about 15, we were at our house near Bellerive. We saw a very strong and terrible thunderstorm. It came from behind the Jura Mountains. The thunder was suddenly very loud and came from all parts of the sky. I stayed and watched the storm. I was curious and happy. As I stood at the door, I suddenly saw a stream of fire come from a big, beautiful oak tree. It was about 20 yards from our house. As soon as the bright light was gone, the tree was also gone. Only a black, broken stump was left. The next morning we went to look at it. The tree was broken in a very strange way. It was not split into big pieces. It was torn into thin strips of wood. I had never seen anything destroyed so completely. Before this, I already knew some simple things about electricity. A man who was a science researcher was with us that day. He was excited by what happened. He started to explain his own theory about electricity and galvanism. His ideas were new and amazing to me. Everything he said made my old writers like Cornelius Agrippa seem silly. But for some reason, when I lost my belief in these old teachers, I also lost my interest in my studies. It seemed to me that nothing could ever be truly known. Everything that I had been interested in for so long suddenly seemed worthless. I changed my mind completely, the way young people sometimes do. I gave up my old work. I decided that science was a failed idea. I thought it could never find real knowledge. In this mood, I started to study mathematics and related subjects. They seemed to be built on strong, true ideas, and so they were worth my time. Our souls are made in such a strange way. Small things can lead us to a good life or to ruin. When I look back, it seems like this amazing change in my interests was a message from my guardian angel. It was the last chance to stop the terrible storm that was waiting to come into my life. When I gave up my old, difficult studies, I felt a new peace and happiness. This feeling was like a sign of victory for the good spirit. In this way, I learned to connect evil with those studies and happiness with leaving them behind. It was a strong try from the spirit of good, but it did not work. Destiny was too powerful. Its unbreakable laws had already decided that my life would be completely and terribly destroyed. Chapter 3. When I was 17 years old, my parents decided that I should go to the university in the town of Ingolstadt. I had always gone to school in Geneva, but my father thought it was important for my education to see other places. He wanted me to learn about customs that were different from my own country. So we planned for me to leave home very soon. But before the day of my trip, the first very sad thing in my life happened. It was like a sign of the bad future that was waiting for me. Elizabeth became sick with scarlet fever. Her sickness was very bad, and she was in great danger. While she was sick, we told my mother not to take care of her. We were afraid our mother would get sick too. At first, my mother listened to us, but then she heard that Elizabeth, her favorite, might die. She could not control her worry any longer. She went to Elizabeth's sickbed. Her careful attention helped Elizabeth get better. Elizabeth was saved. But this was not a good choice for my mother. She became sick from Elizabeth. On the third day, my mother had a fever. The signs of her illness were very bad. The doctors who cared for her looked very worried. They knew she would not get better. But even as she was dying, my mother was strong and very kind. She took my hand and Elizabeth's hand and put them together. "My children," she said, "my biggest hope for your future happiness was to see you get married. This hope will now make your father feel better. Elizabeth, my dear, you must now be like a mother to my younger children. Oh, I am so sad that I have to leave you. I have been so happy and loved. It is very hard to leave you all. But I should not have these sad thoughts. I will try to be brave and accept death, and I will hope to meet you again in another world." She died peacefully. Even in death, her face looked full of love. I do not need to describe the feelings of people who lose someone they love so much. It is the worst kind of sadness. You feel a big, empty space in your heart. Your sadness shows on your face. It takes a very long time for your mind to believe it. It is hard to accept that the person you saw every day is gone forever. It is hard to believe that you will never see their bright eyes again or hear their familiar, dear voice. These are the thoughts you have in the first few days, but as time passes, you know the sad thing is real. That is when the true pain of sadness begins. But everyone loses a person they love. So why should I write about a sadness that everyone has felt and must feel? After a long time, the sadness changes. It is not always there. Sometimes you can smile again. My mother was dead, but we still had things we must do. We had to continue with our lives. We had to learn to feel lucky for the people who were still with us. My trip to Ingolstadt was stopped because of these sad events. But now, it was time for me to go. I asked my father if I could stay for a few more weeks. It felt wrong to leave our sad and quiet house so soon. I was new to this kind of sadness, and it scared me. I did not want to leave my family. Most of all, I wanted to see my sweet Elizabeth feel a little better before I left. She hid her own sadness and tried to make us all feel better. She was very brave and strong about life. She started her new duties with energy. She took care of my father and my brothers. She was never more beautiful than at this time. She tried to give us her sunny smiles. She tried so hard to help us forget our sadness that she even forgot her own. Finally, the day for me to leave arrived. My friend Clerval spent the last evening with us. He had tried to get his father's permission to come with me to the university, but his father said no. His father was a businessman with small ideas. He thought his son's dreams were lazy and would lead to ruin. Henry was very sad that he could not get a good education. He did not say much, but I could see in his excited eyes a strong plan. He would not be trapped in the boring life of business. We stayed up late that night. We could not leave each other. We did not want to say the word goodbye. Finally, we said it, and we went to our rooms. We all pretended we were going to rest, but we knew nobody would sleep. In the early morning, I went down to the carriage that was waiting. They were all there. My father was there to give me a blessing. Clerval was there to press my hand one more time. My Elizabeth was there to ask me again to write letters often. She was there to give her last kind attentions to her friend. I got into the carriage and had the saddest thoughts. I had always been with kind companions. We were always trying to make each other happy. Now I was alone. At the university where I was going, I had to make my own friends. I had to protect myself. My life before had been very quiet and at home. This made me afraid of new faces. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval. They were old, familiar faces. I did not think I was ready to be with strangers. These were my thoughts as my journey began. But as I traveled farther, my feelings and my hopes started to rise. I truly wanted to learn more. At home, I often thought it was hard to stay in one place. I wanted to go out into the world and find my place among other people. Now my wish was coming true. It would be foolish to feel bad about it. I had a lot of time for these thoughts on my long and tiring journey to Ingolstadt. At last I saw the tall, white tower of the town's church. I got out of the carriage. A person took me to my own room, where I spent the evening alone. The next morning, I gave my letters of introduction to some of the main professors. By chance, the first professor I met was Mr. Krempe. He taught natural philosophy. Or maybe it was a bad influence, an angel of destruction, that led me to him. This bad angel had power over me from the moment I left my father's house. M. Krempe was a rough man, but he knew a lot about his science. He asked me questions about what I had studied. I answered without much care. I told him the names of the old alchemists I had read. The professor stared at me. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time studying such nonsense?" I said yes. "Every minute," Monsieur Krempe said loudly. "Every moment you wasted on those books is completely lost. You have filled your head with old, wrong ideas and useless names. Goodness, what empty place have you lived in? Was no one kind enough to tell you that these ideas you love are 1,000 years old? I did not expect to find a student of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus in this modern scientific time. My dear sir, you must start your studies all over again." After he said this, he wrote down a list of books about natural philosophy. He told me to get them. Then he sent me away. He told me that he would start a class at the beginning of the next week. He also said another Professor M. Waldman would teach chemistry on the other days. I went home, but I was not disappointed. I already thought those old authors were useless, just like the professor said. But I did not want to study these subjects anymore. Monsieur Krempe was a short, fat man with a rough voice and an unfriendly face. I did not like the teacher, so I did not like his subject. Maybe I have explained my early ideas in a way that is too serious. As a child, I was not happy with what modern scientists promised. My ideas were confused because I was very young and had no guide. I had left the new discoveries of science for the old dreams of alchemists. I also did not respect the uses of modern science. The old masters of science looked for ways to live forever and have great power. Their ideas were not possible, but they were grand. Now things were different. The new scientists seemed to only want to destroy those grand dreams. And those dreams were the reason I was interested in science. I was asked to trade big, wonderful ideas for small, boring facts. These were my thoughts for the first 2 or 3 days in Ingolstadt. I spent my time learning about the town and meeting the important people. But when the next week started, I remembered what M. Krempe had told me about the classes. I did not want to go and listen to that little, proud man. But then I remembered he had mentioned M. Waldman. I had never seen M. Waldman because he had been out of town. I was curious, and I had nothing else to do, so I went to the lecture room. M. Waldman came in a short time later. This professor was very different from Mr. Krempe. He looked about 50 years old. His face was very kind. He had some gray hair at the front of his head, but the hair at the back was almost black. He was short, but he stood up very straight. His voice was the sweetest I had ever heard. He began his class by talking about the history of chemistry. He spoke with excitement about the famous scientists who made discoveries. Then he talked about the science of chemistry today. After he did a few simple experiments, he finished with a great speech about modern chemistry. I will never forget his words. "The old teachers of this science," he said, "promised impossible things, but they did nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know we cannot change metals into gold, and living forever is just a dream. But these scientists have truly done miracles. They go deep into the secrets of nature and show how she works. They go up into the sky. They have discovered how blood moves through our bodies, and what is in the air we breathe. They have new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunder from the sky. They can copy an earthquake. They can even make shadows of the invisible world." Those were the professor's words, or maybe they were the words of my destiny, spoken to destroy me. As he continued to speak, I felt a great change inside me. My mind was soon filled with one thought, one idea, one goal. "So much has been done," my soul cried out. "I will do more, much more. I will follow the path of other scientists, but I will also make a new way. I will explore unknown powers and show the world the deepest secrets of creation." I did not sleep that night. My mind was in a storm. I felt that something new would come from it, but I could not make it happen. Slowly, after the sun came up, I fell asleep. When I woke up, my thoughts from the night before seemed like a dream. But I had a new plan. I would return to my old studies. I would give my life to a science that I felt I was good at. On the same day, I went to visit M. Waldman. He was even more gentle and kind in his home than he was in the lecture room. I told him about my past studies, just as I had told M. Krempe. He listened with attention. He smiled when I said the names of the old alchemists, but not in a mean way like Mr. Krempe. He said that modern scientists should thank those men. They worked very hard and built the foundation of our knowledge. He said that men of genius, even when their work is wrong, almost always help the world in the end. I listened to him. Then I told him that his lecture had changed my mind about modern chemists. I spoke with respect, as a young student should. I did not show him all the excitement I felt for my new work. I asked for his advice about which books to buy. "I am happy," said Mr. Waldman, "to have a new student. And if you work as hard as you are smart, I am sure you will do well. Chemistry is the part of science where the biggest improvements can be made. That is why I study it. But I also study the other parts of science. A man would be a poor chemist if he only studied chemistry. If you want to be a true man of science, I advise you to study every part of natural philosophy, including mathematics." Then he took me into his laboratory. He showed me his different machines and explained how to use them. He told me what I should buy. He promised that I could use his own machines when I knew more about the science. He also gave me the list of books I asked for, and then I left. That is how the day ended. It was a very important day for me. It decided my future. Chapter 4: From that day on, science, especially chemistry, became almost the only thing in my life. I was excited to read all the new books that modern scientists had written. I went to the university classes and I made friends with the men of science there. I even found that Mr. Krempe knew many true and useful things. His face and his manners were not friendly, but the information he had was valuable. And in Monsieur Waldman, I found a true friend. He was always kind. He explained things in a very open and good-natured way. He never acted like he knew everything. In many ways, he made learning very easy for me. He made the most difficult questions seem simple and clear. At first, I did not always work hard. But as I continued, I became stronger. Soon I was so excited and eager to learn that I often stayed in my laboratory all night, until the morning stars went away. Because I worked so very hard, I learned things very quickly. The other students were surprised by my great excitement. My teachers were surprised by how much I learned. Professor Krempe often asked me with a little smile how my old friend Cornelius Agrippa was doing. But Mr. Waldman was always very happy and excited about my work. 2 years passed in this way. I did not go home to Geneva during that time. I was busy, with all my heart and soul, trying to make some new discoveries. Only people who have studied science can understand how exciting it is. In other studies, you learn what other people already know, and then it is finished. But in science, there is always something new to discover and to wonder about. Any person who studies one subject very hard will become very good at it. I had only one goal, and I thought only about this one thing. I improved so quickly that after 2 years, I discovered some ways to make chemical tools better. This made the people at the university respect and admire me. When I had learned everything that the professors at Ingolstadt could teach me, my home there could not help me learn more. I thought about returning to my friends and my hometown. But then, something new happened that made me stay longer. One of the things that really interested me was the human body. It was also the body of any animal with life. I often asked myself a question: where does life come from? It was a big question. People have always believed it is a mystery. But there are many things we can learn if we are not afraid or careless. I thought about all of this. I decided to study the parts of science about the body and how it lives. I needed a very strong, almost supernatural excitement to do this kind of work. It was difficult and often not pleasant. To understand the cause of life, we must first look at death. I learned about anatomy, which is the study of the body's parts. But this was not enough. I also had to watch how the human body decays after death. When I was a child, my father was very careful. He made sure that I was never afraid of ghost stories. I do not remember ever being scared of a ghost. The dark did not frighten me. A graveyard, to me, was just a place for bodies without life. They were once beautiful and strong, but now they were just food for worms. Now I had to study why this decay happened. I had to spend days and nights in tombs and places filled with bones. I looked closely at things that are very hard for people to see. I watched how the beautiful human body was broken down and wasted. I saw death's decay come to a healthy, pink cheek. I saw how worms ate the amazing eyes and brain. I studied and thought about every small detail of the change from life to death, and from death back to life. Then, from the middle of all this darkness, a sudden light came into my mind. The light was a brilliant and wonderful idea, but it was also so simple. I was dizzy when I thought of all the things this idea could do. I was surprised that I was the only person to discover such an amazing secret. Remember, I am not telling you the dream of a crazy person. The things I am telling you are true as the sun in the sky. Maybe a miracle made it happen, but the steps of my discovery were clear and possible. After many days and nights of very hard work and tiredness, I did it. I discovered the cause of life. Even more, I learned how to give life to matter that was not alive. The surprise I felt at first soon turned into happiness and great joy. I had worked so hard for so long. To finally get everything I wanted was the best reward for my work. But this discovery was so big and amazing that I forgot all the small steps that led me to it. I only saw the final result. The wisest men in the world had studied and wanted this knowledge. Now I had it. It was not like a magic show where everything appeared at once. The information I found showed me the way. It gave me the directions to reach my goal. I felt like a man in a story who was buried with the dead. He found a way out to life with only a very small light to help him. I can see in your eyes that you are eager, my friend. You have wonder and hope. You expect me to tell you the secret I know. But I cannot do that. Listen to my story until the end. Then you will understand why I must keep this secret. I will not lead you to your own destruction and sadness, as I was led. Learn from me. If you do not learn from my words, then learn from my story. Learn how dangerous some knowledge can be. And learn how much happier a person is who thinks his small town is the whole world. He is happier than the person who wants to be greater than a human can be. When I found this amazing power in my hands, I thought for a long time about how to use it. I could give life. But it was still an unbelievably difficult job to prepare a body to receive that life, with all its small fibers, muscles, and veins. At first, I did not know if I should try to create a being like me or a more simple one. But I was so excited by my first success. I believed I could give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as a human. The materials I had did not seem good enough for such a big job, but I was sure I would succeed in the end. I knew many things could go wrong. My work could fail many times. In the end, my creation might not be perfect. But when I thought about how much science improves every day, I felt hopeful. My work now could help people in the future succeed. The size and difficulty of my plan did not make me think it was impossible. With these feelings, I began the creation of a human being. Because the parts were so small, my work was very slow, so I decided to make the being very large. I planned for it to be about 8 feet tall and big in proportion. After making this decision, I spent some months collecting and arranging all my materials. Then I began. No one can understand all the feelings that pushed me forward like a hurricane in my first excitement. Life and death seemed like simple walls to me. I thought I would be the first to break through them. I would bring a bright light into our dark world. A new kind of being would bless me as its creator. Many happy and good beings would get their life from me. No father receives as much thanks from his child as I would get from them. I continued to think about these things. I thought that if I could give life to dead matter, maybe one day I could bring people back to life after they had died. These thoughts kept me going. I continued my work with great energy. My face had become pale from study. My body had become very thin because I stayed inside all the time. Sometimes I was very close to success, but then I failed. Still, I held on to my hope. I thought the next day or the next hour could bring success. I had one secret that only I knew. It was the hope that I gave all my life to. The moon watched my work at midnight. I was excited and breathless as I followed nature to her secret places. Who can imagine the horror of my secret work? I worked in the damp of the grave. I hurt living animals to learn how to give life to dead clay. My arms and legs now shake, and my eyes fill with water when I remember. But at that time, a strong, almost crazy feeling pushed me forward. It seemed I had lost my soul and could only feel this one desire. It was a strange time. When it was over, my old feelings came back even stronger. I collected bones from places where the dead were kept. With my own hands, I touched the great secrets of the human body. In a lonely room at the top of the house, I kept my terrible workshop. My eyes hurt from looking so closely at the small details of my work. The rooms where bodies were cut open and the places where animals were killed gave me many of my materials. My human feelings often turned away in disgust from my work. But my eagerness grew stronger every day and pushed me on. I brought my work close to the end. The summer months passed while I worked on this one thing with all my heart and soul. It was a beautiful season. The fields were full of food, and the vines were full of grapes. But I did not see the beauty of nature. The same feelings that made me ignore the world around me also made me forget my friends. They were many miles away, and I had not seen them for a long time. I knew my silence worried them. I remembered my father's words, "I know that when you are happy with yourself, you will think of us with love, and we will get letters from you regularly. Please forgive me if I think that when you stop writing, you are also not doing your other duties." So, I knew what my father would be thinking. But I could not pull my thoughts away from my work. The work itself was horrible, but it had a strong hold on my imagination. I wanted to wait to think about my feelings of love until my great work was finished. At that time, I thought my father would be wrong to think my silence was a bad thing. But now I know he was right to be worried. A perfect human being should always have a calm and peaceful mind. He should never let strong feelings or a quick desire disturb his peace. I think this rule is also true for learning. If the thing you study makes you love people less, or if it destroys your love for simple joys, then that study is wrong. It is not good for the human mind. If everyone followed this rule, many bad things in history would not have happened. But I am forgetting that I am talking about rules in the most interesting part of my story. Your face reminds me to continue. My father did not scold me in his letters. He only showed that he noticed my silence by asking more questions about my work. Winter, spring, and summer passed while I worked, but I did not watch the flowers bloom or the leaves open. These sights had always made me very happy before. I was too busy with my work. The leaves of that year had already fallen from the trees before my work was almost done. Now, every day I could see more clearly how successful I had been. But my excitement was gone. Instead, I felt very worried. I felt like a slave forced to work in a dark mine, not like an artist doing his favorite job. Every night I had a small fever. I became so nervous that it was painful. The sound of a leaf falling made me jump. I stayed away from other people, as if I had done a crime. Sometimes I became scared when I saw how sick I looked. Only the energy for my goal kept me going. I knew my work would soon be finished. I believed that exercise and fun would make the sickness go away. I promised myself I would do both of these things when my creation was complete. Chapter 5. It was on a dark and sad night in November that I finally saw the end of my hard work. I was very worried, and it was almost painful. I collected all the tools of life around me. I wanted to put a spark of life into the dead thing that was on the floor at my feet. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The rain made a sad sound on the windows. My candle was almost gone. Then, in the weak light of the dying candle, I saw the creature's dull yellow eye open. It took a deep, hard breath. Then its arms and legs made a sudden, shaking move. How can I tell you what I felt at this terrible event? How can I describe the horrible thing I had worked so hard to make? His arms and legs were the right size. I had chosen his face to be beautiful. Beautiful. Oh no. His yellow skin was so thin you could almost see the muscles and blood vessels under it. His hair was a shiny black color, and it was long. His teeth were white like pearls, but these beautiful things only made the other parts look more horrible. His eyes were watery. They were almost the same color as the white part around them. His skin was wrinkled, and his lips were a straight black line. The things that happen in life do not change as fast as a person's feelings. I had worked hard for almost 2 years. My only goal was to put life into a dead body. For this, I had not rested, and I had lost my health. I had wanted it with a very strong passion, but now I had finished. The beautiful dream was gone. My heart was full of horror. I felt sick. I could not look at the thing I had made. I ran out of the room. I walked back and forth in my bedroom for a long time. I could not calm my mind to sleep. At last, after being so upset, I became very tired. I fell on my bed in my clothes. I tried to forget everything for a few moments, but it was no use. I did sleep, but I had terrible dreams. I dreamed I saw Elizabeth. She was healthy and beautiful, walking in the streets of Ingolstadt. I was happy and surprised. I hugged her. But when I put my first kiss on her lips, they turned cold and blue with the color of death. Her face seemed to change. I thought I was holding the dead body of my mother in my arms. A white cloth covered her body. I saw worms crawling on the cloth. I woke up from my sleep, full of horror. My forehead was cold and wet. My teeth were chattering. My whole body was shaking. And then, in the weak yellow light of the moon coming through the window, I saw him. I saw the horrible thing, the miserable monster I had created. He was holding the curtain of my bed. His eyes, if you can call them eyes, were looking right at me. His mouth opened, and he made some strange sounds. His cheeks wrinkled into a smile. He might have spoken, but I did not hear him. He stretched out one hand, maybe to stop me. But I escaped and ran downstairs. I hid in the courtyard of the house where I lived. I stayed there for the rest of the night. I walked back and forth, very agitated. I listened carefully. I was afraid of every sound. I thought every noise was the terrible dead body that I had so miserably given life to. Oh, no person could look at that horrible face. Even a mummy that came back to life would not be as ugly as that thing. I had looked at him before he was finished. He was ugly then. But now, when his muscles and joints could move, he became a thing that was too horrible to even imagine. The night was terrible. Sometimes my heart beat so fast and hard that I could feel it in my whole body. Other times I was so weak I almost fell to the ground. With this horror, I also felt very disappointed. My dreams of this creation had been my happy food and rest for so long. Now they were a hell for me. The change was so fast. Everything was completely ruined. Finally, the sad, wet morning came. My eyes were open and aching. I saw the church of Ingolstadt with its white tower and its clock. The clock said it was 6 o'clock. The gatekeeper opened the gates to the courtyard where I had hidden all night. I went out into the streets. I walked with quick steps. I felt like I was trying to run away from the monster. I was afraid I would see him around every corner. I was too scared to go back to my room. I felt I had to keep moving, even though I was wet from the rain that fell from a black and unhappy sky. I kept walking for some time. I tried to use the exercise to make my mind feel better. I walked through the streets. I did not know where I was or what I was doing. My heart was beating fast with fear. I walked with quick, uneven steps. I was too afraid to look around me. I felt like a person on a lonely road who is walking with fear and worry. And after he turns around one time, he keeps walking on. He does not turn his head again because he knows a terrible monster is walking closely behind him. I continued walking like this. Finally, I came to the inn where the coaches always stopped. I stopped there. I do not know why, but I stood for a few minutes and looked at a coach that was coming down the street. As it got closer, I saw it was the coach from Switzerland. It stopped right where I was standing. The door opened. I saw my friend, Henry Clerval. When he saw me, he jumped right out. "My dear Frankenstein," he shouted, "I am so glad to see you. It is so lucky that you are here right when I arrive." I was so happy to see Clerval. Nothing could be better. When I saw him, I thought about my father, Elizabeth, and all the dear memories of my home. I grabbed his hand. In that moment, I forgot my horror and my sadness. For the first time in many months, I suddenly felt calm and happy. I welcomed my friend with a very warm heart, and we walked to my college. Clerval talked for some time about our friends. He talked about how lucky he was that his father let him come to Ingolstadt. "You can believe," he said, "that it was very hard to make my father understand that business is not the only important knowledge. But in the end, his love for me was stronger than his dislike of learning. He has let me come here to the land of knowledge. I am so very happy to see you. But tell me, how are my father, my brothers, and Elizabeth?" "They are very well and very happy. They are only a little worried that they do not get letters from you very often. I plan to talk to you about that. But, my dear Frankenstein," he said. He stopped walking and looked right at my face. "I did not see before how very sick you look. You are so thin and pale. You look like you have not slept for many nights." "You are right. I have been working very hard on one thing. I have not rested enough, as you can see. But I really hope, that all this work is finished now, and that I am finally free." I was shaking very much. I could not stand to think about what happened the night before. I could not talk about it. I walked quickly, and we soon arrived at my college. Then I had a thought that made me shiver. The creature I had left in my room might still be there. It might be alive and walking around. I was scared to see this monster. But I was more afraid that Henry would see him. So I asked Henry to please wait for a few minutes at the bottom of the stairs. I ran up to my room. My hand was on the lock of the door. Then I stopped. A cold shiver went over me. I threw the door open with force, like a child who thinks a ghost is waiting on the other side. but nothing appeared. I stepped inside, afraid. The apartment was empty. My bedroom was also free from its horrible guest. I could hardly believe I was so lucky. But then I was sure that my enemy was really gone. I clapped my hands with joy and ran down to Clerval. We went up to my room, and a servant brought breakfast. But I could not be calm. It was not just happiness I felt. My skin was tingling. My heart was beating very fast. I could not stay in one place for a single moment. I jumped over the chairs, clapped my hands, and laughed out loud. At first, Clerval thought I was just happy to see him, but when he looked at me more closely, he saw a wild look in my eyes. He did not understand it. My loud, crazy, heartless laughter frightened and surprised him. "My dear Victor," he cried, "what is the matter? Please do not laugh like that. You are so ill. What is causing all of this?" "Do not ask me," I cried. I put my hands over my eyes. I thought I saw the scary ghost come into the room. "He can tell. Oh, save me, save me. I imagined the monster was grabbing me. I fought hard and then I fell down in a fit." Poor Clerval. His feelings must have been terrible. He was so happy to see me, but our meeting turned so bitter and strange. But I did not see his sadness, because I was lifeless. I did not wake up for a long, long time. This was the start of a bad fever. I was sick in bed for many months. During all that time, Henry was my only nurse. I learned later that he did not tell my father or Elizabeth how sick I was. My father was old, and the long journey would be hard for him. Elizabeth would be very sad. So Henry saved them from this grief. He knew that I could not have a kinder or more careful nurse than him. He hoped I would get better, so he thought he was doing the kindest thing for them. But I was very, very ill. Only my friend's wonderful and constant care could have saved my life. The face of the monster was always in my mind. I talked about him all the time in my fever. My words must have surprised Henry. At first, he thought they were just the strange ideas of my sick mind. But I kept talking about the same subject again and again. This made him believe that my sickness came from some unusual and terrible event. Very slowly I got better. I often got sick again, which alarmed and worried my friend. I remember the first time I could look at things outside with any pleasure. I saw that the dead leaves were gone. New green buds were on the trees outside my window. It was a beautiful spring, and the season helped me get well. I also felt feelings of joy and love come back to my heart. My sad feelings went away. In a short time, I was as happy as I was before that fatal passion attacked me. "Dearest Clerval," I said, "you are so kind, so very good to me. This whole winter, you have been in my sick room. You planned to spend it studying. How can I ever repay you? I feel so sorry for the disappointment I have caused you, but you will forgive me. You will repay me completely if you do not get upset and just get well as fast as you can. And since you seem so happy, can I talk to you about one subject?" I trembled. One subject. What could it be? Was he going to talk about the thing I was too scared to even think about? "Calm yourself," said Clerval. He saw my face change color. "I will not talk about it if it upsets you. But your father and cousin would be very happy if they got a letter from you in your own handwriting. They do not know how sick you have been. They are worried because you have been silent for so long. Is that all, my dear Henry? How could you think my first thoughts would not be of those dear, dear friends whom I love so much? If that is how you feel now, my friend, then maybe you will be happy to see this letter. It has been lying here for a few days for you. I believe it is from your cousin." Chapter 6. Clerval gave me a letter. It was from Elizabeth. "My dearest cousin, you have been very ill, Henry writes to us often, but I am still afraid for you. The doctor says you must not write. But one line from you, dear Victor, will calm my heart. For many weeks I thought a letter from you would come with every post. I begged my uncle not to travel to Ingolstadt, because the trip is long and hard. I stopped him for his safety, but many times I wished I could go myself. I imagined you alone with a hired old nurse who could not know your wishes or care for you like I do. But now, Henry says you are better. I hope you will soon tell me this in your own handwriting. Please get well and come home to us. You will find a cheerful house and friends who love you. Your father is strong. He only wants to see you and to know you are well. Then no cloud will touch his kind face. You would be happy to see how our Ernest has grown. He is 16 now, full of energy and spirit. He wants to be a true Swiss and serve in foreign lands as a soldier. We cannot let him go until his older brother comes home. My uncle does not like a military life far away, and Ernest does not love study as you do. He thinks school a heavy chain. He spends his time in the fresh air, climbing hills and rowing on the lake. I worry he may become idle unless we agree and let him choose the work he wants. Nothing has changed here except that our children have grown. The blue lake and the white mountains never change. I think our quiet home and our contented hearts follow the same steady laws. My small daily tasks fill my hours and make me happy. I see only kind, smiling faces around me, and that is my reward. Since you left us, there has been only one new thing in our house. Do you remember how Justine Moritz came to live with us? Perhaps you do not, so I will tell you quickly. Madame Moritz was a widow with 4 children, and Justine was the third. Her father loved her best. But her mother, by some strange feeling, could not bear her. After M. Moritz died, the mother treated Justine badly. My aunt saw this. When Justine was 12, she asked the mother to let Justine live with us. In our country, the laws and customs are simple and kind. There is less distance between rich and poor than in the great kingdoms around us. People are not so poor or despised here, so their manners are more gentle and moral. A servant in Geneva is not the same as a servant in France or England. Justine came to our family and learned the work of a servant, which in our happy country does not mean ignorance or the loss of dignity. You liked Justine very much, as you may remember. Once you told me that when you were in a bad mood, one look from her could drive it away. You said the same as the poet Ariosto did about the beauty of Angelica. Justine looked open-hearted and happy. My aunt loved her too, and gave her a better education than she first planned. Justine was very grateful. She did not speak many fine words, but her eyes showed that she almost worshipped her protectress. She was cheerful and sometimes careless, yet she watched my aunt closely and copied her speech and manners. Even now she often reminds me of my dear aunt. When my dear aunt died, everyone was lost in their own grief. No one noticed poor Justine, who had cared for her with anxious love. Justine became very ill. After that, new troubles came to her. Her brothers and sister died one after another. Her mother was left without any child except the one she had neglected. This weighed on her heart. She began to think their deaths were a punishment from heaven for her unfair love. She was a Roman Catholic, and I believe her confessor agreed with her. So, a few months after you left for Ingolstadt, Justine was called back home by her repentant mother. Poor girl, she cried when she left us. She had changed since my aunt's death. Her sorrow made her soft and gentle, where before she was lively. Her life in her mother's house did not bring back her cheer. The poor mother often changed her mind. Sometimes she begged Justine to forgive her, but more often she said Justine had caused the deaths of her brothers and sister. This constant pain made Madame Moritz grow weak. At first she became more irritable. At last she found rest forever. She died at the first cold of the past winter. Justine has now returned to us. I love her dearly. She is clever, gentle, and very pretty. As I said, she often looks and acts like my dear aunt. I must tell you of little William too, my dear cousin. I wish you could see him. He is very tall for his age. His blue eyes laugh, his eyelashes are dark, and his hair curls. When he smiles, 2 dimples show in each rosy cheek. He has already had 1 or 2 little wives, but his favorite is Louisa Biron, a pretty girl of 5. Now, dear Victor, I think you would like some news of the people of Geneva. Pretty Miss Mansfield has visitors coming to congratulate her on her coming marriage to a young Englishman, John Melbourne, Esquire. Her plain sister, Manon, married Monsieur Duvillard, the rich banker, last autumn. Your school friend, Louis Manoir, had many troubles after Henry left Geneva, but he is cheerful again. People say he will soon marry a lively, pretty French widow, Madame Tavernier. She is much older than he is, but everyone admires her. Writing to you has lifted my spirits, but as I end, my worry returns. Write to us, dear Victor. 1 line, 1 word will bless us. Give 10,000 thanks to Henry for his kindness, his love, and his many letters. We are very grateful. Goodbye, my cousin. Take care of your health, and please, please write. Elizabeth Lavenza, Geneva, March 18th, 17. Dear, dear Elizabeth, I cried when I finished the letter. I will write at once and end their fear. I wrote, and that small effort tired me very much. But I had begun to get well, and I became better day by day. In 2 weeks, I could leave my room. When I felt stronger, I did a duty of friendship. I took Henry to meet the professors at the university. This was hard for me. My mind still had open wounds. Since that terrible night when my work ended and my misfortune began, I hated even the name of natural philosophy. When my body was well, the sight of a single chemical tool brought back the pain in my nerves. Henry saw this. He removed all my instruments. He even changed my room, for he knew I now disliked the place where my laboratory had been. But his care could not save me when I met the professors. Monsieur Waldman praised me with warm kindness. He spoke of my great progress in science. His words cut me like sharp knives. He soon saw that I did not like the subject. He thought I was only modest, and he tried to please me by speaking about the science itself, hoping to make me talk. He wished to be kind, but he tortured me. I felt as if he set before my eyes, one by one, the very tools that would later be used to give me a slow, cruel death. I twisted inside at his words, yet I did not dare show my pain. Henry, who always saw quickly what others felt, changed the talk. He said he knew nothing about the subject. Then the talk became general. I thanked him in my heart, but I stayed silent. He noticed my surprise and sorrow, but he never asked for my secret. I loved him with deep affection and respect, but I could not tell him the event that filled my memory and that I feared to speak aloud. M. Krempe was not so gentle. At that time I was sensitive to every touch. His rough praise hurt me more than the kind words of M. Waldman. He cried, "Why, Monsieur Clerval? This fellow has passed us all. Stare if you like, but it is true. This youngster believed in Cornelius Agrippa like the gospel only a few years ago, and now he is at the head of the university. If we do not pull him down, we will all feel ashamed. Ah, see, Mr. Frankenstein is modest. That is good in a young man. Young men should doubt themselves. I did when I was young, but that soon goes away." Then he began to praise himself. I was glad because the talk moved away from me. Henry did not share my love for natural science. He liked books and language. He came to the university to master the languages of the East. He wanted to follow a brave and useful plan for his life. He looked toward the East for a wide field for his energy. He studied Persian, Arabic, and Sanskrit. I easily began the same studies. I had never liked to be idle. Now I wanted to escape my thoughts and my old work. I found comfort and learning in reading with my friend. I did not try, like him, to gain a deep skill in those languages. I only wished for passing pleasure. I read simply to know the meaning. The writers repaid me well. Their sadness was soft and calm. Their joy lifted me higher than any other books ever did. When you read them, life seems to be a warm sun and a garden of roses, the smiles and frowns of a fair enemy, and the fire that burns in your own heart. How different this is from the strong, heroic poetry of Greece and Rome. Summer ended while we studied. I planned to return to Geneva late in autumn. Several small accidents delayed me. Snow came and the roads were closed. My trip had to wait for spring. This delay hurt me, for I longed to see my home and my dear friends. I had stayed only to avoid leaving Henry alone before he knew anyone in the city. Still, the winter passed in a cheerful way. The spring was very late, but when it came, its beauty paid us back for the wait. It was already May. I expected a letter any day to fix the date of my journey home. Henry then asked me to walk with him around Ingolstadt, so I could say goodbye to the places where I had lived so long. I was glad to go. I loved to move and breathe fresh air, and Henry was my best companion for such walks, as he had been when we walked in my own country. We walked for 2 weeks. My health and spirits were already strong. They grew stronger with the clean air, the small adventures of the road, and my friends' talk. Before, study had shut me away from people and made me unsocial. Henry brought out the better part of my heart. He taught me again to love the face of nature and the bright faces of children. Good friend, you truly loved me. You tried to raise my mind until it stood beside your own. My selfish work had made me narrow. Your kindness warmed me and opened my senses. I became the same happy person I had been a few years ago, loved by all and loving all, with no sorrow and no care. When I was happy, even quiet fields could give me deep delight. A blue sky and green grass filled me with joy. The season was indeed lovely. Spring flowers bloomed in the hedges. Summer buds were already showing. The heavy thoughts from the last year did not press on me now. I had tried to throw them off before, but they still weighed on me. Now they were gone. Henry was glad to see my joy. He shared my feelings. He worked to amuse me and spoke the thoughts that filled his soul. The riches of his mind amazed me. His talk was full of imagination. Often he made stories like the Persian and Arabic writers, full of wonder and strong feeling. At other times he repeated my favorite poems, or he led me into friendly arguments, which he supported with great cleverness. One Sunday afternoon we went back to the college. We saw peasants dancing. Everyone looked gay and happy. My own heart was light. I walked and almost leaped along the road, full of free joy and laughter. Chapter 7: When I came back, I found a letter from my father. My dear Victor, you have waited for a letter to tell you when to come home. I first wanted to write only a few lines with a date, but that would be a kind cruelty. I must not do that. You expect a happy welcome. Instead, there are tears and great sorrow. How can I tell you our bad news? You have been away, but you still feel our joys and our grief. I wish to prepare you, but I cannot. Your eyes already run over this page to find the terrible words. William is dead. Our sweet child is gone. His smile always warmed my heart. He was gentle and merry. Victor, he was murdered. I will not try to comfort you. I will only tell you what happened. Last Thursday, May 7th, my niece, your 2 brothers, and I walked in Plain Palais. The evening was warm and calm. We walked longer than usual. It was almost dark when we turned to go home. Then we saw that William and Ernest, who had run ahead, were not there. We sat on a bench to wait for them. Soon Ernest came and asked if we had seen his brother. He said they were playing. William ran away to hide. Ernest looked for him, but could not find him. He waited a long time, but William did not return. This made us afraid. We searched for him until night fell. Elizabeth thought he might have gone home, so we went back. He was not there. We returned to Plainpalais with torches. I could not rest while I thought my dear boy was lost and out in the cold dew. Elizabeth was in great pain of mind, too. About 5 in the morning I found my lovely boy. Last night I had seen him full of health and life. Now he lay on the grass, pale and still. The marks of a murderer's fingers were on his neck. We took him home. My face showed the truth to Elizabeth at once. She begged to see the body. I tried to stop her, but she would not listen. She went into the room and looked quickly at his neck. Then she clasped her hands and cried, "Oh God, I have murdered my darling child." She fainted. It was very hard to bring her back. When she woke, she only wept and sighed. She told me that William begged that evening to wear a small portrait she had, a precious miniature of your mother. That picture is gone. We think the thief wanted the picture and then did the crime. We do not know who he is. We search and search, but we find no trace. And even if we find him, it will not bring back our beloved William. Come, dearest Victor. Only you can comfort Elizabeth. She cries all the time and blames herself, though she is not to blame. Her words cut my heart. We are all unhappy. But let that be one more reason to come home and help us, my son. Your dear mother. Alas, Victor, thank God she did not live to see the cruel, miserable death of her youngest child. Come, Victor. Do not come with dark thoughts of revenge. Come with peace and gentleness to heal our minds, not to make our wounds worse. Enter this house of mourning with kindness for those who love you, not with hate for your enemies. Your loving and sorrowing father, Alphonse Frankenstein. Geneva, May 12th, 17. Henry watched my face while I read. At first I was glad to have news from home. Then he saw my despair. I threw the letter on the table and covered my face with my hands. My dear Frankenstein, cried Henry when he saw my bitter tears, must you always suffer? My dear friend, what has happened? I pointed to the letter and walked up and down the room in great agitation. Henry read it, and tears ran from his eyes too. I cannot comfort you, he said. This loss cannot be repaired. What will you do? I will go to Geneva at once. Come with me, Henry, and order the horses. We walked to make the arrangements. Henry spoke a few soft words. He could only show his true pity. Poor William, he said. Dear, lovely child. Now he sleeps with his angel mother. Whoever saw him bright and happy in his young beauty must weep for this early death, to die so miserably, to feel a murderer's hand. And what heart can kill such shining innocence? Poor little one. We have only one comfort. His friends mourn, but he is at rest. His pain is over forever. A small mound of earth covers his gentle form, and he knows no pain. He is no longer a subject for pity. We must keep pity for the poor people who must go on living. His words burned into my heart. Later, when I was alone, I remembered them. But now, as soon as the horses came, I got into a small carriage and said goodbye to my friend. My journey was very sad. At first, I hurried forward. I wanted to reach my dear, sorrowing family and give them comfort. But when I came near my native town, I moved more slowly. I could not bear the many feelings that rose in me. I passed places I knew well in my youth, places I had not seen for almost 6 years. How much could have changed in that time? One sudden, terrible change had come already, and 1,000 small changes might have come quietly, but still changed everything. Fear filled me. I did not dare to go on. I trembled at many nameless fears that I could not even describe. I stayed 2 days in Lausanne in this painful state. I looked at the lake. The water was calm. All was quiet. The snowy mountains, the great palaces of nature, were the same. Little by little the peaceful scene soothed me. Then I went on toward Geneva. The road ran beside the lake, which grew narrower near my home. I saw more clearly the dark sides of the Jura and the bright top of Mont Blanc. I wept like a child. Dear mountains, my beautiful lake, do you welcome your wanderer? Your tops are clear, the sky is blue, the lake is calm. Do you promise peace, or do you mock my grief? I fear I may be tedious by telling these first steps of my return, but those days were happier than what came after, and I think of them with some pleasure. My country, my dear country. Only a native knows the joy of seeing again your streams, your mountains, and, most of all, your lovely lake. Yet, as I came nearer, grief and fear returned. Night came too. When I could hardly see the dark mountains, my spirit grew even darker. Everything seemed a great, dim picture of evil. I felt in a sad, vague way that I would become the most unhappy of men. Alas, I told the truth. But I was wrong in one thing. Even in my worst dreams, I did not imagine 1/100th part of the pain I was to suffer. It was quite dark when I reached the outskirts of Geneva. The city gates were shut. I had to spend the night at Sequeron, a village half a league from the town. The sky was clear. I could not sleep. I decided to visit the place where my poor William had been killed. I could not go through the town, so I crossed the lake in a boat to Plainpalais. During the short trip, I saw lightning playing in beautiful shapes on the top of Mont Blanc. The storm came nearer fast. When I landed, I climbed a low hill to watch it. It came on. The sky filled with clouds. Soon large drops of rain began to fall, and then the storm grew strong. I left my seat and walked on. The storm and the darkness grew every minute. The thunder burst with a terrible crash over my head. The sound echoed from the Salève, the Jura, and the Alps of Savoy. Bright flashes of lightning dazzled my eyes and lit the lake so it looked like a wide sheet of fire. Then for a moment, all was black again, until my eyes recovered from the last flash. The storm, as in Switzerland, showed itself in many parts of the sky at once. The strongest part hung just north of the town, over the water between the point of Bellerive and the village of Coppet. Another storm lit Jura with faint flashes. Another covered and sometimes showed the Mole, a sharp mountain east of the lake. As I watched the storm, so beautiful and so fearful, I walked quickly. This great war in the sky lifted my heart. I clasped my hands and cried, "William, dear angel, this is your funeral. This is your song of mourning." As I said this, I saw a figure move out from behind a group of trees. I stood still and stared. I could not be wrong. A flash of lightning lit it up. I saw its shape clearly. It was huge. Its face was deformed, more horrible than any human face. I knew at once. It was the wretch, the filthy demon, the being I had made alive. Why was he there? Could he be the murderer of my brother? I shuddered at the thought, but at once I believed it. My teeth chattered. I had to lean against a tree. The figure passed quickly, and I lost it in the dark. No human being could have killed that lovely child. He was the murderer. I could not doubt. The very idea filled me with a sure, terrible proof. I wanted to chase the devil, but it was useless. Another flash showed him high among the rocks, on the steep side of Mont Salève, the hills south of Plainpalais. Soon he reached the top and disappeared. I did not move. The thunder stopped, but the rain still fell. The night was black. I thought again of all I had tried to forget. My steps toward the creation, the creature standing by my bed, the creature running away. Almost 2 years had passed since that night when he first lived. Was this his first crime? Alas! I had thrown into the world a wicked being who loved blood and pain. Had he not killed my brother? No one can know the pain I felt the rest of the night. I stayed outside, cold and wet. I did not feel the weather. My mind was full of dark scenes and despair. I looked at the being I had sent among men. I had given him the will and the power to do horrors, like the one he had now done. He seemed to me like my own vampire, my own spirit, let loose from the grave to destroy everything dear to me. Day came. I walked toward the town. The gates were open. I went quickly to my father's house. My first thought was to tell what I knew and start a hunt at once, but I stopped. What story must I tell? A being I had made and given life had met me at midnight on a steep mountain. I remembered the nervous fever I had had at the time of the creation. That would make my tale sound like madness. If someone else told me such a thing, I would call it the raving of a madman, and even if they believed me and tried to pursue him, the strange creature would escape. And what use would it be? Who could catch something that could climb the hanging sides of Mont Salève? These thoughts decided me. I kept silent. It was about 5 in the morning when I entered the house. I told the servants not to wake the family. I went to the library to wait for the hour when they usually rose. 6 years had passed, years like a dream except for one deep mark, and I stood in the same place where I had last held my father before leaving for Ingolstadt. Dear, noble parent, he still lived for me. I looked at the picture of my mother above the mantel. It was a history scene, painted by my father's wish. It showed Caroline Beaufort in deep grief, kneeling by the coffin of her dead father. Her dress was plain, and her cheek was pale, but she looked beautiful and dignified, so pity almost stopped in the heart. Below this was a small portrait of William. My tears fell when I looked at it. While I stood there, Ernest came in. He had heard me arrive and hurried to welcome me. "Welcome, my dearest Victor," he said. "Ah, if only you had come 3 months ago. Then you would have found us happy and full of joy. Now you come to share a pain nothing can lessen. Still, I hope your presence will raise our father. He seems to sink under his grief, and maybe your words will stop poor Elizabeth from blaming herself again and again. Poor William, he was our darling and our pride." Tears fell freely from my brother's eyes. A deadly pain went through my whole body. Before, I had only imagined the sorrow of my ruined home. Now the reality struck me like a new blow. I tried to calm Ernest. I asked more about our father. Then I spoke of our cousin. "She suffers most of all," said Ernest. "She blames herself for William's death, and that made her very unhappy. But now the murderer has been found." "The murderer found? Good God! How can that be? Who could follow him? It is impossible. One might as well chase the wind, or hold back a mountain stream with a straw. I saw him last night. He was free." "I do not know what you mean," said my brother in surprise. "But to us, what we found has made our misery complete. No one believed it at first. Even now Elizabeth will not accept it, though there is much evidence. Who could believe that Justine Moritz, so gentle and loving to us all, could become able to do such a horrible crime?" "Justine Moritz? Poor girl. Is she the one accused? It must be false. Everyone knows it." Surely no one truly believes this, Ernest? No one did at first, but some facts came out that almost force us to believe, and her own behavior has been so confused that it adds weight to the facts. I fear there is little hope for doubt. She will be tried today. You will then hear everything. He told me that on the morning William's body was found, Justine fell ill and had to stay in bed for several days. During this time, a servant looked at the clothes she had worn on the night of the murder. In her pocket he found the picture of my mother, the one we thought tempted the murderer. The servant showed it to another servant. Without telling the family, they went to a magistrate. After their report, Justine was arrested. When they accused her, the poor girl behaved in great confusion. This seemed to confirm their suspicions. This was a strange story, but it did not shake my belief. "You are all wrong," I said with force. "I know the murderer. Justine is innocent. Poor, good Justine." At that moment my father entered. His face was full of sorrow, but he tried to welcome me kindly. After we spoke our sad greeting, he would have talked of other things if Ernest had not cried out, "Father, Victor says he knows the murderer of poor William." "We know too, sadly," said my father. "I would rather never have known than find so much evil and ingratitude in one I valued highly." "My dear father, you are mistaken. Justine is innocent. If she is, God forbid that she should suffer. She is to be tried today. I hope she will be set free. I truly hope it." His words calmed me. I was sure in my own mind that Justine and all human beings were guiltless of this murder, so I felt no fear that any set of small facts could be strong enough to condemn her. My tale was not one to tell in public. Its wild horror would seem like madness to common ears. Who would believe, except me, the Creator, that such a living proof of pride and foolish daring now walked the world? Elizabeth soon joined us. Time had changed her since I last saw her. She was more lovely than in her childhood. She had the same open heart and the same bright spirit, and now also more feeling and thought in her face. She welcomed me with great love. "Your coming, my dear cousin," she said, "gives me hope. Perhaps you will find a way to prove that my poor Justine is guiltless. Alas, who is safe if she is found guilty? I am as sure of her innocence as I am of my own. Our sorrow is double. We have lost our sweet boy, and now this dear girl whom I love may be taken from us by a worse fate. If she is condemned, I will never know joy again. But she will not be. I am sure she will not. Then I can be happy again, even after the sad death of my little William." "She is innocent, my Elizabeth," I said, "and it will be shown. Do not fear. Let your heart be light. She will be acquitted." "How kind and noble you are. Everyone else believes she is guilty. That made me hopeless, for I knew it could not be true. To see everyone so hard and sure made me despair." She wept. "Dearest niece," said my father, "dry your tears. If she is innocent, trust our laws to be just, and trust my care to stop even the smallest unfair act." Chapter 8. We waited in sorrow until 11 o'clock, when the trial was to begin. My father and the rest of the family had to go as witnesses, and I went with them to the court. Through all that sad show of justice, I felt a pain like living fire. I asked myself if my curiosity and my proud, secret work would now bring death to two people, first to a smiling child, full of joy, and then to another kind soul, killed in spirit and name by shame. Justine was a good girl, with a gentle mind and many hopes. Now all could end in a shameful grave, and I was the cause. 1,000 times I wished I could say, I did the crime, and take the blame from her. But I was far away when it happened. If I spoke, people would call me mad, and my words would not free the one who suffered because of me. Justine came in quietly. She wore black. Her face, always sweet, looked even more beautiful because of the serious feeling in her heart. She stood with the calm of innocence. She did not shake, though many stared at her and cursed her. Her beauty did not help her now, for people only thought of the great crime they believed she had done. She was still, but it was the stillness of effort. Before, her confusion had been used as proof of guilt. Now she made herself look brave. When she entered, she looked around the room and quickly found us. A tear rose in her eye. Then she held it back. The soft, sad look she gave us showed me again that she was truly without guilt. The trial began. After the lawyer against her spoke the charge, many witnesses were called. Many strange facts stood against her, facts that could shake anyone who did not know what I knew. She had been out the whole night of the murder, and near morning a market woman saw her not far from the place where the child's body was later found. The woman asked what she was doing, and Justine looked very strange and gave a confused answer. She returned home at about 8 o'clock. When asked where she had been, she said she had looked for the child and asked if anything had been heard about him. When they showed her the body, she fell into strong fits and stayed in bed for days. Then the small picture was brought out, the one the servant found in her pocket. Elizabeth, with a shaking voice, proved it was the same picture she had placed around William's neck about an hour before he was missed. A murmur of horror and anger filled the court. Justine was asked to defend herself. As the trial went on, her face changed. Surprise, fear, and sadness showed clearly. Sometimes she fought her tears, but when told to speak, she gathered her strength and spoke in a clear but changing voice. "God knows," she said, "that I am innocent. I do not ask you to free me only because I say so. I place my hope in a plain and simple account of the facts brought against me. I also ask you to remember my past life. Let my character help you give a kind reading to anything that seems doubtful." She told them that Elizabeth had let her spend that evening at an aunt's house in Chêne, a village about a league from Geneva. On her way back, at about 9, she met a man who asked if she had seen the lost child. This news filled her with fear, and she spent many hours looking for him. When the city gates were shut, she had to stay in a barn near a cottage for part of the night, not wishing to wake the people there, who knew her well. She spent most of the night awake and watching. Near morning, she thought she slept a few minutes. Some steps woke her. At dawn, she left her shelter to search again for my brother. If she went near the place where the body lay, she did not know it. It was not strange that she spoke in confusion to the market woman, for she had passed a sleepless night, and William's fate was unknown. As for the picture, she could not explain it. "I know," she said sadly, "how heavy this one fact is against me, but I cannot explain it. When I say I do not know, I can only guess how it could have come into my pocket. But here I must stop. I believe I have no enemy in the world, and who would be so cruel as to destroy me for nothing? Did the murderer put it there? I know no chance he had to do so. And if he did, why would he steal the jewel only to give it up again so soon? I give my case to the justice of the judges. I see little hope. Please allow a few witnesses to speak about my character. If their words cannot outweigh my supposed guilt, then I must be condemned, though I would promise my soul on my innocence." Several people who had known her for years were called. They spoke well of her. But fear of the crime and hatred of the unknown killer made them weak and slow to help her. Elizabeth saw that even this last hope, Justine's good name and pure life, was failing before the court. Though she trembled greatly, she asked to speak. "I am," she said, "the cousin of the dead child, or rather his sister, for I was brought up in his parents' house long before his birth and ever since. It may seem wrong for me to speak now, but when I see a person ready to die because her friends are too afraid to defend her, I must speak. I must say what I know. I know the accused well. I have lived in the same house with her once for 5 years and again for nearly 2 years. In all that time she was the most kind and good person I have known. She nursed Madame Frankenstein, my aunt, with great love in her last illness. Later, she cared for her own mother during a long sickness, in a way that made all who saw it admire her. Then she came again to my uncle's house, where she was loved by the whole family. She was warmly tied to the child who has died and acted like a loving mother to him. For myself, I say clearly that, even with all the evidence against her, I believe she is perfectly innocent. She had no reason to do such a thing. As for the trinket that is the chief proof, if she had asked for it, I would have given it to her gladly. That is how much I value her." A soft sound of praise rose after Elizabeth's simple, strong words, but it was praise for her brave heart, not pity for Justine. The anger of the people turned again on the poor girl, calling her ungrateful and black of soul. Justine wept as Elizabeth spoke, but she did not answer. My own pain and fear were terrible through all the trial. I believed in her innocence. I knew it. Could the demon who had murdered my brother also, for cruel sport, push an innocent one toward death and shame? I could not bear it. When I saw that the people and even the faces of the judges had already condemned her, I rushed out of the court in agony. Her pain did not equal mine. She had the strength of innocence. I had only the teeth of remorse in my heart, and they would not let go. I passed a night of pure misery. In the morning I went back to the court. My lips and throat were dry. I did not dare to ask the final question, but people knew me there, and the officer guessed why I had come. The votes had been cast. They were all black. Justine was condemned. I cannot tell what I felt then. I had known horror before and tried to put it into words, but no words can show the sick, deep despair I felt. The man I spoke to added that Justine had confessed. "In a case like this," he said, "that was hardly needed, but I am glad of it. None of the judges likes to condemn a person only on small facts, even if they are strong." This news shocked me. What could it mean? Were my eyes false? Was I truly mad, as the world would think if I told my secret? I hurried home. Elizabeth at once asked for the result. "My cousin," I said, "it is decided, as you feared. Our judges would rather 10 innocent suffer than 1 guilty escape, but she has confessed." This hit Elizabeth like a blow. She had held fast to Justine's innocence. "Alas," she said, "how can I believe in human goodness now? Justine, whom I loved like a sister, how could she wear a smile of innocence only to betray us? Her gentle eyes seemed unable to hide any evil. Yet she has done a murder." Soon we heard that the poor prisoner wished to see Elizabeth. My father asked her not to go, but left it to her own heart. "Yes," said Elizabeth, "I will go, though she is guilty. And you, Victor, must come with me. I cannot go alone." The thought of that visit was torture, but I could not refuse. We entered the dark cell. We saw Justine sitting on straw at the far end. Her hands were chained. Her head rested on her knees. She stood when she saw us. When we were left alone, she threw herself at Elizabeth's feet and cried bitterly. My cousin cried too. "Oh, Justine," she said, "why did you take my last hope from me? I trusted your innocence. I was very unhappy, but not as I am now." "And do you too think I am so wicked?" Justine sobbed. "Do you join my enemies to crush me and call me a murderer?" "Stand up, poor girl. said Elizabeth. "Why do you kneel if you are innocent?" "I am not your enemy. I believed you, even against all the proof, until I heard that you had said you were guilty. You say that report is false. Believe me, nothing could shake my trust but your own confession." "I did confess," said Justine softly, "but it was a lie. I confessed to receive absolution. Now that lie is heavier on my heart than all my other sins. May God forgive me. Since I was condemned, my confessor came again and again. He warned me, he threatened me, until I almost believed I was the monster he said I was. He threatened to cast me out of the church and to leave me to hell in my last hour if I was hard and would not confess. Dear lady, I had no one to help me. All looked at me as a wretch set for shame and ruin. What could I do? In an evil hour I signed a lie. Only now am I truly miserable." She paused, weeping, then went on. "I felt horror, my sweet lady, to think you might believe your Justine, whom your blessed aunt trusted and whom you loved, was a creature who could do a crime fit only for the devil. Dear William, blessed child, I will soon see you in heaven, where we shall all be happy. That thought comforts me as I go to shame and death. Oh, Justine, forgive me for doubting you even for a moment. Why did you confess? Do not mourn, do not fear. I will shout your innocence, I will prove it. I will soften the hard hearts of your enemies with my tears and prayers. You shall not die. You, my playmate, my companion, my sister, shall not die on the scaffold. No, no, I could not live after such a thing." Justine shook her head gently. "I do not fear to die," she said. "That pain has passed. God lifts me up and gives me courage to face the worst. I leave a sad and bitter world. If you remember me as one wrongly condemned, I can accept my fate. Learn from me to be patient under heaven's will." While they spoke, I had moved into a corner of the cell to hide the horror that filled me. Despair. Who could speak of it? The poor victim, who would cross the border between life and death tomorrow, did not feel the deep, burning pain that I felt. I gnashed my teeth and groaned from my soul. Justine started, then came to me. "Dear sir," she said, "you are kind to come. You do not think I am guilty, do you?" I could not answer. Elizabeth said, "No, Justine. He is more sure of your innocence than I was. Even when he heard you had confessed, he did not believe it." "I thank him truly," said Justine. "In these last moments, I feel deep thanks to all who are kind to me. The love of others is sweet to one like me. It takes away more than half my pain. I feel I can die in peace now that you and your cousin call me innocent." So the poor one tried to comfort herself and us. She found at last the calm she wished. But I, the true cause of all this, felt a living worm in my heart that never died and gave no hope. Elizabeth wept and was sad, but her pain was the pain of innocence. Like a cloud that passes over the bright moon, it hides the light for a while, but cannot stain it. For me, grief and despair went into the center of my heart. I carried a hell inside me, and nothing could put it out. We stayed with Justine for hours. Elizabeth could hardly leave her. "I wish I could die with you," she cried. "I cannot live in this world of sorrow." Justine tried to look cheerful and held back her bitter tears. She held Elizabeth in her arms and said, in a low voice full of feeling, "Goodbye, sweet lady, dearest Elizabeth, my beloved and only friend. May heaven bless and keep you. May this be the last pain you ever suffer. Live, be happy, and make others happy." The next day, Justine died. Elizabeth's strong, tearful words could not move the judges, who were fixed in their belief that the gentle prisoner was a criminal. My hot, angry cries were useless. Their cold answers and hard reasons froze my mouth. My plan to speak my secret fell silent on my lips. I could call myself mad, but I could not break the sentence laid on the poor girl. She died on the scaffold as a murderess. From my own pain, I looked at Elizabeth's deep, wordless grief. That too was my work. My father's sorrow, and the ruin of the home that had once been so bright, all were made by my cursed hands. You weep now, my loved ones, but these are not your last tears. You will cry again. The funeral song will rise again and again. Frankenstein, your son, your kinsman, your old and much-loved friend, the one who would give every drop of his blood for you, who has no joy unless he sees it on your faces, who would fill the air with blessings and spend his life to serve you. He calls you to weep. He asks you to pour out countless tears. He will count himself blessed if strict fate is satisfied at last and stops its work before only the quiet of the grave can bring peace to your sad hearts. So spoke my heart, like a voice that sees the future. Torn by guilt, fear, and despair, I watched those I loved spend their useless sorrow on the graves of William and Justine, the first poor victims of my unholy work. Chapter 9: Nothing hurts the human mind more than this. After many fast, strong events, there comes a dead, quiet time with nothing to do and nothing to change. In that still time, there is no hope and no fear, only a hard, cold truth. Justine died. She rested. I lived. My blood moved strongly in my body, but a heavy weight of despair and guilt sat on my heart, and nothing could lift it. Sleep ran away from my eyes. I walked like an evil spirit, for I had done harm that words cannot tell. And I told myself that more harm, much more, was still to come. Yet my heart was also full of kindness and love for what is good. I had started life with kind plans. I drank in the idea that I would soon help other people and be useful. Now all was ruined. I did not have the calm heart that lets a person look back and feel at peace. I could not take new hope from old good deeds. Remorse and guilt seized me. They carried me into a hell of sharp pains that no words can describe. This sad mind made my body weak. Perhaps I had never fully healed from the first shock of my early sickness. I turned away from people. A happy voice or a friendly laugh felt like a knife to me. I wanted only to be alone, deeply alone, in dark, silent, death-like solitude. My father saw the change in me, and it hurt him. He tried to help me with gentle, wise words from his clear heart and clean life. He wished to give me courage and teach me to break the dark cloud over me. "Do you think, Victor," he said, "that I do not suffer too? No one could love a child more than I loved your brother." Tears filled his eyes. "But we who remain alive have a duty. We must not add to the pain of others by showing too much grief. You also have a duty to yourself. Too much sorrow blocks all growth, all joy, and even the simple work of each day. Without that, no person is ready for life in society." His advice was good, but it did not fit my case. I would have been the first to hide my sorrow and comfort my friends, if bitter remorse and shaking fear had not mixed with all my other feelings. I could only look at my father with despair and try to hide from his kind eyes. At this time we went to our house at Belrive. This change helped me. In Geneva, the city gates closed at 10. After that time, I could not be on the lake. This made the city hard to bear. Now, at Belrive, I felt free. Many nights after my family went to bed, I took a boat and stayed on the water for hours. Sometimes I raised a small sail, and the wind carried me. Sometimes I rowed to the middle, put the oars inside, and let the boat drift while I gave myself to my sad thoughts. Often the night was very still. Around me all was peace. Only I was restless, the one unquiet thing under a soft heavenly sky. Sometimes I heard a bat or the broken croak of frogs near the shore. Often I wanted to jump into the silent lake and let the waters close over me and my troubles forever. But I stopped myself. I thought of brave, suffering Elizabeth. I loved her deeply, and her life was tied to mine. I thought of my father and my living brother. Could I, by a weak and base act, leave them alone to face the anger of the fiend I had set free among them? At such moments I wept hard. I wished for peace to come back to my mind, even for a short time, so that I could give comfort and happiness to those I loved. But peace did not come. Remorse put out every light of hope. I was the maker of evils that could not be changed. Each day I feared that the monster I had made would do some new crime. I felt that things were not over. I felt he would do some great special act of evil that would almost wipe away the memory of his past crimes by being even worse. So long as any person I loved still lived, there was room for fear. My hate for this fiend cannot be told. When I thought of him, I bit my teeth together, my eyes grew hot, and I wished with all my heart to end the life that I had so carelessly given. When I remembered his crimes and his cruel heart, my anger and my wish for revenge broke all limits. I would have walked to the highest peak of the Andes, only to throw him from the top to the rocks below. I wished to see him again, to pour out my hate on his head, and to punish him for the deaths of William and Justine. Our home became a house of mourning. My father's health was badly shaken by the horror of what had happened. Elizabeth was sad and without hope. She no longer enjoyed her daily tasks. All pleasure felt wrong to her, like a sin against the dead. She thought she must pay, day and night, with tears and grief, for the innocent lives that were ruined. She was no longer the happy girl who once walked with me by the lake and spoke with joy about our future. The first of those sorrows that pull us away from the world had come to her, and its dark touch put out her sweetest smiles. "My dear cousin," she said, "when I think of the sad death of Justine Moritz, the world no longer looks the same to me. Before, when I read or heard of vice or injustice, it felt like a story from long ago or from some far place. It was easier to think about than to feel. But now pain has come into our house. Now men look to me like monsters who hunger for each other's blood. I know I am not fair in my thoughts. All people believe that poor girl was guilty, and if she had truly done the crime, she would have been the worst of people. For a few jewels, to kill the son of her good master and friend, the child she had nursed from birth, the child she seemed to love as her own, such a creature would not be fit to live with others. I could never agree to the death of any human being, but I would have thought such a person unfit for society. Yet she was innocent. I know it, I feel it, and you think the same, which makes me sure. Alas, Victor, when lies can look so much like truth, who can be sure of happiness? I feel as if I walk on the edge of a cliff, and many people push behind me to drive me into the deep. William and Justine were killed, and the murderer goes free. He walks in the world and may even be respected. But even if I had to die on the scaffold for those same crimes, I would not change places with such a wretch. Her words cut me to the heart. I had not done the act, but in result, I was the true cause. Elizabeth saw my pain on my face. She took my hand and spoke kindly. "My dearest friend, you must try to be calm. These events have hurt me deeply, God knows, but I am not as unhappy as you are. There is a look of despair on your face, and sometimes a look of revenge, and they make me afraid. Dear Victor, drive away these dark thoughts. Remember your friends. We put all our hopes in you. Have we lost the power to make you happy? Ah, while we love each other and remain true, here in this peaceful and beautiful land, your home, we can enjoy quiet blessings. What can break our peace? But even her sweet voice could not drive away the fiend that hid in my heart. As she spoke, I moved closer to her, as if I feared that the destroyer stood behind us, ready to steal her from me at that very moment. So neither the tenderness of friendship, nor the beauty of the earth, nor the beauty of the sky could free my soul from pain. Even love could not help me. A thick cloud closed me in, and no good light could pass through it. I was like a wounded deer. It drags its tired legs to a hidden place. There it looks at the arrow stuck in its side and dies. That deer was me. Sometimes I could stand against the heavy sadness. Sometimes wild storms of feeling drove me to seek help in movement and change. I tried to heal my mind by working my body and by going to new places. In one such attack of misery, I left home suddenly. I walked toward the near valleys of the Alps. I hoped that the greatness and long life of those mountains would make me forget my small human pains that pass with time. I went toward the valley of Chamonix. I had visited it often as a boy. 6 years had passed since then. I was broken, but those strong, wild places were the same. First I rode a horse. Later I hired a mule, which was safer on the rough road. The weather was fine. It was the middle of August, about 2 months after Justine's death, that sad beginning of all my sorrow. As I went deeper into the ravine of the Arve, the weight on my spirit grew lighter. Huge mountains and high, steep rocks hung over me on every side. The river roared among the stones. Waterfalls crashed down. These sights and sounds spoke of a power as great as the all-powerful. In that place I stopped fearing, and I would not bend before any being less mighty than the Maker who rules the wind, the water, and the fire, here shown in their most fearful form. As I climbed higher, the valley became grander and more amazing. I saw old, broken castles hanging on pine-clad cliffs. I saw the strong Arve and small houses half hidden by trees. All this made a scene of rare beauty. But above all rose the Alps, white and shining, like tall pyramids and domes from another world, the homes of another race. I crossed the bridge of Pélissier, where the river's deep cut through the land opened before me. Then I began to climb the mountain above it. Soon I entered the valley of Chamonix. This valley was more wonderful and grand, but not as soft and pretty as the valley of Servoz, which I had just passed. Here the snow-high mountains stood close and high like great walls. I saw no more broken towers or rich fields. Huge glaciers came near the road. I heard the deep thunder of an avalanche falling, and saw the white smoke of snow rise in its path. Mont Blanc, the great and noble Mont Blanc, stood up from the sharp surrounding peaks. Its vast high dome looked down over the valley. Many times on this journey I felt a small, forgotten joy, like a soft tingling in my heart. A turn in the road, a sight I knew from long ago would come before me, and I would remember my boyhood. Those memories were bright and light. Even the wind seemed to whisper kind words. Mother-like nature told me gently not to weep. But then the warm touch would fade. Again I was chained to grief and gave myself to sad thoughts. Then I pressed my heels to my animal and rode faster, as if I could leave behind the world, my fears, and most of all myself. Or, in darker moments, I would get down and lie on the grass, crushed by horror and despair. At last I reached the village of Chamonix. My strength gave way after the long, hard work of body and mind. For a short time I stood at the window. I watched the pale lightning play above Mont Blanc. I listened to the Arve rushing under me with its loud, steady sound. Those same sounds cooled my fierce feelings. They were like a soft song to a crying child. When I put my head on the pillow, sleep came gently over me. I felt it come, and I blessed the giver of forgetfulness. Chapter 10. I spent the next day walking through the valley. I stood beside the springs of the Arveiron. The river begins in a glacier. The glacier moves slowly down from the high hills. It comes down to block the mouth of the valley. The sides of the mountains were steep and close. The icy wall of the glacier hung above me. A few broken pine trees stood here and there. All was silent and grand. This place felt like the hall of a great king, the hall of nature. The quiet broke only by the noisy water, or by a huge piece of ice falling, or by the thunder of an avalanche, or by the sharp crack of the ice. The sound ran from mountain to mountain. The ice split and tore again and again. It moved by silent, unchanging laws, as if some giant hand played with it like a toy. These great and beautiful sights gave me the best comfort I could feel. They lifted me above small and selfish thoughts. They did not end my grief, but they made it softer and more calm. They also turned my mind away, a little, from the dark thoughts that had filled it for a month. At night, I went to rest. In my sleep, I saw the grand forms I had looked at all day. They seemed to come near me. I saw clean white mountain tops. I saw shining points of ice. I saw black pine woods and rough bare valleys. I saw an eagle fly high among the clouds. They all came close to me and told me to be at peace. Where did those kind images go when I woke the next morning? They left me with my sleep. A dark sadness covered all my thoughts. Heavy rain poured down. Thick fog hid the tops of the mountains. I could not see the faces of my strong, silent friends. Still, I wanted to go to them. I wanted to pass through the mist and find them in their cloudy homes. What were rain and wind to me now? My mule came to the door. I chose to climb to the top of Montanvert. I remembered the great feeling I had when I first saw the huge moving glacier there. The sight filled me with a high joy. It gave wings to my soul. It lifted me from the dark world up to light and joy. The grand and fearful parts of nature always had this effect on my mind. They made me serious and still. They made me forget the small cares of life. I chose to go without a guide. I knew the path well. The presence of another person would break the lonely grandeur of the scene. The climb is very steep, but the path is cut in many short turns. These turns help you go up the near vertical side of the mountain. The place looks wild and empty. You can see many signs of winter avalanches. In 1,000 places, trees lie broken on the ground. Some are completely destroyed. Others are bent and rest on sharp rocks. Others lie across other trees. As you go higher, the path is cut by snowy gullies. Stones roll down these channels from above, one after another. One place is very dangerous. The smallest sound, even a loud word, can shake the air and bring down harm on the head of the speaker. The pine trees here are not tall or rich. They are dark and give a hard, serious look to the place. I looked down at the valley. Big mists rose from the rivers and twisted like smoke around the mountains across from me. The tops of those mountains were hidden inside one flat roof of cloud. The rain fell from the dark sky and made my heart even more sad. Why does a human boast that his feelings are higher than those of an animal? It only makes him more weak and more in need. If we felt only hunger, thirst, and simple desire, we could be almost free. Now every wind can move us. One random word or one quick look can change our whole day. We rest, but even a dream can poison our sleep. We rise, but one stray thought can spoil the day. We feel and think. We laugh or we cry. We hug our soft sadness, or we throw away our cares. It is always the same. Whether it is joy or sorrow, it can leave us at any time. A man's yesterday is never the same as his tomorrow. Nothing stays the same except change itself. It was almost noon when I reached the top of the climb. For a while I sat on a rock that looks over the sea of ice. A mist covered the ice and the nearby mountains. Soon a light wind broke the cloud. I went down onto the glacier. The surface was very uneven. It rose like the waves of a stormy sea and then fell low again. Deep cracks cut the ice in many places. The wide field of ice is almost a league across. Still, it took me almost 2 hours to cross. The mountain on the other side is a bare wall of rock. From where I stood, Montanvert was right across from me, about a league away. Above it rose Mont Blanc in holy and fearful glory. I stood inside a small hollow in the rock and stared at the great scene. The sea of ice, or rather a huge river of ice, wound its way among the lesser mountains. The thin, high peaks hung over the deep places of the glacier. The ice points shone in the sun above the clouds. My heart had been sad. Now it swelled with a kind of joy. I cried out, "Spirits who wander, if you truly walk this place and do not rest in small graves, give me this little happiness, or take me with you. Take me away from the joys and pains of life." As I spoke, I suddenly saw the shape of a man far off. He came toward me with more than human speed. He jumped over the cracks in the ice. I had crossed those cracks slowly and with great care. His tall body seemed bigger than any man. I felt sick. A thin mist passed over my eyes. A weakness took hold of me. The cold wind quickly brought me back. As the shape came closer, I saw the truth. It was the creature I had made. I shook with rage and with fear. I chose to wait for him. When he came close, I would fight him to the death. He came near. His face showed deep pain mixed with proud anger and hatred. His ugly, unearthly look was almost too much for human eyes, but I hardly saw it. At first, rage and hate took away my voice. When I found my voice, I filled the air with hard words of hate and scorn. "Devil!" I cried. "How dare you come near me? Do you not fear my strong arm and my revenge? Go, you vile insect! No, stay, so I may crush you into dust. Oh, that I could end your life and bring back those you have so cruelly murdered." "I expected this welcome," said the being. "Men hate the wretched. I am the most wretched of all living things. You, my maker, also hate and reject me. We are tied by a bond that only ends when one of us is gone. You plan to kill me. How can you play with life like that? Do your duty to me. Then I will do my duty to you and to other people. If you agree to my terms, I will go away and leave you all in peace. If you refuse, I will feed death. I will feed it until it is full with the blood of your remaining friends." "Evil monster!" I shouted. "Fiend! Even the pains of hell are too small a price for your crimes. You dare to blame me for making you? Come then, I will put out the spark of life that I foolishly gave you." My rage knew no limit. I jumped at him with all the force that one living thing can use against another. He moved aside with ease and said, "Be calm. I beg you, hear me before you pour your hate on my head. Have I not suffered enough? Do you want to make me suffer more? Life is dear to me, even if it is full of pain, and I will fight for it. Remember, you made me stronger than you. I am taller. My limbs are more flexible, but I do not want to fight you. I am your creature. I will be gentle and obedient to you, my natural lord, if you will do your part, which you owe me. O Frankenstein, you are fair and kind to others. Do not stamp on me alone. I am the one who most deserves your justice, your mercy, and even your love. Remember, I am your creature. I should have been like Adam, the first man. but I am like a fallen angel instead. You drove me from joy, and I did no wrong at first. Everywhere I see happiness, but I am always shut out. I was kind and good. Sorrow turned me into a fiend. Make me happy, and I will be good again. Go away, I said. I will not hear you. There can be nothing in common between us. We are enemies. Leave me or let us fight until one of us falls. How can I touch your heart? He asked. Will no plea make you look with kindness at your creature? I beg for your goodness and pity. Believe me, Frankenstein, I was kind at first. My heart was full of love for people. But I am alone, painfully alone. You, my maker, hate me. What hope can I find from other people who owe me nothing? They push me away and hate me. Empty mountains and cold glaciers are my home. I have walked here for many days. The caves of ice are houses for me. I alone do not fear them. They are the only homes that men do not try to keep from me. I greet these gray skies. They are kinder to me than your kind. If the many people in the world knew I lived, they would do as you do. They would arm their hands to destroy me. Should I not hate those who hate me? I will make no peace with my enemies. I am miserable, and they shall feel some of my misery. Yet you can pay me back for the pain. You can free them from a danger that you could otherwise make so great that not only you and your family, but many others would be caught in its wild storm. Let your heart be moved. Do not look down on me. Listen to my story. When you have heard it, you can turn away, or you can pity me. You can judge what I deserve. But first, hear me. Even the guilty, under the bloody laws of men, may speak to defend themselves before they are judged. Listen to me, Frankenstein. You say I am a murderer, and yet you would kill your own creature with a quiet mind. Praise the endless justice of man. I do not ask you to spare me. Only listen to me. Then, if you can, and if you wish, destroy the work of your hands. Why do you make me remember, I answered, the things that make me shake? I shudder to think that I began and made such a thing. Cursed be the day when you first saw light, devil. Cursed be the hands that made you, even if those hands are mine. You have made me more unhappy than words can tell. You leave me no strength to ask if I am just to you or not. Go, free me from the sight of your hated form. Then I will free you from that sight, he said. He put his ugly hands over my eyes. I pushed them away with force. I take away what you hate to see, he said, but you can still hear me. You can still give me your pity. I ask this by the good things I once had in me. Hear my story. It is long and strange. This cold place is not fit for your fine nerves. Come to the hut on the mountain. The sun is still high. Before it hides behind your snowy cliffs and shines on another land, you will have heard my story. Then you can decide. It is in your hands. I will either leave the world of men and live a harmless life, or I will become a whip and a scourge on your fellow men. I will become the cause of your quick ruin. He turned and began to walk across the ice. I followed him. My heart was heavy, and I did not speak. As we went, I weighed his words in my mind. I chose at least to listen to his story. Part of me was curious. Another part felt pity, and pity fixed my choice. Until then, I had believed that he killed my brother. I wanted to know for sure. I wanted to hear a truth or a lie from his own mouth. For the first time, I felt what the duty of a maker is to his work. I felt I should try to make him happy before I blamed him for his evil. These thoughts pushed me to agree to his request. So we crossed the ice and climbed the rock on the other side. The air was cold. The rain began to fall again. We entered a small hut. The fiend looked proud, as if he had won a small victory. I felt a heavy heart and a low spirit. But I agreed to listen. I sat down near the fire that my hated companion had made. Then he began his tale. He looked at the flames. He lifted his face. His voice was low at first, then it grew more clear. I fixed my eyes on him. I wanted to hear each word and also to find a reason to hate him more. He said, "I will tell you my story from the beginning. You will hear how I came to life. You will hear how the world looked to me. You will hear what I learned from men and women. You will hear how I hoped to be loved and how I learned to fear. You will see why I ask what I ask now. You gave me life, but you fled from me. I knew nothing. I had no words and no guide. I will show you the days of my first steps. I will show you the nights I hid in the forest. I will show you the cold, the hunger, and the pain. I will show you the first fire that warmed me and burned me. I will show you the first hut I found. I will show you the first faces I watched from the dark. Listen. Judge me only after you know." He paused. The wind pressed on the walls of the hut. The rain tapped on the roof. The mountains stood outside, huge and still. The fire made a soft light. I drew my cloak around me and waited. He began his story in full, and I listened. Chapter 11. I remember my first days with great trouble. Everything is mixed and not clear. Many feelings come at once. I see, feel, hear, and smell together. For a long time, I cannot tell my senses apart. Little by little, a strong light hurts my eyes, so I close them. Darkness comes and troubles me, but when I open my eyes, the light pours in again. I walk, and I think I go down. Soon my feelings change. Before, dark, hard things were around me, and I could not pass them. Now I can walk freely, and I meet no obstacle I cannot go over or around. The light becomes too strong, and the heat makes me tired as I walk. I look for shade and find a forest near Ingolstadt. I lie beside a small stream and rest until hunger and thirst begin to hurt me. I wake. I near sleep and eat berries from trees and from the ground. I drink at the stream and then lie down and fall asleep. It is dark when I wake. I feel cold and half afraid. I am very alone. Before I left your room, I felt cold and took some clothes, but they are not enough against the wet night air. I am poor, weak, and unhappy. I know nothing and can tell nothing apart. Pain comes from every side. I sit down and cry. Soon a soft light grows in the sky and gives me a little pleasure. I stand and see a bright shape rise among the trees. It is the moon. I look at it with wonder. It moves slowly and lights my path, and I go out again to find berries. I am still cold. Under a tree I find a large cloak. I cover myself with it and sit on the ground. No clear ideas fill my mind. All is confused. I feel light, hunger, thirst, and darkness. Many sounds ring in my ears. Smells come from every side. The only thing I can clearly see is the bright moon, and I fix my eyes on it with pleasure. Many days and nights pass. The moon grows smaller. I begin to tell my sensations apart. I see the clear stream that gives me drink and the trees that shade me with their leaves. I am happy when I learn that a pleasant sound comes from the little winged animals that often block the light from my eyes. I start to watch more carefully. I begin to notice the shapes around me and the edge of the bright roof above me. The sky. Sometimes I try to copy the sweet songs of the birds, but I cannot. Sometimes I try to express my own feelings, but the rough, broken sounds from my mouth frighten me, and I am silent again. The moon leaves the night and then shows itself again, smaller. I still live in the forest. Now my feelings are clear, and each day my mind takes in new ideas. My eyes grow used to the light, and I see things in their right forms. I know an insect from a plant, and slowly I know one plant from another. I find that the sparrow makes harsh sounds, but the blackbird and the thrush sing sweet, inviting songs. One day I am very cold. I find a fire left by some wandering beggars. I feel great joy at its warmth. In my joy I put my hand into the live embers, and I quickly pull it out and cry with pain. How strange that the same thing gives warmth and also hurts. I look closely at the fire and learn that it is made of wood. I quickly collect branches, but they are wet and will not burn. I feel pain at this and sit to watch the fire. The wet wood I put near the heat dries and then catches fire. I think about this and touch many branches. I find the reason and work to gather a great pile of wood so I can dry it and keep a good fire. When night comes and sleep with it, I fear my fire will die. I cover it with dry wood and leaves and place wet branches on top. Then I spread my cloak, lie on the ground, and fall asleep. It is morning when I wake, and my first care is to see the fire. I uncover it, and a light breeze turns it quickly into a flame. I notice this and make a fan of branches to wake the coals when they are almost out. When night comes again, I find with pleasure that the fire gives light as well as heat. This new thing helps my food. I see that some scraps left by the travelers are roasted and taste better than berries. I try to cook my food the same way, putting it on the live coals. The berries are spoiled by this, but the nuts and roots become much better. Food becomes scarce. Often I spend the whole day looking in vain for a few acorns to calm my hunger. I decide to leave the place where I have lived until now and look for another where my few needs can be met more easily. I am very sad to lose the fire I found by chance, and I do not know how to make it again. I think for hours about this hard problem, but at last I give up. I wrap myself in my cloak and cross the woods toward the setting sun. I wander for 3 days and then reach open country. The night before, much snow fell, and the fields are all white. The sight is sad. My feet grow cold in the wet snow. It is about 7 in the morning. I want food and a roof. At last, I see a small hut on a little rise. A shepherd must have built it. This is new to me, and I look at it with great care. The door is open, so I enter. An old man sits inside near a fire and prepares his breakfast. He turns when he hears a noise. When he sees me, he cries out loudly and runs from the hut across the fields with surprising speed for such a weak body. His look, so different from any I have seen, and his sudden flight surprise me. But I am delighted by the hut. Here snow and rain cannot enter. The ground is dry. To me it seems a sweet, safe place like a high home after pain. I quickly eat what is left of the shepherd's breakfast: bread, cheese, milk, and wine. I do not like the wine. Tired, I lie on straw and sleep. At noon I wake, warmed by the bright sun on the white ground. I decide to start my travels again. I put the rest of the peasant's breakfast in a small bag I find and go across the fields for many hours. At sunset I reach a village. It seems a miracle to me. First the huts, then neat cottages, then fine large houses catch my eyes and my praise. Vegetables in gardens and milk and cheese at windows call to my hunger. I enter one of the best houses, but as soon as I step inside, the children scream and a woman faints. The whole village wakes to alarm. Some run away. Some attack me. Stones and many other things hit me until I am badly bruised. I escape to the open country and hide in a low hovel, poor and bare, a sad place after the fine homes I saw. This hovel, however, is joined to a neat, pleasant cottage. After my hard lesson, I do not dare go in. My refuge is made of wood, and so low that I can hardly sit upright. There is no wood floor on the earth, but the ground is dry. Though the wind comes through many small cracks, it keeps off snow and rain, and I find it a good shelter. Here I stay, happy to find a roof, poor as it is, against the harsh season, and even more, against the cruelty of people. At dawn, I creep from my hole to see the cottage and learn if I can remain in my new place. My hovel stands against the back of the cottage. On the open sides are a pigsty and a clear pool. One part is open, and I used it to enter, but now I close every crack where someone might see me. I use stones and wood, yet I place them so I can move them to go out. All my light comes through the sty, and it is enough. I set my home in order and spread clean straw. Then I hide, for I see a man far off, and I remember too well the night before. First I get food and drink for the day, a rough loaf I take, and a cup to drink the pure water by my hideout. The floor is a little raised, so it stays dry, and because it is close to the cottage chimney, it is fairly warm. With my needs met, I decide to live in this hovel until something changes my plan. It is a paradise compared with the bleak forest, the dripping branches, and the wet earth. I eat breakfast with pleasure, and am about to move aboard to get water, when I hear a step. I look through a small crack and see a young girl with a pail on her head pass by my shelter. She is young and gentle, not like other farm servants I later meet. She is poorly dressed, a rough blue skirt and a linen jacket. Her fair hair is braided but plain. She looks patient, yet sad. I lose sight of her. After a short time she returns with the pail, now half full of milk. As she walks, the weight troubles her. A young man meets her. His face shows deeper sadness. He speaks softly and takes the pail from her and carries it into the cottage. She follows, and they disappear. Soon I see the young man again. He has tools in his hand and crosses the field behind the cottage. The girl works too, sometimes in the house and sometimes in the yard. I look closely at my wall and find that a cottage window once opened there, but now boards fill the space. In one board, there is a very small crack where an eye can just see. Through it, I see a small, clean room, whitewashed and nearly bare. In a corner by a small fire sits an old man, his head on his hands, looking sad. The young girl sets the room in order. Then she takes something from a drawer and uses her hands at it. She sits beside the old man. He takes up an instrument and plays. The sounds are sweeter than any bird. The sight is lovely even to me, who never saw beauty before. The silver hair and kind face of the old man win my respect, and the gentle ways of the girl win my love. He plays a soft, sad tune, and I see tears in her eyes. He does not notice until she sobs. Then he says a few words. The girl leaves her work and kneels at his feet. He lifts her and smiles with great kindness and love. My feelings are strong and new, a mix of pain and pleasure I never knew from hunger or cold or warmth or food. I move away from the window. I cannot bear it. Soon the young man comes back with a load of wood on his shoulders. The girl meets him at the door and helps him. She takes some fuel inside and puts it on the fire. Then she and the youth go to a corner, and he shows her a large loaf and a piece of cheese. She seems pleased and goes to the garden for roots and plants. She puts them first in water and then on the fire. After this, she keeps working while the young man goes out to the garden and works hard, digging and pulling up roots. After about an hour, the young woman joins him, and they enter the cottage together. In the meantime, the old man has been thoughtful and sad, but when the others appear, he grows more cheerful, and they sit down to eat. They finish the meal quickly. The young woman again arranges the cottage. The old man walks in the sun for a few minutes before the door, leaning on the young man's arm. Nothing is more beautiful than the contrast between them. The old one has white hair and a face full of kindness and love. The younger is slim and graceful, with fine features, yet his eyes and his whole look show deep sadness. The old man returns to the cottage, and the young man, with different tools, walks across the fields. Night comes soon. To my great wonder, The cottagers keep their light by using candles, and I am glad the setting sun does not end my pleasure in watching them. In the evening, the young girl and the young man do many tasks that I do not understand. The old man again plays the instrument that makes the sweet sounds which charmed me in the morning. When he stops, the young man does not play. He makes steady sounds, not like the music of the old man or the songs of the birds. Later I learn he is reading aloud, but at that time I know nothing of words or letters. After a short time, the family finish their work, put out the lights, and, as I think, go to rest. Chapter 12. I lay on my straw, but I could not sleep. I thought about the day. I remembered the gentle ways of the people in the cottage. I wanted to join them, but I was afraid. I still remembered the hard blows and shouts from the villagers the night before. So I made a plan. For now, I would stay quiet in my small home. I would watch the cottage. I would try to learn why they did what they did. I would try to understand their hearts. The cottagers got up before the sun. The young woman cleaned the house and prepared the food. After the first meal, the young man went out to work. That day was like the day before. The young man worked outside all day. The girl worked inside and did many hard jobs. The old man, and soon I saw he was blind, sat with his instrument or sat in thought. The two young people loved and respected him very much. They did every small act of care for him with soft hands and kind faces. He rewarded them with kind, warm smiles. Yet they were not fully happy. Many times the young man and the young woman went apart. They seemed to weep. I did not see the reason. Still, their sadness touched me deeply. If such sweet people could be sad, then it was not strange that I, who was alone and not like others, should also be sad. But why were these gentle people unhappy? To me, they had a fine house and every comfort. They had a fire to make them warm when they were cold, and tasty food when they were hungry. They wore good clothes. Even more, they had each other's company and speech. Each day they shared looks of love and kind words. What did their tears mean? Did they truly show pain? At first I could not answer these questions, but by watching without end, and by giving time, I began to understand some things that were first a dark riddle to me. After a long time, I found one cause of their pain. It was poverty. They were very poor, and it hurt them deeply. They lived on the plants from their garden and the milk of one cow. In winter, the cow gave little milk, for even the masters could hardly find food for it. I believe they often felt the sharp pangs of hunger, most of all the two younger ones. Many times they set food before the old man and kept none for themselves. This trait of kindness moved me greatly. At night I had taken a little of their store for myself. I had done it often. But when I learned that my taking caused them pain, I stopped at once. I fed myself with berries, nuts, and roots from the wood near my home. I also found a way to help their work. I saw that the young man spent much of each day gathering wood for the fire. At night I took his tools. I learned to use them quickly. I brought home wood enough for many days. I remember the first time I did this. In the morning, the young woman opened the door. She looked at the big pile of wood and was greatly astonished. She cried out in a loud voice. The young man joined her. He was surprised too. I was pleased to see this. He did not go to the forest that day. He stayed at home. He repaired the cottage and worked in the garden. By degrees I made a discovery of even greater weight. These people had a way to share their thoughts and feelings. They used clear sounds made by the mouth. I saw that the words they spoke sometimes brought pleasure, sometimes pain. Smiles or sadness came to the faces of those who heard. This was a godlike art, and I wished with all my heart to learn it. But at first I failed in every try. Their speech was quick. The words did not always point to things I could see. I had no clue to the meaning. Still, I worked very hard. After many moons in my little house, I learned the names of common things. I learned and used the words fire, milk, bread, and wood. I also learned their names. The old man had one name, Father. The girl was called Sister or Agatha. The young man was called Felix, and also brother and son. I cannot tell how great my joy was when I learned the ideas that belonged to these sounds and could say them. I picked up other words too, such as good, dearest, and unhappy, though I could not always use them. I spent the winter in this way. The gentle manners and beauty of the cottagers made me love them. When they were unhappy, I grew sad. When they rejoiced, I shared their joy. I saw few other people. When a stranger came into the cottage, the harsh ways and rough walk of the stranger only made my friends seem better. I could see that the old man often tried to lift the hearts of his children, as I sometimes heard him call them. He spoke in a cheerful voice, with a look of goodness that gave even me a little pleasure. Agatha listened with respect. Sometimes her eyes filled with tears, which she tried to wipe away without being seen. Yet I found that her face and her voice were often more cheerful after she heard her father's kind words. It was not so with Felix. He was always the saddest of the three, and even to my untrained eyes he seemed to have suffered more than his friends. But though his face was more sorrowful, his voice was more cheerful than his sister's, especially when he spoke to the old man. I could tell many small things that showed the kind hearts of these good cottagers. In the middle of poverty and want, Felix brought to his sister the first little white flower that peeped from the snow, and he did it with joy. Early in the morning, before she had risen, he cleared the snow from her path to the milk house. He drew water from the well. He brought wood from the outhouse, where, to his constant wonder, he found his pile always full by an unseen hand. In the day, I think, he sometimes worked for a farmer nearby, because he often went out and did not return until dinner, yet he brought no wood with him. At other times he worked in the garden, but as there was little to do in the frosty season, he read to the old man and to Agatha. This reading puzzled me very much at first. By degrees I discovered that he spoke many of the same sounds when he read and when he talked. I guessed then that the paper carried signs for speech that he understood. I longed to understand these signs as well. But how was that possible when I did not even know all the sounds for which they stood? Still, I improved. I grew better at this art each day, though not enough to follow any long talk. I gave my whole mind to the work. I longed to show myself to the cottagers. Yet I saw that I ought not to try until I had first become master of their language. With that knowledge, I might help them forget the ugliness of my body, for I had learned about my own form by the contrast I saw every day. I admired the perfect forms of my friends, their grace, their beauty, and their fine faces. But how afraid I was when I saw myself in a clear pool. At first I moved back, unable to believe it was I in the mirror. When I knew it was truly I, and that I was in truth a monster, I felt the bitter pain of shame and deep despair. Alas, I did not yet know the full, deadly effects of this sad ugliness. As the sun grew warmer and the day grew longer, the snow melted. I saw the bare trees and the black earth. From this time, Felix had more work, and the signs of hunger and fear went away. Their food, as I later learned, was plain, but it was wholesome, and they had enough. Many new plants sprang up in the garden, and they tended them. These signs of comfort grew each day as the season moved on. The old man, leaning on his son, walked each day at noon, when it did not rain. I learned the word rain when the heavens poured out their waters. This happened often, but a strong wind soon dried the earth, and the season became far more pleasant than it had been. My way of life in my little house was the same each day. In the morning, I watched the cottagers. When they went to their different tasks, I slept. The rest of the day I spent in watching my friends. When they had gone to rest, if there was a moon or if the night was full of stars, I went into the woods. I gathered my own food and fuel for the cottage. When I returned, I cleared their path of snow when it was needed, and I did the small tasks that I had seen Felix do. Later I found that these labors, done by an invisible hand, greatly astonished them. Once or twice I heard them say the words, "good spirit," and "wonderful," but I did not then understand what those words meant. My thoughts now became more active. I wanted to know the reasons and the feelings of these lovely people. I wished to learn why Felix looked so miserable and why Agatha seemed so sad. I thought, foolish poor thing that I was, that it might be in my power to bring happiness to these good people. When I slept or when I was away, the forms of the noble blind father, the gentle Agatha, and the good Felix came before me. I looked on them as higher beings who would rule my future life. I made 1,000 pictures in my mind of showing myself to them and of how they would receive me. I thought they would at first be shocked and turn away. Then, by gentle ways and friendly words, I would win their favor, and after that, their love. These thoughts made me glad and set me to work again with fresh strength to learn the art of language. My mouth and voice were rough, but they could bend. My voice was very unlike the soft music of their tones, yet I could say the words I knew with fair ease. It was like the donkey and the small lapdog. The donkey is not fine. His step is heavy. Yet the gentle donkey, whose heart is kind though his ways are rough, deserves better than blows and hard words. The pleasant showers and the warm air of spring greatly changed the face of the earth. Men who, before this change, seemed to hide in caves came out and were busy in many works of farming. The birds sang in more cheerful notes. The leaves began to open on the trees. Happy, happy earth, a fit home for gods, which so short a time before had been bleak, damp, and unhealthy. My spirits rose at the lovely sight of nature. The past was wiped away from my mind. The present was calm. The future shone with bright rays of hope and with sweet dreams of joy. Chapter 13. I now move to the part of my story that touches the heart. I will tell the events that changed me. They made me feel many things and turned me into what I am now. Spring came fast. The days were fine and the sky was clear. I felt surprise. The place that looked empty and dark before now had many flowers and green plants. My senses were happy. I smelled many sweet smells and saw many lovely sights. One day my cottagers rested from work. The old man played the guitar. The children listened to him. I saw that Felix looked very sad. He sighed many times. Once his father stopped the music. By the old man's face and hands, I guessed he asked Felix why he was sad. Felix answered in a bright voice. The old man began to play again. Then someone knocked at the door. A lady on a horse stood there. A country guide was with her. The lady wore a dark dress and a thick black veil. Agatha asked her a question. The stranger did not answer the words. She only spoke one name in a sweet voice, Felix. Her voice was like music, but it was not like the voices of my friends. When Felix heard his name, he came quickly to the lady. She lifted her veil. I saw a face of angel beauty. Her hair was shiny, black like a raven, and carefully braided. Her eyes were dark and gentle and full of life. Her features were even and fine. Her skin was very fair, and each cheek had a soft pink. Felix was full of joy when he saw her. All his sadness left his face. It showed great, bright happiness. His eyes shone. His cheeks grew warm with pleasure. In that moment, I thought he looked as beautiful as the stranger. The lady felt different feelings. She wiped a few tears from her lovely eyes. She held out her hand to Felix. He kissed it with great joy and called her, as I could understand, his sweet Arabian. She did not seem to know his words, but she smiled. He helped her get down from the horse and sent the guide away. Then he led her into the cottage. Felix spoke with his father for a time. The young stranger knelt at the old man's feet and tried to kiss his hand. He lifted her up and hugged her with love. Soon I saw that the stranger could make clear sounds and had a language, but the cottagers did not understand her, and she did not understand them. They made many signs that I could not follow. Still I saw that her coming brought joy into the house. It pushed away sorrow like the sun clears the morning mist. Felix looked very happy and smiled at his Arabian. Gentle Agatha kissed the stranger's hands. She pointed to her brother and made signs that seemed to say he had been sad until the lady came. Many hours passed in this way. Their faces showed joy. I did not know the cause. I noticed that some sounds came back again and again. The stranger repeated them after the others. I understood that she was trying to learn their language. At once I thought I should learn it too by the same lessons. The stranger learned about 20 words in the first lesson. Many of these words I already knew, but I learned some new ones and was glad. Night came. Agatha and the Arabian went to bed early. When they said goodbye, Felix kissed the stranger's hand and said, "Good night, sweet Safie." He stayed up much longer and spoke with his father. They said her name many times. I guess they were talking about their lovely guest. I wished to understand them very much. I tried hard, but it was not possible. The next morning, Felix went to his work. After Agatha finished her usual tasks, the Arabian sat at the old man's feet. She took his guitar and played tunes that were very beautiful. They brought tears of sorrow and joy to my eyes. She sang too. Her voice moved like a soft wave. It rose and fell like a nightingale in the woods. When she finished, she gave the guitar to Agatha. At first, Agatha said no. Then she played a simple tune and sang with a sweet voice. But her song was not like the wonderful music of the stranger. The old man looked very happy. He said some words. Agatha tried to explain them to Safi. It seemed he wished to say that her music gave him great delight. Days went by in peace as before. There was one change. Joy now shone on the faces of my friends, where sadness had been. Safi was always bright and happy. She and I learned much of the language. In 2 months I could understand most of the words my protectors spoke. Meanwhile the dark soil grew green, grass covered the ground. The banks turned bright with many flowers. They were sweet to smell and to see. In the moonlight they shone like pale stars among the trees. The sun felt warmer. The nights were clear and soft. I loved my walks by night, but I had to shorten them because the sun set late and rose early. I never went out in the day. I feared to meet people who might hurt me as they did in the first village. My days were for careful study. I wanted to master the language fast. I can say I learned quicker than the Arabian. She understood little and spoke in broken words. I could understand and copy almost every word that others spoke. While I learned to speak, I also learned letters. The stranger learned them too, and so did I. This opened a wide world to me and filled me with wonder and joy. Felix used a book to teach Safie. It was Volney's Ruins of Empires. I would not have understood the aim of that book if Felix had not explained every part in detail as he read. He said he chose it because the style was like that of Eastern writers. By this book, I learned a quick view of history and of the empires that are in the world. I learned a little about the ways, rulers, and faiths of many nations. I heard about people in Asia that some called slow, and about the great minds and active thought of the Greeks. I heard about the wars and high virtue of early Romans and how they later grew weak. I heard of the fall of that great empire, of chivalry, of the faith of Christianity, and of kings. I heard of the finding of the American lands. Safi and I wept for the sad fate of the first people who lived there. These stories gave me strange feelings. Is man so strong, so good and grand, and also so bad and low at the same time? Sometimes he seemed born from an evil spirit. At other times, he seemed noble and godlike. To be a great and good man looked like the highest honor for a living, feeling being. To be base and bad looked like the lowest state, worse than a blind mole or a harmless worm. For a long time, I could not think how one man could go out and kill another. I did not see why there were laws and governments. But when I heard many details of sin and blood, my wonder ended. I turned away with hate and pain. Every talk in the cottage showed me new things. Felix taught the Arabian, and I listened. Then the strange plan of human society became clear to me. I heard about dividing land and goods, about huge riches and deep poverty, about rank, family line, and noble blood. These words made me look at myself. I learned that other people valued high, clean birth together with riches. A man could be respected with one of these things alone. But if he had neither, then, except in rare cases, people saw him as a wanderer and a slave. He must use his powers to serve a small group of the chosen few. And what was I? I did not know how I was made or who made me. I knew I had no money, no friends, and no property of any kind. My body was ugly and fearful to look at. I was not like a man. I was more quick than they were. I could live on rough food. I could bear great heat and cold better than they could. I was much taller than they were. When I looked around, I saw and heard of no one like me. Was I a monster, a stain on the earth, a thing that all men ran from and refused? I cannot tell you how much pain these thoughts gave me. I tried to push them away. But with more knowledge my sorrow grew. Oh, I wished I had stayed forever in my first wood. I wished I had known nothing but hunger, thirst, and heat. Knowledge is strange. Once it holds the mind, it does not let go. It stays like a plant that sticks to a rock. Sometimes I wished to shake off all thought and feeling. I learned there was only one way to end pain, and that was death. I feared death, and I did not understand it. I loved good acts and kind feelings. I loved the soft ways and sweet hearts of my cottagers, but I could not be with them. I could only come close by secret ways, unseen and unknown. This did not calm my wish to be one of them. It made the wish stronger. The gentle words of Agatha were not for me. The bright smiles of the lovely Arabian were not for me. The kind advice of the old man and the lively talk of Felix were not for me. I was a sad and unhappy being. I learned more lessons. I heard of men and women, of how babies are born and grow, of how a father loves the smiles of a small child and the quick jokes of the older one. I heard how a mother gives all her care to her dear child, how young minds open and learn, how there are brothers, sisters, and many bonds that hold one person to another in mutual love. But where were my friends and family? No father had watched me when I was small. No mother had blessed me with smiles and warm hands. Or if they had, then all my past life was now a dark hole. I could see nothing in it. From my first memory I was as I am now, in height and form. I had never seen a being like me or anyone who spoke to me as one of their own. What was I? The question came back again and again, and I could only answer with deep sighs and pain. Soon I will tell you where these feelings led me. Now let me return to the cottagers. Their story gave me anger, joy, and wonder in turn. Yet it ended in more love and respect for my protectors. I love to call them this, though it was a simple, half-hurt wish in my heart. Chapter 14. Some time passed before I learned the story of my friends. It stayed in my mind. To me it had many parts, and each part was new and wonderful. I was very inexperienced, so everything seemed strange and strong. The old man's name was de Lacy. He came from a good family in France. For many years he lived there with enough money. People above him respected him. People equal to him loved him. His son served his country. Agatha stood with ladies of high rank. A few months before I arrived, they lived in Paris. Paris was a large and rich city. They had friends there. They enjoyed many good things that virtue, learning, taste, and a moderate fortune can give. Seyfi's father caused their ruin. He was a Turkish merchant. He had lived in Paris for many years. For some reason I could not learn, the government disliked him. They took him and put him in prison on the very day Safi came from Constantinople to join him. He was tried and condemned to death. The sentence was very unjust. All Paris was angry. People thought his religion and wealth, not any real crime, had brought his condemnation. Felix was at the trial by chance. He felt horror and anger when he heard the decision. He made a solemn vow to save the prisoner. Then he looked for a way to do it. Many times he tried and failed to enter the prison. At last he found a strong window with bars. It was in a quiet, unguarded part of the building. The window gave light to the dungeon of the unhappy Muslim. He waited there in chains for a cruel death. At night Felix went to the grate. He told the prisoner his plan. The Turk felt joy and surprise. He tried to feed Felix's zeal with promises of reward and wealth. Felix refused with contempt. But he saw the lovely Safi, who could visit her father. She showed, by her looks and signs, her warm thanks. Felix then felt in his heart that the captive had a treasure. That treasure could fully repay danger and work. The Turk saw the change in Felix. He wished to hold him even more. He promised that Safi would marry Felix when he reached a safe place. Felix was too delicate to accept the offer at once. But he hoped for it, and he saw it as the height of his happiness. In the next days, the plan to free the merchant moved forward. Felix received several letters from Safi. She found a way to write in his language. An old man, a servant of her father who spoke French, helped her. She thanked Felix for helping her parent. She also spoke gently of her own sad fate. I have copies of those letters. While I lived in the hovel, I found pen and paper. Felix or Agatha often held the letters. Before I go, I will give them to you. They will prove that my story is true. But the sun is already low, so I will only tell you the main points now. Safi wrote about her mother. Her mother was a Christian Arab. Turks seized her and made her a slave. Because of her beauty, Safi's father loved her and married her. Safi spoke of her mother with great love. Her mother had been born free. She hated being a slave. She taught her daughter about her faith. She taught her to use her mind and be independent. She said such freedom was often forbidden to women who followed Muhammad. Her mother died, but her lessons stayed in Safi's heart. Safi grew sick at the thought of going back to Asia. She feared being shut up in a harem. There she would only do small, childish tasks. This did not fit her strong spirit. She now loved great ideas and wanted to do good. She wished to marry a Christian and live where women could have a place in society. This dream filled her with joy. The day of the Turk's execution was set. But the night before, he left the prison. Before morning, he was many leagues from Paris. Felix had passports ready in the names of his father, his sister, and himself. He had told his father his plan earlier. His father helped the lie by leaving his house, as if for a journey. He hid with Agatha in a dark part of Paris. Felix led the fugitives through France to Lyons. They crossed Montseny and went to Leghorn. There, the merchant decided to wait for a good chance to sail. He wanted to go to some part of the Turkish lands. Safi chose to stay with her father until he sailed. Before that time, the Turk renewed his promise. He said Safi would marry her deliverer. Felix stayed to wait for this happy day. He enjoyed Safi's gentle love. They spoke through an interpreter. Sometimes they spoke with only their looks. Safi sang to him the sweet songs of her home. The Turk allowed this closeness. He gave the young lovers hope. But in his heart, he planned other things. He hated the thought that his daughter would marry a Christian. He feared Felix's anger if he refused, because Felix could still betray him to the Italian state. So he thought of many plans to delay the truth. He wanted to keep the lie until he could leave secretly with his daughter. News from Paris made his plan easier. The French government was very angry about the escape. They worked hard to find and punish the helper. Soon, they learned about the plot. De Lacy and Agatha were thrown into prison. The news reached Felix. It woke him from his happy dream. His blind old father and gentle sister lay in a dirty cell. He, meanwhile, walked free and sat with the woman he loved. This thought was torture to him. Felix made a quick plan with the Turk. If the Turk found a way to escape before Felix came back, Safi would stay at a convent in Leghorn. She would be a boarder there. Then Felix left the lovely Arabian and hurried to Paris. He gave himself to the law. He hoped this would free his father and sister. He did not succeed. They stayed in prison for 5 months before the trial. The trial took their money and their rank. It sent them away from their own country forever. They found a sad home in a small cottage in Germany. This was the place where I later found them. Felix then learned that the Turk, for whom they had suffered so much, had betrayed them. When the Turk saw that Felix was poor and ruined, he left Italy with his daughter. He sent Felix a small sum of money. He said it would help Felix in some plan for the future. It was a cold insult. These events wore down Felix's heart. He could bear poverty. He would even be proud to suffer if it was the price of being good. But the Turk's ingratitude and the loss of Safi were too hard. They felt bitter and could not be repaired. Later, when the Arabian arrived, new life came back to his soul. When news reached Leghorn that Felix had lost his wealth and rank, the merchant spoke to his daughter. He told her to forget her lover. He ordered her to get ready to return to her own land. Safi's generous heart was hurt. She tried to reason with her father. He left her in anger and repeated his harsh command. A few days later, the Turk entered her room. He spoke quickly. He said people had learned he was living in Leghorn. He feared he would be given to the French. So he had hired a ship to go to Constantinople. It would leave in a few hours. He planned to leave Safi with a trusted servant. She would follow later. She would bring most of his property, which had not yet arrived. When she was alone, Safi thought about what to do. Living in Turkey was hateful to her. Her religion and her feelings were against it. By chance, she found some of her father's papers. From them she learned that her lover had been sent away. She learned the name of the place where he now lived. She waited for a time, then made a firm choice. She took some jewels of her own and some money. She left Italy with an attendant from Leghorn. This woman knew the common language of Turkey. Together, they started for Germany. They reached a town about 20 leagues from De Lacy's cottage. There, the attendant grew very ill. Safi cared for her with love, but the poor girl died. Safi was left alone. She did not speak the language. She did not know the ways of the world. Still, good people helped her. The Italian attendant had told the name of the place they wanted. After the girl's death, the woman of the house took care of Safie. She made sure that Safie reached the cottage of her lover safely. This is how I learned the history of my friends. These things shaped their lives. They also shaped mine. I repeat them to you with care and truth. Soon I will give you the letters themselves. Then you will see that all I say is true. Chapter 15. Such was the story of the dear people in the cottage. It touched me very much. From their simple life, I learned to love their good ways and to hate the bad ways of people. I still thought crime was far away from me. Kindness and giving were always before my eyes. They pushed me to want to join the great world where many fine qualities are shown. But I must tell one thing that happened at the start of August in that same year, because it mattered to how my mind grew. One night I went, as I often did, to the wood nearby. There I found my food, and also brought back wood for the fire of my protectors. On the ground, I saw a leather bag for travel. Inside were some clothes and some books. I took this prize at once and ran back with it to my small home. The books were in the language I had learned in the cottage. They were Paradise Lost, a book of Plutarch's Lives, and the Sorrows of Werther. I felt great joy to own these treasures. I read them again and again. I trained my mind with the stories while my friends worked at their daily tasks. It is hard to say how these books changed me. They filled me with many new pictures and feelings. Sometimes they lifted me up so high that I felt joy like a song. More often they pushed me down into deep sadness. In the Sorrows of Werther, I found a simple, moving story. But more than that, it spoke about many ideas. It brought light to parts of life that had been dark to me. So the book became a never-ending spring of thoughts and wonder. It showed soft, home ways of life mixed with noble feelings that looked beyond the self. These matched what I had seen in my protectors. They also matched my own strong wish for love and meaning. Werther himself seemed to me higher than any person I had ever seen or imagined. He did not pretend to be great, yet his spirit went deep into my heart. The talks about death and about ending one's own life filled me with surprise. I did not claim to judge the right or wrong, but I was drawn to the views of the hero. I cried for his end, though I did not fully know what it meant. As I read, I turned many things toward my own life. I felt like the people in the books, and also unlike them. I could share their feelings, and I could partly understand them. But my mind was not yet formed. I belonged to no one, and was tied to no one. The path of my leaving was free. No person would cry if I should be gone from the world. My body was ugly, and my height was great. What did this mean? Who was I? What was I? Where did I come from? Where was I going? These questions came back again and again, and I could not answer them. Plutarch's Lives told of the first makers of the old republics. This book did not affect me like Werther. From Werther, I learned sadness and dark thoughts. From Plutarch, I learned high thoughts. He lifted me above the small, very sad circle of my own mind. He taught me to admire and love the heroes of old time. Much of what I read was beyond my small knowledge. I had a mixed, unclear idea of kingdoms, great lands, mighty rivers, and wide seas. I knew almost nothing of towns and big crowds of people. The cottage of my protectors had been my only school in human life. This book opened far larger scenes of action. I read of men who led in public matters, who ruled others or killed them. I felt a strong fire for goodness rise in me, and a hate for badness, as far as I could grasp those words. I used them only in a simple way, by how things brought pleasure or pain. With such feelings I came to love calm lawmakers like Numa, Solon, and Lycurgus, more than fighters like Romulus and Theseus. The simple family life of my protectors helped these thoughts to take deep root in me. I wondered if I would feel something else if my first view of people had been a young soldier who burned for fame and blood. Then my heart might have been filled with different feelings. Paradise Lost woke other feelings, and they were deeper. I read it as I had read the other books that came to my hands, as a true story. It moved me with wonder and fear. It showed the picture of an all-powerful God at war with his creatures. Often I compared parts of that story with my own life when I saw something alike. Like Adam, I seemed to be tied to no other living being. But in all other ways he was not like me. He came from the hands of God, complete and good. He was happy and safe. His Maker cared for him in a special way. He could speak with and learn from beings higher than himself. I was sad, weak, and alone. Many times I thought Satan was a better sign for my state. Often, like him, when I saw the joy of my protectors, a bitter envy rose in me. Another thing made these feelings stronger. Soon after I reached the hovel, I had found papers in the pocket of the coat I took from your laboratory. At first I ignored them. When I learned to read the signs, I began to study them with care. They were your notes for the 4 months before you made me. In those pages, you told each small step of your work. You mixed this tale with notes from your home life. You must remember these papers. Here they are. In them is all that speaks of my terrible start. They show each ugly step that led to it. They give the smallest details of my horrible body. The words showed your own fear and made my own fixed forever. I grew sick as I read. Terrible day when I received life, I cried in pain. Cursed Maker, why did you form a monster so ugly that even you turned away from me in disgust? God made man beautiful and charming in his own image. But my shape is a dirty copy of yours, and more horrible because it is like you. Satan had friends, other devils, to praise him and to give him courage. But I am alone and hated. These were my thoughts in hours of sadness and long, lonely time. Yet when I thought of the virtues of the cottagers, of their kind and gentle hearts, I found new hope. I told myself that when they learned how I admired their good ways, they would feel pity for me and not mind my ugly form. Could they shut their door to one who, even if strange and terrible to look at, asked for their pity and their friendship? I chose not to lose hope. In every way I would prepare myself for a talk with them that would decide my life. I delayed this plan for some months. I feared to fail because the matter was so important to me. Also, I saw that my mind grew each day with new experience. So I waited a few more months to become more wise. During this time, several changes came to the cottage. The presence of Safie brought happiness to all who lived there. I also saw that there was more food and goods in the home. Felix and Agatha had more time for rest and talk. Servants came and helped them with their work. They did not seem rich, yet they were content and happy. Their hearts were calm and at peace. My own heart grew more wild each day. More knowledge only showed me more clearly that I was a poor outcast. I held on to hope, yes, but it died when I saw my face in the water or my shadow in the moonlight. Like those weak images, my hope faded and moved away. I tried to crush my fears and to make myself strong for the test I had chosen to face in a few months. Sometimes I let my mind, without check, go walking in the fields of paradise. I dared to picture sweet and lovely beings who felt with me and lifted my dark mind. I saw their angel faces and soft smiles that gave comfort. But it was a dream. No Eve came to ease my grief or share my thoughts. I was alone. I remembered how Adam begged his Maker. Where was my chance to beg? He had left me. In the bitter pain of my heart, I cursed him. Autumn went by in this way. I watched with both wonder and sorrow as the leaves dried and fell. Nature again wore the empty, cold face it had worn when I first saw the woods and the lovely moon. The hard weather did not trouble me. My body could bear cold better than heat. Still, my best joys had been the flowers, the birds, and all the bright dress of summer. When summer left me, I watched the cottagers more. Their joy did not shrink when summer was gone. They loved each other and felt with each other. Their joys lived in each other and did not fail because of chance events around them. The more I saw them, the more I longed to ask for their care and their kindness. My heart ached to be known and loved by these good people. To see their sweet faces turned to me with love was the farthest wish of my heart. I did not dare to think they would turn their faces from me with scorn and fear. The poor who came to their door were never sent away. It is true, I asked for more than a little food or a short rest. I asked for kindness and for someone to feel with me, but I did not think I was fully unworthy of such things. Winter came on. A whole circle of seasons had turned since I woke to life. At this time I thought only of how to go into the cottage of my protectors. I turned many plans over in my mind. I chose at last to enter when the blind old man was alone. I had learned enough to see that the strange ugliness of my body was what most shocked those who had seen me before. My voice was rough, but it was not terrible. So I thought that if I could win the goodwill of old de Lacy when his children were away, he could speak for me. By his help, perhaps the younger ones would let me stay. One day the sun shone on the red leaves that lay on the ground. The light brought cheer, but no warm air. Safie, Agatha, and Felix went out for a long walk in the country. The old man asked to stay, and he was left alone in the cottage. When his children were gone, he took up his guitar. He played sad and sweet songs, more sweet and more sad than I had ever heard from him. At first his face was bright with pleasure, but then his look grew still and dark with thought. At last he set the guitar aside and sat deep in thought. My heart beat fast. This was the hour and the test. It would give me hope or prove my fears. The servants had gone to a fair in a nearby town. All around the cottage was quiet. It was the best time to act. Yet when I tried to move, my legs failed and I fell to the ground. I rose again. I used all the courage I had. I pulled away the boards I had set before the door of my small home to hide the place. The fresh air brought back my strength. With new decision, I walked to the door of their cottage. I knocked. "Who is there?" the old man said. "Come in." I went in. "Please forgive me for coming in like this," I said. "I am a traveler who needs a little rest. You would help me very much if I could sit for a few minutes by the fire." "Please enter," said de Lacy. "I will try to help you in any way I can. But my children are not here, and I am blind. I fear I may not be able to get food for you." "Do not worry yourself, kind host," I said. "I have food. I only need warmth and rest." I sat down, and we were quiet. Each minute was dear to me, but I did not know how to begin. Then the old man spoke to me. "From your words, stranger, I think you are from my country. Are you French?" "No," I said. "But a French family taught me. I know only that language. Now I am going to ask for the protection of some friends. I love them truly, and I hope they may be kind to me." "Are they Germans?" he asked. "No, they are French," I said. "But let us talk of other things. I am unhappy and alone. I look around me and I have no family or friend on the earth. These good people I am going to see have never seen me and know little about me. I am full of fear. If I fail with them, I am an outcast forever." "Do not lose hope," said the old man. "To have no friends is truly sad. But the hearts of men, when they are not blinded by selfish gain, are full of brotherly love and charity. Trust your hope. If these friends are good and kind, do not lose hope. They are kind, I said. They are the best people in the world. But they are sadly unfair against me. I wish to do good. My life has been harmless and in some ways useful, but a deadly unfairness covers their eyes. Where they should see a feeling and kind friend, they see only a hateful monster. That is very sad, said the old man. But if you have done no wrong, can you not make them see the truth? I am going to try, I said, and that is why I am so afraid. I love these friends very much. For many months I have been kind to them every day, though they did not know it was I. But they think I wish to hurt them. It is this false belief I wish to end. Where do these friends live? He asked. Near this place? I said. The old man was quiet for a moment. Then he went on. If you will share your story with me, I may help you make them see you in the right way. I am blind, so I cannot judge your face, but your words make me believe you are honest. I am poor and far from my own land. Still, it will truly please me to help a human being in any way. Excellent man, I cried. I thank you and accept your kind offer. You lift me up from the dust by your kindness. I trust that with your help I will not be driven away from the love and company of my fellow creatures. Heaven forbid, he said. Even if you had done wrong, harsh treatment only drives a person to lose hope, not to goodness. I also am unlucky. My family and I were found guilty and punished, though we were innocent. So you may know I feel your pain. How can I thank you, my best and only helper? I said. From your mouth I first hear words of kindness spoken to me. I will be grateful forever. Your kindness now gives me hope that I will succeed with the friends I'm about to meet. May I know the names and home of those friends? He asked. I waited. I told myself this was the moment that would steal my happiness or give it to me forever. I tried to be firm enough to answer him, but the effort took all my strength. I fell into the chair and cried aloud. At that very moment, I heard the feet of my younger protectors. There was no time to lose. I held the hand of the old man and cried out, Now is the time. Save me and protect me. You and your family are the friends I seek. Do not desert me at this hard hour. Great God, said the old man. Who are you? Just then, the door of the cottage opened. Felix, Safie, and Agatha came in. Who can tell the fear and shock they felt when they saw me? Agatha fainted at once. Safie could not help her friend. She ran out of the cottage. Felix ran toward me. With strength beyond the common, he tore me from his father, though I clung to the old man's knees. In an angry rush, he threw me to the floor and struck me hard with a stick. I could have torn him to pieces as a lion tears an antelope, but my heart grew sick inside me and I held back. I saw he was about to strike me again. Pain and sorrow was too much for me. I left the cottage. In the noise and mix-up, I reached my small home again without being seen. Chapter 16. Cursed Creator! Why did you let me live? I cried. Why did I not end my life in that first moment? I do not know. Despair had not yet taken me. I felt only rage and a wish for revenge. I wanted to destroy the cottage and the people in it. I wished to feed on their cries and their pain. When night came, I left my hiding place and wandered in the wood. I no longer feared being seen. I let out my pain in loud howls. I was like a wild animal that broke its trap, rushing through the trees, knocking down what stood in my way, running as fast as a deer. What a terrible night it was! The cold stars shone as if they laughed at me. The bare trees waved over my head. Sometimes a small bird sang for a moment in the great silence. All except me were resting or happy. I, like the evil spirit, carried a hell inside me. No one cared for me. I wanted to tear up the trees, spread ruin everywhere, and then sit and enjoy the wreck. But this wild feeling could not last. My body grew tired from running and shouting. At last I fell on the wet grass, weak with despair. Of all the many people in the world, not one would help me or feel pity. Should I be kind to my enemies? Number. From that moment I swore an endless war against the human race, and most of all against the man who made me and sent me into this misery. The sun rose. I heard men's voices. I knew I could not return to my small shelter that day. So I hid in thick bushes and decided to use the hours to think about my situation. The warm light and pure air made me a little calmer. When I thought again about what happened in the cottage, I felt I had judged too quickly. I had acted without care. I had seen that the old father was moved by my words and felt for me. It was foolish to show myself to his children, who feared my face. I should have made the old man used to me first. Then, little by little, I could have shown myself to the others when they were ready for me. I believed I could still fix my mistake. After much thought, I chose to go back to the cottage, find the old man, and win him to my side with honest speech. These thoughts calmed me, and in the afternoon I fell into a deep sleep. But my blood was hot with fever, and peace did not come to my dreams. The scene of the day before played again and again before my eyes. The women running, Felix pulling me from his father's knees. I woke up weak. Night had already come. I crept from my hiding place and went to look for food. After I ate, I followed the path I knew well to the cottage. All was quiet. I slipped into my hovel and waited in silence for the usual hour when the family woke. That hour passed. The sun climbed high, but the cottagers did not appear. I shook with fear, thinking some great trouble had come. Inside the cottage it was dark and still. I cannot tell how painful that waiting was. Soon 2 countrymen walked by. They stopped near the cottage and talked with strong signs of their hands. I could not understand them, for they spoke the language of the land, not the French of my protectors. After a while, Felix came with another man. I was surprised because I knew he had not left the cottage that morning. I listened, hoping to learn what was happening. "Do you consider," said the other man, "that you must pay 3 months' rent and lose the garden's crop?" "I do not want to press you. Please take some days to decide. It is useless," Felix replied. "We can never live here again. My father's life is in great danger because of the terrible thing I told you. My wife and my sister will never forget their horror. Do not argue with me. Take your house back and let me flee from this place." Felix shook as he spoke. He and the man went into the cottage for a few minutes, then left. I never saw the de Lacy family again. For the rest of that day I stayed in my hovel, sitting in empty, dull despair. My protectors had gone. The only tie that held me to the world was broken. For the first time, my heart filled with revenge and hate. I did not fight those feelings. I let them carry me like a strong river. I turned my thoughts toward harm and death. When I remembered my friends, the soft voice of de Lacy, the gentle eyes of Agatha, the bright beauty of the Arabian, my anger faded, and tears came and soothed me a little. But then I remembered that they had rejected me and left me. Anger returned, sharp and hot. I could not hurt a human at that moment, so I turned my rage on things. As night came, I gathered dry grass, sticks, and brush around the cottage. I also broke and ruined every plant and crop in the garden. I waited, full of tight impatience, for the moon to go down so I could begin. Late at night, a fierce wind came from the woods and blew away the clouds. The great blast ran like a falling mountain and made me almost mad. I lit a dry branch and danced with fury around the cottage. I kept my eyes on the west, where the moon touched the edge of the sky. Part of the moon was hidden at last. I lifted my burning branch. It sank, and with a loud cry, I set fire to the straw, the heather, and the bushes I had piled up. The wind fed the fire. The flames rose and wrapped the house. They clung to it and licked it with long, splitting tongues. When I was sure nothing could save any part of the home, I left and ran into the forest to hide. The world lay before me. Where should I go? I chose to flee far from the place of my pain. But for me, hated and feared, every land would be the same. At last I thought of you. From your papers I had learned that you were my father, my maker. To whom else should I go but to the one who gave me life? Felix had taught Safie lessons in geography, and I had listened. I learned the places of the countries on the earth. You had named your town, Geneva. I decided to go there. How would I find the way? I knew I must travel to the southwest, and the sun would be my only guide. I did not know the names of towns on my path. I could not ask a single person for help. Still, I did not give up. Only from you could I hope for help, even though I felt only hate toward you. Cold, hard maker. You gave me senses and strong feelings, and then you pushed me out for people to hate and fear. Yet only you owed me pity and a fair answer. From you I would ask the justice I could not get from anyone else who wore a human face. My journey was long, and my pain was great. It was late autumn when I left the area I knew. I walked only at night, afraid to meet a human face. Nature died around me. The sun gave no heat. Rain and snow fell. Great rivers turned to ice. The ground was hard, cold, and bare. I found little shelter. O earth, how often I cursed the cause of my being. The gentleness in me was gone. My heart was full of bitterness. The closer I came to your home, the more my wish for revenge burned. Snow fell, water froze. Still, I did not stop. Sometimes small signs showed me the way, and I had a map of the country. Yet, I often lost the path. My pain gave me no rest. Every event fed my anger and sorrow. One thing, when I reached the border of Switzerland and the sun grew warm again and the earth turned green, made my hate and horror deeper than before. I usually rested by day and walked by night, so men would not see me. One morning, however, my road went through a deep wood, so I kept going after sunrise. It was early spring. The bright light and soft air even cheered me. Feelings of kindness and quiet pleasure, which had seemed dead, began to live again. Surprised by this new feeling, I let it carry me. I forgot my loneliness and my ugly form and dared to be happy. Soft tears wet my cheeks. I lifted my wet eyes to the warm sun and thanked it for the joy it gave me. I walked along the paths until I came to the edge of the wood. A deep, fast river ran there. Many trees bent their fresh, budding branches over the water. I stopped, not sure which way to go. Then I heard voices and hid under a dark tree. I had barely hidden when a young girl ran toward me, laughing as if she played and ran away from someone. She ran along the steep bank. Suddenly she slipped and fell into the strong stream. I jumped from my hiding place. The current was very strong, but I fought it and pulled her to shore. She did not move. I tried everything I could to bring back her breath. Just then, a countryman ran up. He was likely the one she played with. He saw me. He tore the girl from my arms and hurried away into the deeper wood. I followed without thinking. When he saw me close, he raised the gun he carried and fired. The shot hit me. I fell to the ground. He ran faster and escaped into the trees. So this is the reward for kindness, I thought. I had saved a life, and in return I lay on the ground, hurting with a wound that broke flesh and bone. My gentle feelings turned to hellish rage. Pain set my anger on fire. I swore to hate all mankind forever, but the pain was too strong. My pulse slowed. I fainted. For weeks I lived in the woods in misery, trying to heal the wound. The ball had entered my shoulder. I did not know if it was still there or had gone through. I had no tools to take it out. My pain grew worse when I thought of the unfairness and ingratitude of the attack. Each day I prayed for revenge, a deep and deadly revenge, strong enough to pay back my sufferings. After some weeks, the wound closed, and I went on. The bright sun and soft winds of spring no longer eased my work. All joy felt like a mockery. It made my lonely state more bitter and showed me I was not made to enjoy pleasure. My long journey neared its end. In 2 more months, I reached the edge of Geneva. I arrived in the evening and hid among the fields. There, I thought about how I should speak to you. I was very tired and hungry. I was too unhappy to enjoy the mild wind or the sun setting behind the high Jura mountains. I fell into a short sleep and forgot my thoughts for a while. A beautiful child woke me. He ran into my hiding place, full of play. As I looked at him, a sudden idea came. This small one had no fear of ugly faces yet. He was too young to hate me. If I could take him and teach him, he might be my friend and companion. Then I would not be so alone on this crowded earth. Driven by this thought, I caught the boy as he passed and drew him near. When he saw me, he put his hands over his eyes and screamed. I pulled his hands away and said, "Child, what does this mean? I will not hurt you. Listen to me." He fought hard. "Let me go," he cried. "Monster, ugly thing, you want to eat me and tear me to pieces. You are an ogre. Let me go, or I will tell my papa." "Boy," I said, "you will not see your father again. You must come with me, hideous monster." "Let me go," he cried. "My papa is a syndic. He is Monsieur Frankenstein. He will punish you." "You dare not keep me, Frankenstein!" I cried. "Then you belong to my enemy, the one I vowed to hate forever. You shall be my first victim." The child still fought me and called me names that cut me with despair. I seized his throat to make him quiet, and in a moment he lay dead at my feet. I stared at him. My heart swelled with dark joy. I clapped my hands and said, "I too can make sorrow. My enemy is not safe. This death will bring him despair. Many other miseries will follow." As I looked at the child, I saw a bright thing on his chest. I took it. It was a small portrait of a very lovely woman. In spite of my hateful mood, the face softened me. I stared at her dark eyes under long lashes and her sweet mouth. For a few moments I felt delight. Then my rage returned. I remembered that I would never share the joys such a lovely person could give. If she saw me, her kind face would turn to disgust and fear. Can you wonder that such thoughts made me wild with anger? I wonder only that I did not run at once among people and die while I tried to destroy them. While I was in this state, I left the place of the murder and looked for a more hidden spot. I went into a barn that seemed empty. A young woman slept on some straw. She was not as beautiful as the woman in the picture, but she looked healthy and kind. I thought, here is one who smiles at everyone, except me. I bent over her and whispered, "Wake, fairest. Your lover is near. He would give his life for one kind look from your eyes. Wake, my beloved." She moved a little. Fear ran through me. If she woke and saw me, she would curse me and call me a murderer. I was sure she would do this if her eyes opened and saw my face. The thought drove me mad. The evil spirit in me rose. Not I, but she will suffer, I thought. I killed because I am robbed forever of the joys she could give. She will pay. The wrong began with her kind of beauty. Let her bear the blame. Thanks to Felix's teaching and the bloody laws of men, I now knew how to cause harm. I bent over and hid the portrait in the folds of her dress. She moved again, and I fled. For some days, I stayed near the places where all this had happened. Sometimes I wished to see you. Sometimes I wanted to leave the world and its pain forever. At last, I wandered into these mountains. I walked through their great, deep valleys, burned by one strong desire that only you can satisfy. We will not part until you promise to do what I ask. I am alone and unhappy. People will not live with me, but one as ugly and strange as I am would not refuse me. My companion must be of my kind and share my defects. You must make this being. Chapter 17. He finished speaking and looked at me, waiting for my answer. I felt confused and lost in my thoughts. My ideas would not come together. I could not clearly understand all that he asked me to do. Then he continued. You must make a female for me, he said. I need someone like me, someone to live with and share feelings with. Only you can do this. I ask it as my right. You must not refuse. The last part of his story raised my anger again. While he spoke about his quiet life with the cottagers, my rage had grown weak. But when he made this demand, the fire inside me burned hot. I could no longer hold it back. I refuse, I said. No pain will make me say yes. You can make me the most unhappy of men, but you will not make me ashamed in my own eyes. Should I make another like you? Then two of you might join together and do great harm. You might fill the world with sorrow. Go. I have answered you. You may hurt me, but I will never consent. You are wrong, he replied. Do not threaten me. Let us reason. I am cruel because I am miserable. Do not all people avoid me and hate me? You, my Creator, would tear me to pieces and then feel proud. Tell me why I should pity man more than man pities me. If you could push me into a deep crack in the ice and break my body, the work of your own hands, you would not call it murder. Should I respect men when they condemn me without pity? Let a man live with me in kindness. Then I would not injure him. I would give every good thing that I could, with tears of thanks when he accepted it. But that cannot be. Human senses and human eyes are strong walls that keep us apart. I will not bow like a slave. I will pay back my injuries. If I cannot win love, I will create fear. Most of all, I will turn my anger toward you, my maker and my enemy. I swear that my hatred will never die. Take care. I will work at your destruction. I will not stop until your heart is empty and you curse the hour of your birth. His face twisted with rage when he said this. It was terrible to see. Then, after a moment, he calmed himself and spoke again. I meant to reason, he said. Anger hurts my cause, and you do not remember that you are the cause of my anger. If anyone showed me kindness, I would give back kindness 100 times. For the sake of one friend, I would make peace with all people. But I now dream of joy that can never be. What I ask is simple and fair. I want a mate, a woman as ugly as I am. The gift is small, but it is all I can receive, and it will satisfy me. Yes, we will be monsters and cut off from the world, but because of that, we will be close to each other. Our lives will not be happy, but they will be harmless. They will be free from the misery I feel now. Oh, my Creator, make me a little happy. Let me thank you once. Let me see that I can wake sympathy in one living heart. Do not deny me this request. I was moved. I shook when I thought of what might happen if I agreed, yet I felt there was some justice in what he said. His story and his feelings showed that he could feel gentle, fine things. And I, as his maker, did I not owe him the small part of happiness that I could give? He saw that my feelings were changing, and he went on. If you agree, he said. "No one will ever see us again. We will go to the great wildlands of South America. I do not eat like a man. I do not kill lambs or young goats to fill my hunger. Acorns and berries are enough for me. My companion will be like me and content with the same food. We will sleep on dry leaves. The sun will shine on us as it shines on man, and it will ripen our food. This picture is quiet and human. You could say no only from pride and cruelty. You have been hard to me, but now I see pity in your eyes. Let me use this moment. Please promise me what I desire so strongly." "You plan," I answered, "to run from the homes of men and live in wild places with only animals for company. But you long for love and human sympathy. How will you keep your promise of exile? You will return and ask again for kindness. They will hate you again. Your bad passions will rise again. Then you will have a partner to help you do harm. That cannot be. Stop. I cannot agree." "How changeable you are," he said. "A moment ago my words moved you, and now you harden yourself to my pain. I swear to you, by the earth I walk on, and by you who made me, that if you give me a companion, I will leave the places where people live and go to the most savage lands. My evil passions will go, for I will find sympathy. My life will pass in quiet, and when I die, I will not curse my Maker." His words worked on me in a strange way. I felt pity and wanted to comfort him. But when I looked at him, when I saw the ugly form that moved and spoke, my heart grew sick, and my pity turned to horror and hate. I tried to crush those feelings. I told myself that even if I could not share his feelings, I did not have the right to keep from him the small share of happiness still in my power to give. "You swear to be harmless," I said. "But have you not already shown malice? Why should I trust you? Could this be a trick to give you a wider road for revenge?" "Do not play with me," he cried. "I need an answer. If I have no ties and no love, then hate and vice must be my part. But the love of another will remove the cause of my crimes. Then I will hide from all people. No one will know that I live. My sins are the children of a forced loneliness that I hate. My good actions will rise when I live with an equal. I will feel the love of a sensitive heart and be joined to the chain of life and events from which I am now shut out." I was silent for a long time. I thought about all he had said. I thought of the promise he showed at the beginning of his life, and how every kindly feeling died when his protectors gave him only loathing and scorn. I also kept in mind his power and his threats. He could live in the ice caves of the mountains. He could hide among steep ridges where no one could follow. He had gifts I could not fight. After much reflection, I decided that justice, both to him and to other people, called for my consent. At last I turned to him and spoke. "I will do it," I said. "I consent. But you must swear a solemn oath. You must leave Europe forever, and every place near people, as soon as I place in your hands a female who will go with you into exile." "I swear," he cried, "by the sun, by the blue sky of heaven, and by the fire of love that burns my heart, that if you grant my prayer, you will never see me again while you live. Go home and begin your work. I will watch its progress with deep fear and hope. Do not be afraid. When you are ready, I will appear." He said this and left me at once, perhaps afraid that my mind would change. I watched him go down the mountain faster than an eagle in flight, until he was lost among the waves and folds of the sea of ice. His story had taken the whole day. The sun stood on the edge of the sky when he went away. I knew I must hurry down toward the valley, for darkness would soon surround me. But my heart was heavy, and my steps were slow. I wound among the little paths of the mountain and placed my feet with care as I went. My mind was filled with the strong feelings stirred by the day. Night was far advanced when I reached the resting place halfway down and sat beside the fountain. The stars shone at times as the clouds passed away from them. Dark pines rose before me. Here and there a broken tree lay on the ground. The scene was solemn and strange, and it moved my heart in a way I cannot fully tell. I wept bitterly. I clasped my hands and cried out, "O stars and clouds and winds, you are all about to mock me. If you truly pity me, crush my senses and my memory. Let me become nothing. But if not, go away and leave me in darkness." These thoughts were wild and miserable. I cannot explain how the steady, endless twinkling of the stars pressed on my mind, or how I listened to each gust of wind as if it were a dull, hot desert wind coming to consume me. Morning came before I reached the village of Chamonix. I did not rest. I went at once back to Geneva. Even inside my own heart I could not give shape to my feelings. They weighed on me with the weight of a mountain, and their excess made my pain go numb beneath them. I entered the house and stood before my family. My thin face and wild look filled them with fear. I answered no questions. I hardly spoke. I felt as if a curse stood between us, as if I had no right to ask for their sympathy, as if I could never again enjoy their company. Yet, even so, I loved them with all my heart. To save them, I resolved to give myself to the task I hated most. The thought of this work made every other part of life seem like a dream. Only that thought felt real to me. Chapter 18. Day after day, week after week, I stayed in Geneva. But I could not find the courage to start my work again. I feared the revenge of the angry being if I failed him. Yet I could not force myself to begin the task he demanded. I saw that to make a female I must study again for many months. I must read, think, and work very hard. I heard that an English thinker had made new discoveries. This knowledge might help me to succeed. Sometimes I planned to ask my father if I could go to England to learn more. But I chose delay again and again. I held on to any excuse not to start. I told myself that the need was not so urgent now. A change had come over me. My health, which had been worse and worse, became better. When I forgot my sad promise for a time, my spirits also rose. My father saw this and felt pleased. He began to think how to clear away the last shadows of my sadness. This sadness returned at times like a black cloud. When it came, I hid myself in perfect silence and alone. I spent long days on the lake in a little boat. I watched the clouds. I listened to the soft sound of the waves. I did not speak. I did not act. The fresh air and the bright sun usually calmed me. When I came home, I could greet my friends with a warmer smile and a lighter heart. One day I returned from such a quiet trip on the water. My father called me aside and spoke to me. "My dear son," he said, "I am glad to see you enjoy your old pleasures again. You seem to be yourself once more, yet you are still unhappy, and you still avoid us. For some time I did not know why. Yesterday an idea came to me. If I am right, I beg you to tell me the truth. Silence on this matter would help no one and would bring us 3 times the pain." I shook when he began. He went on, "My son, I always hoped that you would marry our dear Elizabeth. I thought this would tie our family together and support me in my old age. You loved each other from childhood. You studied together. Your minds and tastes seemed to fit. But a man can be wrong. What I thought would help my plan may have ruined it. Perhaps you feel she is only your sister, and you do not wish to make her your wife. Or you may love another woman. Then, Because you feel honor binds you to Elizabeth, your heart is in great pain. Is this the cause? My dear father, you can rest easy, I answered. I love my cousin with a tender and true love. No other woman has ever moved me as Elizabeth does. All my hopes for the future are tied to the thought that we will be married. My dear Victor, he said, your words give me more joy than I have felt for a long time. If you feel this, we can be happy, even though recent events have cast a shadow on us. But this shadow lies heavy on your mind, and I wish to clear it away. Tell me if you object to a marriage soon. We have been unlucky. We lost the quiet daily life that suits my age and weakness. You are younger, and you have enough money. An early marriage will not stop your plans for honor and useful work. Do not think I force you. A delay will not hurt me. Please take my words kindly and answer me with full trust and truth. I listened in silence. For some time I could not reply. Many thoughts ran through my mind. I tried to reach a clear end. Alas, the idea of marrying Elizabeth at once filled me with fear and dread. I had made a solemn promise to the being. I had not kept it, and I dared not break it. If I broke it, what new pains might fall on me and on my dear family? Could I go to a wedding feast with this heavy chain around my neck? I must keep my promise. I must let the being go away with his mate before I could allow myself the joy of marriage and the peace I hoped to gain from it. I also remembered that I must either travel to England or write many letters to the English philosophers. Their knowledge and discoveries were needed for my work. Writing would be slow and poor. And I could not bear to begin my horrible task in my father's house while living every day with the people I loved. Many bad chances might happen. Even a small accident could tell a dreadful story and bring fear to all who knew me. I also knew that I would often lose self-control. I could not hide the sharp pain that would come while I worked on such an unearthly job. So I must go far from those I loved while I worked. Once I began, I would finish quickly. Then I could come back to my family in peace. I would have kept my promise. The being would go away forever. Or, as I liked to dream, perhaps some accident would destroy him and end my slavery at last. These thoughts shaped my answer to my father. I said I wished to visit England, but I hid the true reason. I gave other reasons that raised no doubt. I spoke with such strong desire that my father agreed. After months of deep sadness that seemed almost like madness, he was glad to see that I could enjoy the idea of a journey. He hoped that new places and many amusements would bring me back to myself before I returned. I could choose how long to stay away, some months or at most a year. My father took one kind step to give me a friend. Without telling me first, he and Elizabeth arranged that Clerval would meet me at Strasbourg. This plan broke the lonely life I wanted for my work. But at the start of the journey, Henry's company would not stop me. I was truly glad. He would save me from many hours of lonely, wild thoughts. He might even stand between me and the being if the being tried to trouble me. If I were alone, would he not come at times to force his hated presence on me, to remind me of my task, or to watch it? So I must go to England. We agreed that I would marry Elizabeth as soon as I came back. My father was old and did not like delay. For myself, I held one reward close. It was the only comfort for my great pain. When I was free from my hard slavery, I would claim Elizabeth. I would forget the past in our union. I made my plans. Yet one fear stayed with me and shook my heart. While I was away, my friends would not know about their enemy. They would have no protection from his anger, which might grow worse when I left. But he had promised to follow me wherever I went. Would he not follow me to England? This thought was dreadful, but it also calmed me, because it meant my family might be safe. I suffered when I thought the opposite might happen. Still, during this whole time, when I was the slave of my creature, I let the moment rule me. Now I felt sure that the fiend would follow me and would leave my family out of his plans. At the end of September, I left my country again. The journey was my idea, so Elizabeth agreed, but she was full of worry. She feared that far from her, I would suffer again from grief and sorrow. With care and love, she had helped to find a companion for me, Henry. Yet a man does not see 1,000 small things that a woman's steady care can see. She longed to tell me to come back quickly, but many mixed feelings made her quiet. She gave me a tearful, silent farewell. I stepped into the carriage and left, hardly knowing where I was going. I did not care about the world around me. One bitter thought stayed in my mind. I told them to pack my chemical tools and send them with me. Full of dark ideas, I passed through many grand and beautiful places with a still face and empty eyes. I thought only of my goal and the work that would fill my days. After some days of dull travel, I came to Strasbourg. I waited 2 days for Clerval. He came at last. Alas, how great was the difference between us. He enjoyed every new sight. He felt joy at the setting sun, and even more joy when it rose again to start a new day. He showed me the changing colors of the land and the shapes of the sky. "This is life," he cried. "Now I enjoy it. But you, my dear Frankenstein, why are you so sad?" I was full of dark thoughts. I did not see the evening star go down. I did not see the golden sunrise on the Rhine. You would like Henry's travel notes more than my thoughts. He saw the land with love and feeling. I was a poor, unhappy man, chased by a curse that blocked every path to joy. We planned to go down the Rhine by boat, from Strasbourg to Rotterdam. From there, we would sail to London. On the way, we passed many islands with willow trees and many beautiful towns. We stayed a day at Mannheim. On the 5th day from our start, we reached Mainz. Below Mainz, the river is more lovely. It runs fast and winds between hills. The hills are not high, but they are steep and of graceful shapes. We saw many ruined castles on cliff edges, with dark woods around them, high and hard to reach. This stretch of the Rhine is full of change. In one view there are rough hills, broken towers over deep drops, and the dark Rhine rushing below. Turn a corner and you see green vineyards, soft sloping banks, a winding river, and busy towns. It was the time of the grape harvest. We heard workers singing as we floated downstream. Even I, with my restless, troubled mind, felt some pleasure. I lay at the bottom of the boat and looked up at the clear blue sky. Peace came to me, a peace I had not known for a long time. If I felt this, who can tell the joy of Henry? He thought he had entered fairyland. He tasted a rare happiness. He said, "I have seen the most beautiful places of my country. I have visited the lakes of Lucerne and Uri. There the snow mountains fall almost straight to the water and make heavy black shadows. They would be gloomy if not for the green islands that cheer the eye. I have seen the lake in a great storm, when the wind raised whirlwinds of water and showed what a waterspout on the ocean must be like. The waves struck the foot of the mountain with fury. There, people say, a priest and his love were buried by an avalanche, and you can still hear their last cries in the pauses of the night wind. I have seen the mountains of the Valais and the Pays de Vaud. But this land, Victor, pleases me more than all. The Swiss mountains are more grand and strange, but the banks of this holy river have a charm I have never seen before. Look at that castle above the cliff. Look at the one on the island, hidden among the leaves. Look at the workers coming out from their vines. Look at that village, half hidden in the fold of the hill. Surely the spirit who guards this place is more friendly to man than the spirits who build glaciers or live on the unreachable peaks at home. Clerval, dear friend, Even now I love to remember your words and praise you. He was made in the poetry of nature. His bright, wild imagination was softened by a tender heart. His soul was full of strong affection. His friendship was so faithful and wonderful that cold minds say it exists only in stories. Even human love was not enough for him. He loved the world of nature with a burning joy. The loud waterfall, the tall rock, the mountain, the deep, dark wood. He loved their colors and shapes. He needed no other reason. His eyes alone gave him all he wanted, a feeling and a love. And where is he now? Is this sweet and noble friend gone forever? Did this mind, full of bright and grand ideas, die and leave only silence? Does he live now only in my memory? Number. Not so. His fine form has faded, but his spirit still comes to comfort his unhappy friend. Forgive my burst of grief. These weak words are only a small gift to Henry's unequaled worth. They ease my heart, which aches when I think of him. I will go on with my story. Past Cologne, the river enters the flat lands of Holland. The wind was against us and the current was slow, so we chose to travel the rest of the way by post. The journey lost its beauty, but after a few days we reached Rotterdam. From there we went by sea to England. On a clear morning late in December, I first saw the white cliffs of Britain. The banks of the Thames showed a new scene. They were flat, but rich and green. Almost every town made us remember a story. We saw Tilbury Fort and thought of the Spanish Armada. We passed Gravesend, Woolwich, and Greenwich, names I had heard even at home. At last we saw the many steeples of London, with St. Paul's high above the rest, and the Tower, famous in England's history. Chapter 19. London was our stopping place for now, and we chose to stay there for several months. Henry wished to meet the clever men and great thinkers who lived in the city at that time. For me, this was less important. My main purpose was to get the knowledge I needed to keep my promise. I quickly used the letters I had brought, letters that introduced me to famous natural philosophers. If this trip had happened in my happy student days, it would have given me great joy. But a shadow lay on my life. I went to these people only to ask for facts and ideas about my dark subject. Company tired me. When I was alone, I could fill my mind with the sky and the earth. Henry's voice calmed me, and for a short time I could pretend to have peace. But busy, laughing faces brought despair back to my heart. I felt that a wall stood between me and other people. This wall was sealed with the blood of William and Justine, and the memory of them filled me with pain. In Henry, I saw my former self. He was curious and eager to learn. The different ways of life that he saw became endless lessons and fun for him. He was also following a plan he had long held. He wished to visit India. He believed that his language skills and his ideas about its society could help the progress of European trade and colonies. Only in Britain could he work further on this plan. He was always busy. The only thing that troubled his joy was my sad and silent mind. I tried to hide my sorrow so that I would not take away his pleasure. He was starting a new chapter of life, free from care and bitter memories. Often I refused to go out with him. I said I had other duties, just so I could stay alone. Now I also began to gather the materials for my new creation. This felt like slow torture, like drops of water falling on my head. Every thought of it was sharp pain. Every word that touched the subject made my lips shake and my heart beat hard. After some months in London, we received a letter from a man in Scotland. He had once visited us in Geneva. He wrote about the beauty of his country and asked us to come north as far as Perth, where he lived. Henry wished very much to accept. I too, though I hated company, wanted to see mountains and streams again, and all the wonderful works of nature in her chosen places. We had come to England at the start of October. It was now February. We decided to begin our journey north at the end of the next month. We did not plan to take the main road to Edinburgh. We wished to visit Windsor, Oxford, Matlock, and the lakes of Cumberland, and finish this tour near the end of July. I packed my chemical tools and the materials I had gathered. I planned to finish my work in some quiet, hidden place in the far north of Scotland. We left London on March 27th and stayed a few days at Windsor, walking in its beautiful forest. To us, mountain people, this was a new scene. The great oaks, the many wild animals, and the herds of proud deer were all new and strange. Then we went on to Oxford. As we entered the city, we remembered the events that took place there more than 150 years before. Here, King Charles I had gathered his forces. This city stayed loyal to him even when the nation left his side and joined Parliament and liberty. The memory of the unhappy king and his friends, the kind Falkland, the proud Goring, his queen and his son, gave special interest to every part of the city where they might have lived. The spirit of old days seemed to live here, and we loved to follow its steps. Even without such feelings, the city itself was beautiful. The colleges were old and full of charm. The streets were almost grand. The lovely river Isis flowed beside the city through green meadows. It spread out into a calm, wide water that reflected the towers, spires, and domes, held among old trees. I enjoyed this scene, but my joy was bitter. The past hurt me, and the future frightened me. I was made for quiet happiness. In my youth, I was not discontent. If I ever felt dull, a beautiful view in nature or the study of great works made me feel alive again. But now I was like a blasted tree. The lightning had struck my soul. I felt I would live on only to show a broken man, sad to others and unbearable to myself. We stayed a good time at Oxford, walking around and trying to find every place linked to the most stirring time in English history. Our little journeys of discovery were often made longer by the many sights that kept appearing. We visited the grave of the great Hampden and the field where that brave man fell. For a moment, my soul rose above fear and misery to think about the holy ideas of freedom and self-sacrifice that these places remembered. For an instant, I dared to shake off my chains and look around with a free and high spirit. But the iron had bitten into my flesh. I fell back again, shaking and without hope, into my sad self. We left Oxford with regret and went on to Matlock. The country near this village was more like Switzerland, yet everything was smaller. The green hills had no white crowns of far Alps like the pine mountains of my home. We visited the famous cave and the small rooms of natural history, where the curiosities were set out like those at Servoz and at Chamonix. The name Chamonix made me tremble when Henry spoke it, and I hurried to leave Matlock, for my mind tied that name to a terrible scene. From Derby, we kept going north. We spent 2 months in Cumberland and Westmoreland. There, I could almost imagine I was among the Swiss mountains. Small patches of snow still lay on the north sides of the hills. The lakes and the rushing rocky streams were dear and familiar to me. Here we also made some new friends, who almost fooled me into being happy. Henry's joy was even greater than mine. His mind opened among men of talent, and he found in himself more power and gifts than he had known while he lived among less educated people. I could live here, he said to me. Among these mountains, I would hardly miss Switzerland and the Rhine. But he learned that a traveler's life has much pain mixed with its joys. His feelings were always stretched. When he began to rest, he had to leave the thing he loved and move on to something new, which again took his heart, and which he soon left again for other new things. We had barely visited the different lakes, and started to love some of the people when the time came to meet our Scottish friend. We set off again. I was not sorry. I had delayed my promise for a long time. I feared what the fiend would do if he was disappointed. He might stay in Switzerland and harm my family. This thought chased me and robbed me of sleep and peace. I waited for letters with fever and fear. If they were late, I was miserable and full of 1,000 worries. When they came and I saw Elizabeth's writing or my father's, I hardly dared to open them and learn my fate. Sometimes I thought the fiend followed me. I feared he would push me to hurry by killing my friend. When this fear held me, I would not leave Henry for a moment. I walked after him like a shadow to guard him from the imagined rage of his destroyer. I felt as if I had done a great crime, and the thought of it haunted me. I was not guilty, but I had brought a terrible curse on my head, as deadly as any crime. I saw Edinburgh with tired eyes and a tired mind, yet the city could have pleased even the saddest person. Henry did not like it as much as Oxford, because he preferred the old age of Oxford. But the fine and even plan of the new town of Edinburgh, its romantic castle, and its lovely surroundings, Arthur's Seat, St. Bernard's Well, and the Pentland Hills, made him cheerful and full of praise. I, however, wished to reach the end of my journey. We left Edinburgh after a week. We went through Cupar and St. Andrews and along the banks of the Tay to Perth, where our friend waited. But I could not laugh and talk with strangers, or share their plans with the good humor expected from a guest. So I told Henry that I wished to tour Scotland alone. "Please enjoy yourself," I said. "Let this be our meeting place. I may be away for a month or two. Do not try to guide me. Leave me to peace and solitude for a short time. When I return, I hope my heart will be lighter and closer to your happy spirit." Henry tried to change my mind, but when he saw I had decided, he stopped. He begged me to write often. "I would rather be with you," he said, "on your lonely walks than with these Scots whom I do not know. Come back soon, my dear friend, so I may feel a little at home again. I cannot feel at home when you are away." After leaving my friend, I chose a far, lonely place in Scotland where I could finish my work in secret. I did not doubt that the creature followed me and would show himself when my work was done, to take his companion. With this plan, I crossed the Northern Highlands and chose one of the far Orkney Islands for my labor. It was a place made for such a task, hardly more than a rock with high sides that the waves beat without rest. The soil was poor. It gave food for only a few thin cows and some oatmeal for the people. Only 5 persons lived there. Their thin, bony arms and legs showed how little they had to eat. Vegetables, bread, and even fresh water were luxuries, brought from the mainland 5 miles away. On the whole island there were only 3 poor huts, and one was empty when I came. I rented it. It had only 2 rooms, and both were very poor and dirty. The roof straw had fallen in. The walls had no plaster. The door hung loose. I had it repaired, bought a little furniture, and moved in. This might have surprised people anywhere else, but the cottagers were made dull by long want and dirt. So I lived there without a look from them and without trouble. They barely thanked me for the little food and clothes I gave. Suffering had made even their hardest feelings numb. In this hideaway, I worked in the mornings. In the evenings, when the weather allowed, I walked on the stony beach and listened to the waves roar and crash at my feet. It was a scene both the same and always changing. I thought of Switzerland, how different it was from this empty, fearful shore. There the hills wear vines. Cottages stand thick on the flat lands. The clear lakes reflect a soft blue sky, and when the wind troubles them, their noise is like the playful cry of a lively child, compared to the great roaring of the giant ocean. So I set my days at first, but as I went on, my work became more horrible and more tiresome to me. Sometimes I could not make myself enter the small laboratory for days. At other times I worked day and night to push it forward. It was a filthy process. During my first experiment, I had been wild with hope and so blind to the horror of my job. My mind was fixed on the end, and my eyes were shut to the ugly means. Now I went to it with cold blood, and my heart often felt sick at the work of my hands. In this state, doing the most hateful work, shut in a solitude where nothing could draw my mind away even for a moment, my spirit became unsteady. I grew restless and nervous. Every moment I feared to meet my persecutor. Sometimes I sat with my eyes on the ground, afraid to lift them in case I saw the thing I dreaded. I feared to go out of sight of other people, for I thought he would come to claim his mate if he found me alone. Still I worked, and the task was already much advanced. I looked to its end with a shaking, eager hope. I did not dare to question it. Yet at the same time I felt dark signs of coming evil. These signs rose like a cold shadow in my heart and made it sick within me. Chapter 20. I was in my lab one evening. The sun was down and the moon was rising. It was not bright enough to work, so I sat still. I thought about what I was doing. 3 years before, I made a monster. His cruelty had filled my heart with sadness. Now, I was making another monster. She might be even worse than the first one. She might enjoy killing people. He had promised to leave people alone and live in the desert, but she had not. She might refuse to go with him. They might even hate each other. The first monster hated himself, and he might hate her too. She might think men are more beautiful than him. She might leave him. He would be alone again. Even if they went away, they might have children. A family of monsters would live on Earth. They would be a danger to all people. Did I have the right to do this for my own good? The monster's words had moved me before, but now, for the first time, I saw how wrong my promise was. I was scared that people in the future would hate me. My own peace might cost all human life. I was shaking. I looked up and saw the monster at the window. He was smiling at me as I worked. He had followed me everywhere. He had been in forests, caves, and wild lands. Now he had come to see me finish my work. He looked angry and bad. I thought about my promise to make him a friend. I was so angry that I tore my work to pieces. The monster saw me destroy the thing he needed for happiness. He made a terrible sound and ran away. I left the room and locked the door. I promised myself I would never work on it again. I went to my room. I was alone. No one was there to help me. I was sad and scared. Hours passed. I looked at the sea. It was calm. The wind was still. A few fishing boats were on the water. I heard the fishermen's voices. Then I heard a boat near my house. Someone came to shore. A few minutes later, I heard my door creak. Someone was trying to open it softly. I was so scared. I felt I knew who it was. I wanted to get help, but I could not move. Then I heard footsteps. The door opened. The monster I feared appeared. He came to me and spoke in a quiet voice. "You have destroyed my friend. What are you doing? Do you break your promise? I have suffered so much. I left Switzerland with you. I have been in England and Scotland. I have been tired, cold, and hungry. Do you dare to destroy my hopes? Go away. I am breaking my promise. I will never make another monster like you. You are a slave. I reasoned with you before, but you are not worthy. Remember, I have power. You think you are sad, but I can make you so sad that you will hate the light of day. I made you, but I am your master. Obey me. My time of doubt is over. Your threats cannot make me do this bad thing. They only make me more sure of my choice. Shall I put a monster on the earth? Go away. I am firm. Your words just make me angry." The monster saw that I was not going to change my mind. He was angry. "Shall every man find a wife, and every animal find a friend, and I be alone?" I had good feelings, but people hated me. "Man, you may hate me, but be careful. You will be sad and scared. Soon your happiness will be gone forever. Do you think you can be happy while I am so sad? You have ruined my other feelings, but revenge is left. I will get revenge. I may die, but first, you will be sad. Be careful because I am strong. I will watch you like a snake and then attack you. You will be sorry for hurting me." Devil, stop. Do not fill the air with these bad words. I have told you my decision. I am not a coward. Leave me alone. I will not change my mind. It is good. I will go. But remember, I will be with you on your wedding night. I jumped up and said, "Bad man, before you kill me, make sure you are safe." I tried to grab him, but he got away. He ran to his boat and went away quickly. Soon, I could not see him. Everything was quiet again, but his words were still in my ears. I was so angry. I wanted to go after him and push him into the sea. I walked around my room. I thought about a lot of bad things. Why did I not fight him? But he was gone. I was afraid of who his next victim would be. Then I remembered his words. "I will be with you on your wedding night." That was when I would die. The thought did not make me scared, but I thought of my dear Elizabeth. I thought about her tears when she found me dead. For the first time in a long time, I cried. I decided I would not die without a fight. The night passed. The sun came up. I felt calmer. The anger was gone, but I was still very sad. I left the house and walked on the beach. I felt like the sea was a wall between me and other people. I wished I could stay on that rock forever, alone but safe. If I went back, I would die, or see the people I loved die because of the monster I created. I walked around the island like a ghost. I was away from everyone I loved. At noon, I lay down in the grass and fell into a deep sleep. I had been awake all night and I was tired. When I woke up, I felt more normal. I thought about what had happened. The monster's words were like a bad dream, but they were real. The sun was going down. I was still on the beach, eating a cake. I saw a fishing boat. A man gave me a package. It had letters from home and one from Clerval. He wanted me to join him. He said he was wasting his time. He wanted to go to London for a new job. He asked me to come to Perth. We could travel south together. This letter made me feel better. I decided to leave the island in 2 days. But before I left, I had a job to do. I had to pack my things. I had to go into the room where I had made the monster. The things I used made me sick. The next morning, I unlocked the door of my lab. The pieces of the monster I had destroyed were on the floor. It felt like I had hurt a real person. I stopped to take a breath and then went in. I took my things out of the room. I knew I could not leave the parts of the monster. The local people might see them. So I put them in a basket with rocks. I decided to throw them into the sea that night. I sat on the beach and cleaned my tools. I felt different now. Before, I had felt sad about my promise, but I thought I had to do it. Now I felt like I could see clearly. I would not make another monster. The monster's threat was on my mind, but I did not think I could stop it. I was sure that making another monster would be a bad thing to do. I did not want to think about it anymore. The moon came up between 2 and 3 in the morning. I put the basket in a small boat and sailed out. I went about 4 miles from the shore. I was all alone. A few boats were going to land. I was going away from them. I felt like I was about to do something bad. I did not want to see anyone. A cloud covered the moon, and I used that time to throw the basket into the sea. I heard it sink. Then I sailed away. The sky was cloudy, but the air was cool. It made me feel good. I decided to stay on the water for a while. I lay down in the boat. The waves made a sound, and I fell asleep. I do not know how long I slept. When I woke up, the sun was high. The wind was strong. The waves were big. They might fill my boat with water. I found that the wind was coming from the northeast. It had pushed me far from the coast. I tried to change direction, but the boat almost filled with water. I could only let the wind take me. I was a little afraid. I had no compass. I did not know the area. The sun was not helping me. I might be pushed into the ocean. I might be hungry and thirsty. I might die in the water. I had been on the water for many hours. I was very thirsty. I looked at the clouds and the sea. The sea would be my grave. "Monster," I cried, "you have already won." I thought of Elizabeth, my father, and Clerval. The monster might hurt them. This thought was so bad that I still shake when I think about it. Some hours passed. The sun went down. The wind became soft. The sea was calm, but the waves were still big. I felt sick. I could hardly hold the rudder. Then I saw land to the south. I was so tired and scared, but I felt a wave of joy. Tears came to my eyes. Our feelings can change so quickly. We love life so much, even when we are sad. I used my clothes to make a sail. I steered towards the land. It looked wild and rocky, but I saw signs of people. I saw boats. I was near people again. I went along the coast. I saw a church tower. I was very weak. I decided to go to the town. I had money with me. I turned a corner and saw a small town and a good harbor. I was so happy to be safe. I was tying up the boat. Some people came. They seemed surprised to see me. They did not offer to help. They whispered to each other. Their faces looked strange. I knew they were speaking English, so I talked to them. "Hello, my friends," I said. "Can you tell me the name of this town and where I am?" "You will know soon enough," a man said. "Maybe you will not like this place, but you will not have a choice." I was surprised by his rude answer. I was also worried because his friends looked angry. "Why are you so rude?" I said. "English people are not usually so unkind to strangers." "I do not know what English people do," the man said, "but Irish people hate bad men." More people came. They were curious and angry. I asked for the inn, but no one answered. I started to walk. The crowd followed me. A man came and touched my shoulder. "Come, sir," he said. "You must come with me to Mr. Kerwin's house. You have to explain who you are." Who is Mr. Kerwin? Why do I have to explain myself? Is this not a free country? Yes, sir, it is free for good people. Mr. Kerwin is a judge. You have to explain the death of a man who was found dead last night. I was surprised, but I got better quickly. I was not guilty. I could prove it. I followed the man. We went to a nice house in the town. I was tired and hungry, but I wanted to look strong. I did not want them to think I was guilty. I did not know what was about to happen. It would be something so terrible that I would forget my fear of being guilty or dying. I must stop here. It is hard for me to remember these terrible things. Chapter 21. I was taken to the judge. He was a kind old man. He looked at me seriously. He asked who would speak for the case. About 6 men came forward. One man was chosen. He said he was a fisherman. He was fishing with his son and brother-in-law, Daniel Nugent. It was 10 at night. They saw a strong wind coming. They went to the port. It was a dark night. They did not land at the main port. They landed at a small beach. The man walked first. He fell over something. His friends came to help him. They used a light and saw he had fallen on a man. The man was dead. They thought he had drowned, but his clothes were not wet. His body was still warm. They took him to an old woman's house. They tried to help him, but it was no use. He was a handsome young man, about 25. He had a black mark on his neck. The first part of the man's story did not interest me, but when he said, "black mark on his neck," I remembered my brother's murder. I started to shake. A fog came over my eyes. I had to hold on to a chair. The judge watched me. He thought I was guilty. The son said the same thing as his father. Daniel Nugent said he saw a boat with one man in it near the shore. He said it was the same boat I had just used. A woman said she lived by the beach. She was waiting for the fishermen. She saw a boat with one man in it leave the shore. It was the same place where the body was found. Another woman said the fishermen brought the body to her house. It was not cold. They put it in a bed and rubbed it. Daniel went to town for a doctor, but the man was already dead. Other men were asked about my landing. They said the strong wind probably made me sail around for many hours. They said I had to return to the same area. They thought I had brought the body from another place. They said I did not seem to know the area. So I probably put the body down and then landed at the harbor without knowing the two places were close. Mr. Kerwin said I should be taken to see the body. He wanted to see how I would react. He thought this because I was so upset when they talked about the black mark. I was taken to the inn. I thought it was strange how everything was connected, but I was calm. I knew I was on the island at that time. I knew I had talked to people there, so I was not worried. I went into the room. I was led to the coffin. I cannot describe how I felt. I am still scared when I think about it. I forgot about the judge and the other men. All I saw was the body of Henry Clerval. He was my friend. I could not breathe. I fell on his body and cried, "Did I kill you too, my dear Henry? I have killed 2 people already. You, my friend, my helper." My body could not handle the pain. I was carried out of the room. I was shaking. I got a fever. I was close to dying for 2 months. I was told I said scary things. I called myself the murderer of William, Justine, and Clerval. Sometimes I asked people to help me fight the monster. Other times I felt the monster's hands on my neck and screamed. I spoke my own language, so only Mr. Kerwin understood me, but my cries were enough to scare the others. Why did I not die? I was more sad than anyone has ever been. Why did I not just stop living? Death takes many children and young lovers. What was I made of? Why did I not die from all this pain? But I was meant to live. After 2 months, I woke up in a prison. I was in a small room on a hard bed. There were guards and bars on the windows. It was morning. I had forgotten what happened. I just felt that something terrible had happened. But when I looked around and saw the room, everything came back to me. I cried sadly. An old woman woke up. She was a nurse. She was the wife of a guard. She looked cold and hard. She was used to seeing sad things. She spoke to me in English. Her voice sounded familiar. "Are you better now, sir?" she said. I answered her in a weak voice. "I think so. But if this is real, I wish I had died. This sadness and horror are too much." "If you mean about the man you killed," the old woman said, "I think it would be better for you to be dead. I think you will be in a lot of trouble. But that is not my job. My job is to take care of you. I am doing my duty." I was disgusted by this woman. She was so cold, but I was too weak to think about it. My whole life seemed like a dream. I sometimes wondered if it was all true. It did not feel real. As my memories became clearer, I felt sick. It was like a dark cloud was over me. No one was there to comfort me. The doctor came and gave me medicine, The old woman gave it to me. The doctor was careless. The nurse was cruel. Who cared about a murderer? Only the man who would hang him. Then I found out that Mr. Kerwin had been very kind to me. He had gotten me the best room in the prison. He had gotten me a doctor and a nurse. He did not come to see me often. He did not want to see a murderer suffer. But he came sometimes to make sure I was okay. His visits were short. One day, I was getting better. I was sitting in a chair. My eyes were half open. My face was pale. I was so sad. I thought it would be better to die than to live in this sad world. I thought about saying I was guilty. I would die, just like Justine. My thoughts were interrupted. The door opened. Mr. Kerwin came in. He looked kind and sad. He sat close to me. He spoke in French. "I'm afraid this place is bad for you. Can I do anything to make you more comfortable?" "Thank you, but nothing can help me. There is no comfort for me on earth. I know that I cannot help you much, but I hope you will leave this sad place soon. The evidence will clear you of the crime." "That does not matter to me. I have become the most sad person in the world. I have been hurt so much. Is death a bad thing for me?" "The things that have happened to you are very sad. You were on this shore by accident. You were taken and accused of murder. The first thing you saw was your friend's body. It was like some devil put it in your way." When he said this, I was surprised. He knew so much about me. I must have looked surprised. Mr. Kerwin quickly said, "When you got sick, all your papers were brought to me. I read them to find your family. I found letters, and one was from your father. I wrote to Geneva. 2 months have passed since I sent the letter. But you are sick. You are shaking. You should not be worried about things. This waiting is worse than anything. Tell me, what has happened? Who else has died?" "Your family is fine," Mr. Kerwin said kindly. "And someone, a friend, has come to see you." I suddenly thought the monster had come to laugh at me. He had come to make fun of Clerval's death. He wanted to make me do what he wanted. I covered my eyes and cried out, "Oh, take him away! I cannot see him! Please do not let him in!" Mr. Kerwin looked troubled. He thought I was guilty. He spoke to me in a serious voice. "I thought, young man, that your father's presence would be a happy thing, not something you would hate." "My father!" I cried. I felt happy for the first time. "Is my father really here? How kind! Where is he? Why is he not coming to me?" My change of heart surprised and pleased the judge. He might have thought I was just confused before. He became kind again. He got up and left the room. My father came in. I was so happy to see my father. I reached for his hand. "Are you safe? And Elizabeth? And Ernest?" My father told me they were all well. He tried to make me feel better, but he knew a prison was not a happy place. "What a place you live in, my son," he said sadly. He looked at the bars on the window. "You came here to find happiness, but bad things follow you. And poor Clerval. I could not bear to hear my friend's name. I was too weak. I cried. "Yes, my father," I said. "Something bad is on me. I have to live to see it through. If not, I would have died on Henry's coffin." We could not talk for long. I was still weak. Mr. Kerwin came in and said I needed to rest. But my father's visit was like a good angel. I slowly got better. As I got better, I felt a deep sadness. I always saw Clerval's face. He was pale and dead. My friends were afraid I would get sick again. Why did they save me? I was so sad. I thought it was so I could fulfill my destiny. Soon I will die and be free from this pain. But death was still far away. I just wanted it to be over. I often sat still for hours. I wished something would happen to kill me and the monster. The court date came. I had been in prison for 3 months. I was still weak. I had to travel 100 miles to the court. Mr. Kerwin helped me find witnesses and prepare my defense. I did not have to appear in public as a criminal. The case was dropped. They proved I was on the Orkney Islands when my friend's body was found. I was freed from prison 2 weeks later. My father was so happy. He was glad I was free and could go back home. I was not happy. A prison or a palace, it was all the same to me. My life was bad forever. The sun was shining, but all I saw was darkness. I saw only 2 eyes staring at me. Sometimes they were Henry's eyes, sad and dying. Other times they were the monster's eyes, cloudy and watery. My father tried to make me feel better. He talked about Geneva, Elizabeth, and Ernest, but his words only made me sad. Sometimes I wanted to be happy. I would think about my cousin. I missed my home. I wanted to see the lake and the river that I loved as a child. But mostly, I just felt nothing. A prison felt the same as a beautiful place. Sometimes I felt pain and sadness. In those moments, I wanted to die. People had to watch me so I would not hurt myself. But I had one thing to do. I had to go back to Geneva. I had to watch over my loved ones. I had to find the monster. If I saw him again, I would kill him. My father wanted to wait. He was afraid I was too weak to travel. I was like a broken ship. I was so thin. I was a skeleton. I had a fever all the time. But I was so eager to leave Ireland. My father agreed. We got on a ship to Havre de Grace. We sailed with a good wind. It was midnight. I was on the deck. I looked at the stars and listened to the waves. I was happy to leave Ireland behind. I was excited to see Geneva. The past seemed like a bad dream, but the ship, the wind, and the sea told me it was real. Clerval, my friend, had died because of me and the monster I made. I thought about my whole life. I thought about my happy time in Geneva, my mother's death, and my trip to Ingolstadt. I remembered making the monster. I remembered the night he came to life. I could not think anymore. I cried a lot. Since my fever, I had been taking a small amount of medicine every night. It was the only way I could sleep. I was so sad. I took double the usual amount. I fell into a deep sleep. But I still had bad dreams. I saw scary things. I felt the monster's hand on my neck. I could not get away. I heard my own cries. My father was watching me. He woke me up. I saw the waves in the cloudy sky. The monster was not there. I felt safe for a moment. It was a short time of peace before the terrible future. Chapter 22. Our voyage ended. We landed and went on to Paris. Soon I saw that I had used up my strength and must rest before I could travel again. My father cared for me without stopping, but he did not know the true cause of my pain. He tried the wrong cures for a wound that could not be healed. He wished me to seek fun in company. I shrank from the face of man. Oh, not in hate. People were my brothers, my fellow beings. Even the most rough of them drew me, as if they were made by angels with fine, bright hands. But I felt I had no right to share their life. I had set loose an enemy among them who found joy in blood and in human cries. If they knew what I had done, they would hate me, every one of them, and hunt me out of the world. They would shudder at my unholy deeds and the crimes that began with me. At last my father gave in and let me avoid society. He used many reasons to try to drive away my despair. Sometimes he thought I suffered because I had been forced to answer a charge of murder, and he tried to show me that pride is empty. Alas, my father, I said, you know me little. Men and their feelings would be low indeed if a wretch like me could feel pride. Justine, poor and unhappy, was as innocent as I am. She faced the same charge. She died for it. I am the cause. I killed her. William, Justine, and Henry. Each of them died by my hands. In prison, I had spoken like this before. Sometimes my father wished me to explain. At other times he thought my words were fever and dream, born in my illness and left in my mind after it. I avoided all explanation. I was always silent about the being I had made. I feared they would call me mad, and that fear alone would have closed my mouth forever. Besides, I could not tell a secret that would fill the listener with shock and make fear and unnatural horror live in his heart. So I held back my strong thirst for sympathy. I was silent, even when I would have given the world to share the fatal secret. Yet at times words burst from me, like those I have just spoken. I could not explain them, but the truth inside them partly eased my heavy, hidden grief. This time my father cried, full of wonder, "My dear Victor, what madness is this? My son, I beg you, never say such a thing again." "I am not mad," I cried hard. "The sun and the sky saw what I did and can witness that I tell the truth. I am the killer of those innocent ones. They died by my plots. 1,000 times I would have shed my own blood, drop by drop, to save them. But I could not, Father, indeed I could not, sacrifice the whole human race." When I ended, my father was sure my mind was not right. He changed the subject at once. He tried to turn my thoughts to other things. He wished to wipe out the memory of Ireland. He never spoke of it, nor let me speak of my sorrows. Time went by, and I grew more calm. Misery lived in my heart, but I did not talk wildly about my crimes anymore. It was enough that I knew them. By the hardest self-control, I held down the fierce voice of my wretchedness, which wanted to speak to the whole world. My manner became quieter and more steady than it had been since my journey to the Sea of Ice. A few days before we left Paris for Switzerland, a letter reached me from Elizabeth. "My dear friend, it gave me great joy to get a letter from my uncle dated at Paris. You are no longer far away, and I may hope to see you in less than 2 weeks. My poor cousin, how much you must have suffered. I expect to see you even more ill than when you left Geneva. This winter has been very unhappy for me. I have waited in fear and worry, yet I hope to see peace on your face and to find that your heart still has some comfort and quiet. Still, I fear the same feelings live in you that made you so unhappy a year ago, perhaps even stronger now. I would not trouble you at such a time when so many sad things are on you. But a talk I had with my uncle before he left makes some explanation needful before we meet." Explanation, you may say. What can Elizabeth have to explain? If you really say that, then my questions are answered and my doubts are gone. But you are far from me. It is possible you may fear and yet desire this explanation. If so, I dare not wait longer. I will write what I have often wished to say to you during your absence, but I lacked the courage to begin. You know well, Victor, that our union has been the favorite plan of your parents since our childhood. We were told this when we were young and taught to look forward to it as something sure. We were loving playmates as children, and I think dear and valued friends as we grew up. But as a brother and a sister may love each other without wishing for closer union, may not that be our case too? Tell me, dear Victor, answer me sincerely. For our happiness, do you love another? You have traveled. You spent years at Ingolstadt. When I saw you last autumn so unhappy and fleeing from every person into solitude, I could not help thinking that perhaps you felt regret about our tie and believed yourself bound by honor to fulfill your parents' wishes, though they went against your own. But that is false reasoning. I confess to you, my friend, that I love you. In my bright dreams of the future, you have always been my constant friend and companion. Yet I want your happiness as well as my own. So I must say this. Our marriage would make me forever miserable unless it is your own free choice. Even now I weep to think that, pressed down by the cruelest misfortunes, you might smother, in the name of honor, all hope of that love and happiness which alone could restore you to yourself. I, who love you without self-interest, might make your misery 10 times worse by standing in the way of your wishes. Ah, Victor, be sure of this. Your cousin and playmate has too true a love for you to be happy if you are not. Be happy, my friend. If you obey me in this one thing, be sure nothing on earth can disturb my peace. Do not let this letter trouble you. Do not answer tomorrow, nor the next day, nor even until you come, if it gives you pain. My uncle will send me news of your health. If I see only one smile on your lips when we meet, whether from this letter or from anything else I have done, I will need no other happiness. Elizabeth Lavenza. Geneva, May 18th, 17. This letter woke a memory I had let sleep. The monster's threat. I will be with you on your wedding night. That was my sentence. On that night, he would use every trick to destroy me and tear me from the small hope of happiness that still gave me a little comfort. He had decided to end his crimes by killing me. Well, so be it. There would be a deadly fight. If he won, I would be at peace, and his power over me would end. If I won, I would be free. Alas, what freedom! The freedom of a poor man who sees his family killed before his eyes, his home burned, his fields ruined, and he is thrown out to wander, without home, without money, alone, but free. Such would be my liberty, except that I still had Elizabeth, my treasure. Ah, and with her, the heavy horrors of guilt and regret that would follow me until death. Sweet, beloved Elizabeth. I read her letter again and again. Soft feelings crept into my heart. They dared to whisper bright dreams of love and joy, but the fruit had already been eaten, and the angel had his arm raised to drive me from hope. Yet I would die to make her happy. If the monster kept his threat, my death was sure. Still, I asked myself if my marriage would bring my fate more quickly. Perhaps my end would come a few months sooner. But if the monster guessed that I delayed because of his threats, he would find other, maybe worse, ways to take revenge. He had sworn to be with me on my wedding night, yet he had not kept peace before that. To show he still thirsted for blood, he killed Clerval right after his threat. So I decided that if marrying at once could help Elizabeth or make my father happy, my enemy's plan for my life would not delay it even an hour. In this spirit, I wrote to Elizabeth. My letter was calm and full of love. My dear girl, I wrote, I fear little happiness remains for us on earth, yet all I may one day enjoy is centered in you. Put away your empty fears. To you alone I give my life and my effort for contentment. I have a secret, Elizabeth, a dreadful one. When I tell it, it will freeze you with horror. Then you will not wonder at my misery, but at how I still live after what I have borne. I will tell you this tale of sorrow and fear the day after we are married, for there must be perfect trust between us. Until then, I beg you, do not speak of it or hint at it. Please, obey me. About a week after Elizabeth's letter arrived, we went back to Geneva. The sweet girl greeted me with warm love, yet tears came to her eyes when she saw my thin body and burning cheeks. I saw a change in her too. She was thinner and had lost much of that heavenly brightness that had charmed me, but her gentle, pitying looks made her even more suited to one so broken and miserable as I was. My quiet did not last. Memory brought madness with it. When I thought of the past, true madness took me. Sometimes I raged and burned with anger. Sometimes I sank and despaired. I spoke to no one. I looked at no one. I sat still, lost under the weight of many miseries. Only Elizabeth could lift me from these fits. Her soft voice calmed me when passion seized me. When I sank into numbness, she gave me human feeling again. She wept with me and for me. When reason returned, she spoke gently and tried to teach me to endure. Ah, it is well for the unfortunate to submit, but for the guilty there is no peace. Remorse poisons even the poor sweetness that sometimes comes when we let grief overflow. Soon after I returned, my father spoke of marrying Elizabeth at once. I was silent. "Have you some other tie?" he asked. "None on earth," I answered. "I love Elizabeth and look to our union with joy. Fix the day, and on that day I will give myself, in life or in death, to her happiness." "My dear Victor," he said, "do not speak so. Great sorrows have fallen on us. Let us hold tighter to what is left. Let us turn the love for those we lost toward those who live. Our circle will be small, but its ties will be strong. Affection and shared misfortune. When time has softened your pain, new and dear objects of care will be born to take the place of those taken from us." So my father taught me. But the threat returned to my mind. And you cannot wonder that, when the fiend had been so strong in his murders, I almost felt him invincible. When he said, "I shall be with you on your wedding night," I took it as fate. Still, death was no evil to me if weighed against losing Elizabeth. So, with a face even cheerful, I agreed with my father. If my cousin consented, the wedding should be in 10 days. Thus I set, as I thought, the seal on my fate. Great God! If for one moment I had guessed his hellish plan, I would have exiled myself forever and wandered the earth alone rather than agree to this sad marriage. But the monster, as if by magic, blinded me to his true aim. Thinking I had prepared only my own death, I hurried the death of one far dearer. As the day came near, my heart sank, whether from fear or from some warning I cannot say. But I hid my feelings under a show of cheer. It brought smiles to my father's face, but it did not fully deceive Elizabeth's careful eye. She looked to our union with calm content, touched with a little fear. Past sorrows had taught her that what seems sure may fade like a dream and leave only deep regret. We prepared for the day. Friends came to congratulate us, and all looked bright. I locked in my heart, as well as I could, the anxiety that ate there. I joined in my father's plans, though I felt they were only the stage dressings of my tragedy. By my father's work, some of Elizabeth's property had been returned by the Austrian government, a small place on the shore of Lake Como. We agreed that, right after our marriage, we would go to Villa Lavenza and spend our first days of happiness by the beautiful lake. In the meantime, I took every care to guard myself if the fiend should attack me openly. I carried pistols and a dagger always. I watched for tricks. By these means I gained some quiet. Indeed, as the day came near, the threat seemed less real, not worth disturbing my peace. The joy I hoped for in my marriage seemed more sure with each step. People spoke of the wedding as something nothing could prevent. Elizabeth seemed happy. My calm manner helped to quiet her heart. But on the day that would decide my wishes and my fate, she was sad. A sense of coming evil passed over her. Perhaps she also thought of the dreadful secret I had said I would tell her the next day. My father, in the rush of work, was overjoyed. He thought her sadness was only a shy feeling natural to a bride. After the ceremony, many guests met at my father's house. But it was agreed that Elizabeth and I would begin our trip by water, sleep that night at Evian, and go on the next day. The day was fair, the wind kind. All smiled on our wedding voyage. Those were the last moments of my life in which I felt happiness. We moved quickly. The sun was hot, but a light cover kept us from its rays. We enjoyed the beautiful scene, now on one side of the lake, where we saw Mont Salève, the pleasant banks of Montalegre, and far above all, the lovely Mont Blanc with her snowy sisters trying in vain to match her. Now along the other side, where the dark Jura stood like a great wall, as if to stop any ruler who would cross and enslave the land. I took Elizabeth's hand. "You are sad, my love," I said. "Ah, if you knew what I have suffered and what I may yet bear, you would help me taste the quiet and freedom from despair that this one day lets me have." "Be happy, dear Victor," she said. "I hope there is nothing to trouble you." If great joy is not painted on my face, my heart is content. Something whispers not to trust too much in this bright hope before us. But I will not listen to that dark voice. See how fast we move, and how the clouds sometimes hide and sometimes rise above the dome of Mont Blanc and make this scene still more lovely. Look at the countless fish swimming in the clear water. We can see each little stone on the bottom. What a holy day! How calm and happy nature looks. So Elizabeth tried to turn both our minds from sad thoughts, but her mood shifted. Joy shone in her eyes for a few moments, then it faded into silence and long thoughts. The sun sank lower. We passed the river Drance and watched its way through the cracks of the high rocks and the small green valleys. Here the Alps press closer to the lake. We neared the half-ring of mountains that closes its east side. The spire of Evian shone under the trees, with range upon range of mountains above it. The wind that had carried us so fast fell at sunset to a soft breeze. The gentle air brushed the water. It made a pleasant sound in the trees as we came near the shore. Sweet smells of flowers and hay floated to us. The sun went down as we landed. When my foot touched the earth, I felt my cares and fears wake again, fears that would soon seize me and hold me forever. Chapter 23. It was 8 o'clock when we landed. We walked a little on the shore, enjoying the last light of day, and then went back to the inn. From a window we looked out at the water, the woods, and the mountains. They were dark now, but we could still see their black shapes. The wind had died in the south, but now it rose hard in the west. The moon was high and began to go down. Clouds flew over it faster than a hunting bird and dimmed its light. The lake showed the same wild sky above it, and the waves started to rise and move without rest. Suddenly a heavy rain fell. I had been calm all day. But when night hid the shapes around me, 1,000 fears came into my mind. I was anxious and on guard. I held a pistol under my coat with my right hand. Every sound made me jump. Still, I decided to sell my life dearly. I would not run. I would fight until I or my enemy was dead. Elizabeth saw my trouble. For some time she was quiet, afraid to speak. At last, shaking, she asked, "What is it, my dear Victor? What do you fear?" "Peace, my love," I said. "Only this night. When it is past, all will be safe. But this night is dreadful, very dreadful." An hour passed like this. Then I thought how terrible the fight I expected would be for my wife to see. I begged her to go to her room. I decided not to go to her until I had learned where my enemy was. She left me. I walked up and down the halls, looking into every corner where he might hide. I found no sign of him. I began to think that luck had stopped him from doing what he had promised. At that moment I heard a sharp, dreadful scream. It came from Elizabeth's room. In an instant the truth struck me. My arms fell. Every muscle and nerve stopped. I could feel my blood moving slowly and my hands and feet tingling. That state lasted only a moment. The scream came again. I ran into the room. Great God! Why did I not die at once? Why must I live to tell the fall of my best hope and the death of the purest soul on earth? She lay there without life, thrown across the bed, her head hanging, her pale, twisted face half covered by her hair. Everywhere I turn, I still see her. Bloodless arms, slack body laid by the killer on her wedding bier. How could I see this and live? Alas, life holds on the tightest where it is most hated. For one moment only I fainted and fell to the floor. When I woke, the people of the inn stood around me. Their faces showed breathless terror, yet their fear felt like a shadow beside the weight that crushed me. I broke away from them and went back to the room where Elizabeth lay. My love, my wife, so lately living, so dear, so worthy. They had moved her. She lay with her head on her arm, a cloth over her face and neck. I could almost think she slept. I rushed to her and held her tight, but her limbs were cold and heavy. What I held was no longer the Elizabeth I loved and cared for. On her neck was the killer's mark. No breath came from her lips. While I hung over her in despair, I looked up. The windows had been dark. Now a pale yellow moonlight filled the room. The shutters were thrown back. With a horror past words, I saw at the open window a figure the most ugly and hateful. The monster grinned. He seemed to mock me. With a fiendish finger, he pointed to my wife's body. I ran to the window, pulled the pistol from my coat, and fired. He escaped me. He leaped, and running faster than lightning, plunged into the lake. The shot brought a crowd. I pointed to the water where he had gone. We hurried out in boats and cast nets, but it was useless. After many hours, we returned without hope. Most of the others thought the figure was only a shape made by my mind. After we landed, they went to search the land, splitting into parties that moved through the woods and vines. I tried to go with them. I walked a short way from the house. My head turned. My steps were like those of a drunk man. At last I fell with no strength left. A film came over my eyes. My skin burned with fever. In this state, they carried me back and set me on a bed. I hardly knew what had happened. My eyes moved around the room, as if they looked for something lost. After a time, I got up. As if led by instinct, I crawled to the room where the body of my beloved lay. Women stood there weeping. I bent over the body and mixed my tears with theirs. No clear idea came to my mind. My thoughts wandered wildly. I saw all my misfortunes and their cause in a blur. I was lost in a cloud of wonder and horror. William's death, Justine's death, Clerval's murder, and at the last my wife, all rose before me. I did not even know if those who remained were safe from the fiend. Perhaps my father at that very moment was in his hands. Perhaps Ernest lay dead at his feet. This thought made me shake and brought me back to action. I jumped up and decided to return to Geneva with all speed. No horses could be found. I had to go by the lake. The wind was against us, and the rain fell in streams. It was early morning. I could still hope to arrive by night. I hired men to row and took an oar myself, for hard work had often eased my mental pain. But now the misery that filled me and the violent shaking of my spirit made me useless. I let the oar drop. I bent my head in my hands and gave myself to dark thoughts. When I looked up, I saw places I had loved in happier days. Only yesterday I had looked at them with her, who was now only a shadow and a memory. Tears ran down my face. The rain stopped for a moment. I saw fish playing in the water, just as they had a few hours earlier when Elizabeth watched them. Nothing is so painful to the mind as a great sudden change. The sun might shine, or clouds might cover the sky, but nothing could look as it did the day before. A fiend had taken from me every hope of future joy. No one had ever been so miserable as I was. So terrible a thing stands alone in the story of man. Why should I describe all that came after this last blow? My tale is full of horrors. I had reached the worst. What remains will only tire you. Know this. One by one, my friends were taken from me. I was left alone. My strength was gone. I must tell the rest in a few words. I reached Geneva. My father and Ernest were alive. But when my father heard my news, he sank under it. I see him now, dear and noble old man. His eyes were empty. They had lost their light and joy, their Elizabeth, his more than daughter, whom he had loved with all the strong love of one in his last years, who, having few ties, clings tighter to those that remain. Cursed be the fiend who brought sorrow to his gray hairs and doomed him to waste away in pain. He could not live with those horrors around him. The springs of life broke. He could not rise from his bed. In a few days he died in my arms. What became of me then? I do not know. I lost all feeling. Chains and darkness were all I knew. Sometimes I dreamed I walked in flowered fields and pleasant valleys with the friends of my youth. I woke to find myself in a cell. Sadness followed. Little by little I understood my misery and where I was. Then they let me out. They had called me mad. For many months, as I learned later, I had lived alone in a prison cell. Freedom would have been useless if, when reason returned, revenge had not also awakened in me. As the memory of all I had suffered pressed on me, I thought of the cause, the monster I had made, the wretched demon I had sent into the world to destroy me. A mad rage took hold of me when I thought of him. I wished with all my heart to have him under my hands, to pay him back with a great and clear revenge on his cursed head. My hate did not stay as empty wishes. I planned the best way to catch him. About a month after I was freed, I went to a criminal judge in the town. I told him I had a charge to make. I said I knew the destroyer of my family and asked him to use all his power to arrest the murderer. The magistrate listened kindly and with care. "Be sure," he said, "I will spare no effort to find the villain." "I thank you," I said. "Now, listen to my statement. It is strange, I know. You might not believe it, but truth, though wonderful, forces belief. The story is too clear and connected to be a dream. I have no reason to lie. I spoke firmly but calmly. In my heart, I had decided to follow my destroyer to death. That purpose quieted my pain and, for a time, made life bearable. I told my history briefly, with firm words and careful dates. I did not shout or accuse wildly. At first the magistrate did not believe me at all. As I went on, he listened more closely. At times I saw him shake with horror. At other times, surprise lit his face and disbelief faded. When I finished, I said, "This is the being I accuse. I call on you to use all your power to seize and punish him. It is your duty as a judge. I also hope, as a man, you will not shrink from it." These words changed his face. He had listened with the half-belief we give to stories of spirits, but when I asked him to act in his office, all his doubt returned. Still, he answered gently, "I will gladly help you. But the creature you speak of seems to have powers that make all our efforts useless. Who can follow an animal that can cross a sea of ice and live in caves and dens where no man would dare to go? Also, many months have passed since his crimes. No one can guess where he has gone or what land he now lives in. I do not doubt he stays near where I am," I said. "If he hides in the Alps, he can be hunted like a mountain goat and killed like a wild beast. But I see your thoughts. You do not believe me. You do not plan to hunt my enemy or punish him as he deserves." As I spoke, rage burned in my eyes. The magistrate drew back. "You are wrong," he said. "I will do my best. If I can seize the monster, be sure he will suffer punishment equal to his crimes. But I fear, from what you yourself say he can do, that it will be impossible. So while we take every proper step, you must prepare yourself for disappointment." "That cannot be," I cried. "But my words mean little to you. My revenge is nothing to you. I admit it is a vice, yet it is the one devouring passion of my soul. My rage cannot be told when I think that the murderer I set loose still lives. You refuse my just demand. I have only one path left. I give myself, in life or in death, to his destruction." I shook with wild feeling as I said this. There was a frenzy in me, and perhaps something of that proud fire people say the old martyrs had. But to a Genevan judge, a man whose mind held other thoughts than those of sacrifice or glory, my strong spirit looked like madness. He tried to soothe me as a nurse soothes a child. He spoke of my story as if it were only fever's work. "Man," I cried, "how ignorant you are in your proud wisdom. Stop. You do not know what you are saying." I left the house angry and upset and went away to think of another plan. Chapter 24. I lost the power to think. I was filled with rage. My anger gave me strength. It made me feel calm. Without it, I would have died. I decided to leave Geneva forever. I used to love my country. Now I hated it. I took some money and my mother's jewels. Then I left. My journey began. It will not end until I die. I have traveled all over the world. I have faced many problems. I don't know how I have lived. I have often wanted to die, but my anger kept me alive. I could not die and let my enemy live. When I left Geneva, I wanted to find my enemy. I did not know what to do. I walked around the town for many hours. As night came, I found myself at the cemetery. My family was buried there. I went inside and walked to their graves. It was quiet. The only sound was the wind in the trees. The night was dark. It was a sad sight. I felt that the spirits of my family were there. My sadness turned to anger and hate. They were dead, but I was alive. Their killer was also alive. I must live to kill him. I knelt on the ground and kissed it. With a shaking voice I said, "I swear by this earth, by the spirits around me, and by my deep sadness. I swear by the night. I will find the monster who caused this. I will fight him until one of us dies. I will stay alive for this. I will see the sun and walk on the grass again. I call on the spirits of the dead to help me. Let the monster feel the pain that I feel." I started my vow with respect. I felt that my family's spirits heard me, but then I became angry. I could not speak. Then I heard a loud laugh in the quiet night. The sound was long and heavy. It came from the mountains. I felt like I was in hell. I would have gone crazy and died. But I knew my vow was heard. I was saved for revenge. The laugh stopped. Then a voice spoke to me. It was close to my ear. It said, "I am happy, poor man. You want to live. I am happy." I ran towards the voice, but the monster got away. The moon came out. I saw his horrible face as he ran away very fast. I followed him for many months. I followed the river, but I could not find him. Then I saw the sea. I saw him get on a boat going to the Black Sea. I got on the same boat, but he escaped again. I don't know how. I followed him in the wild lands of Tartary and Russia. He was always ahead of me. Sometimes people who saw him told me where he went. Sometimes he left a sign for me. He was afraid I would lose hope and die. I walked in the snow. I saw his big footprints on the white ground. You cannot understand my pain. Cold, hunger, and tiredness were not the worst things. I felt like I was in hell. But a good spirit helped me. When I felt bad, it helped me. Sometimes I was hungry and tired. Then I found food in the wild. It was simple food, but I believe the spirits I called on put it there for me. When I was thirsty, a small cloud would appear. It would rain a little and then disappear. I walked by rivers, but the monster usually avoided them. People lived there. In other places, I rarely saw people. I ate wild animals. I had money. I gave it to people in villages. They let me use their fire to cook. I hated my life. The only happy time was when I was asleep. Oh, happy sleep. When I was sad, I would go to sleep. My dreams were wonderful. The spirits who protected me gave me these hours of happiness. They wanted me to have the strength to continue. Without this rest, I would have died. I looked forward to the night. In my dreams, I saw my friends, my wife, and my country. I saw my father's face. I heard Elizabeth's voice. I saw Clerval. I was so tired sometimes. I would tell myself that I was dreaming. I told myself that at night I would be with my friends. I loved them so much. I held on to their forms. I would tell myself that they were alive. In these moments, my anger was gone. I just walked to kill the monster. It was like a job from heaven. It was not what I truly wanted. I do not know what the monster felt. Sometimes he left messages for me. He wrote them on trees or stones. These messages made me angry. One said, "My power is not over. You live and my power is complete. Follow me. I am going to the cold north. There you will feel the pain of cold and frost. I do not feel it. You will find a dead rabbit here. Eat and be strong. Come, my enemy. We will fight for our lives, but you have many hard hours to go through first." Oh, this evil man. I promise to get revenge. I will torture and kill you. I will not stop until one of us dies. Then I can be with my family. They are waiting for me. They will reward me for my hard journey. I kept walking north. The snow got deeper. It was very cold. People stayed in their houses. Only a few went out. They hunted animals that were looking for food. The rivers were frozen. I could not get fish. I had no food. My enemy was happy that my journey was so hard. He left a message. It said, "Get ready. Your hard work is just beginning. Get warm clothes and food. We will soon go on a journey. Your pain will make my hate happy." His words gave me new strength. I decided not to give up. I asked heaven for help. I continued to walk. Finally, I saw the ocean. It was so different from the south. It was covered with ice. It was hard to tell it from the land. The Greeks cried for joy when they saw the Mediterranean Sea. They were happy their hard work was over. I did not cry, but I knelt down. I thanked the spirit that helped me. I hoped to find my enemy here. Weeks before this, I got a sled and dogs. I traveled fast on the snow. I do not know if the monster had one too, but I started to catch up to him. When I first saw the ocean, he was only 1 day ahead. I hoped to catch him. I went on. 2 days later, I came to a small village by the sea. I asked about the monster. The people told me. They said a giant monster came the night before. He had a gun and many pistols. He scared a family from their house. He took their winter food. He put it on a sled. He took their dogs to pull it. That same night he went across the sea. The people were happy. They thought he would die from the cold or the ice. When I heard this, I was sad. He had escaped. I had to go on a long and dangerous journey. I had to go across the ice. It was so cold. Few people could live there. I was from a warm place. I thought I would die. But then I thought of the monster living. My anger came back. It was like a big wave. It covered all other feelings. After a short rest, I got ready for my journey. The spirits of the dead were with me. They told me to keep going. I traded my sled for one for the ice. I bought a lot of food. Then I left the land. I don't know how many days have passed. I have had a lot of pain. Only my desire for revenge kept me going. Huge mountains of ice blocked my way. I heard the sound of the sea. It could have killed me. But the cold came back. The ice became safe to walk on. I think I have been traveling for 3 weeks. My hope keeps coming back. But it also causes me sadness. I often cry. I almost gave up. My dogs were tired. One died. I was sad when I saw the ice in front of me. Then I saw a small black thing in the distance. I looked closely. I saw a sled. I saw a man I knew. I screamed with joy. Hope came back to me. My eyes filled with tears. I wiped them away so I could see him, but my eyes were still wet. I gave in to my feelings and cried out loud. I had no time to lose. I took the dead dog off the sled. I gave the other dogs food. After an hour, I started again. I could still see the sled. I did not lose sight of it again. Sometimes a big piece of ice blocked my view, but I was catching up. After almost 2 days, he was only a mile away. My heart beat fast. But my hopes were gone. I lost him. I heard the sound of the sea. It was getting louder and scarier. The wind came. The sea roared. The ice broke. It was like an earthquake. In a few minutes, a wild sea was between us. I was on a small piece of ice. It was getting smaller. I was going to die. Many hours passed. Some of my dogs died. I was about to die too. Then I saw your ship. You gave me hope. I did not think ships came this far north. I was surprised. I broke part of my sled to make oars. I used them to move my piece of ice to your ship. I had decided to stay on the sea. I would not give up my goal. I hoped you would give me a boat to follow my enemy. But you were going north. You took me on your ship. I was tired. I would have died. I still fear death because I have not finished my task. Oh, when will I find rest? Will I die before I find the monster? If I do, promise me, Walton, that he will not escape. Promise that you will find him and kill him for me. Do I dare ask you to do this? To go through what I have? No, I am not that selfish. But if he appears after I am dead, promise me he will not live. Promise he will not win over my pain. Promise he will not do more bad things. He speaks well. He can talk to your heart, but do not trust him. His soul is like hell. He is full of hate. Do not listen to him. Say the names of William, Justine, Clerval, Elizabeth, my father, and the sad Victor. Put your sword in his heart. I will be near. I will guide your sword. Walton continues. August 26th, 17. You have read this strange story, Margaret. Are you not scared? My blood is cold too. Sometimes my guest could not continue. His voice broke, but it was clear. His fine eyes were full of anger. Then they were sad. Sometimes he spoke calmly. He talked about horrible things without showing any feelings. Then he would get very angry. He would scream at his enemy. He told his story in a simple way. It seemed true. But the letters of Felix and Safie made me believe it more. I also saw the monster from our ship. This monster really exists. I cannot believe it. I am full of wonder. Sometimes I tried to ask Frankenstein how he made the monster, but he would not tell me. Are you crazy, my friend? He said. Why do you want to know? Do you also want to create a terrible enemy for yourself? Be calm. Learn from my pain. Do not try to make your own. Frankenstein saw that I was writing notes about his story. He asked to see them. He changed them in many places. He added a lot to the talks he had with his enemy. You have written my story, he said. I do not want it to be a bad copy. A week has passed. I have listened to the strangest story ever told. My thoughts and feelings are all about my guest. He is very gentle. I want to help him. But how can I tell such a sad man to live? No. The only peace he can have is in death. He has one comfort. He believes that his friends visit him in his dreams. He thinks they are not in his mind. He thinks they are spirits from another world. This belief makes his dreams feel real. We do not always talk about his story. He knows a lot about books. He is smart. He speaks well. When he tells a sad story, I cry. He must have been a great man before. He is so noble now, even in his ruin. He seems to know how great he was. When I was younger, he said, I thought I would do something great. My feelings are deep, but I was also calm. I could do great things. This belief helped me. I thought it was wrong to be sad. I did not want to waste my talents. I made a thinking animal. I did not see myself as a normal man. But this thought, which helped me before, now makes me feel worse. All my ideas are nothing. I am like an angel who wanted to be a god. I am now in hell. My mind was active. I was good at thinking. I used these skills to create a man. I still remember how I felt when I was making him. I felt like I was in heaven. I was happy about my power. I thought about what it would do. Since I was a child, I wanted to do great things, but I have fallen. I will never rise again. Must I lose this wonderful person? I wanted a friend. I found one here, but I think I will lose him soon. I want him to live, but he does not want to. Thank you, Walton, he said. You are kind. But do you think new friends can replace the ones who are gone? Can anyone be like Clerval or another Elizabeth? Friends from childhood have a special place in our hearts. New friends can never have this. They know how we were as children. This does not change. They can know our reasons better. A brother or a sister would not think you are lying, but a new friend might. I had friends who were good people. Wherever I am, I hear Elizabeth's voice. I hear Clerval talking. They are dead. Only one thing keeps me alive. I must destroy the being I created. Then my purpose on earth will be complete. Then I can die. My dear sister, September 2nd. I am writing to you. I do not know if I will ever see England again. I am surrounded by mountains of ice. They could crush my ship at any moment. The men I brought with me look to me for help, but I have none. Our situation is very scary, but I still have hope. It is scary to think that I have put all these men in danger. If we are lost, it is my fault. And what will you think, Margaret? You will not know if I am dead. You will wait for me. Years will pass. You will be sad. But you will still hope. Oh, my dear sister, this thought is worse than death for me. But you have a husband and children. You can be happy. I hope you are happy. My sad guest feels for me. He tries to give me hope. He talks as if life is worth living. He tells me that this has happened to other sailors. He makes me feel better. The sailors also feel his power. When he speaks, they do not feel sad. He gives them energy. They feel that the mountains of ice are small hills. They will move if the men want them to. But this feeling does not last. Each day that we are still here, they are more scared. I think they might fight me. September 5th. Something very interesting just happened. It is possible you will never read this, but I must write it. We are still surrounded by ice. We are still in danger. The cold is very bad. Many of my men have died. Frankenstein is getting sicker. His eyes still have a light in them, but he is weak. When he tries to do something, he becomes tired again. In my last letter, I wrote about the possible fight. This morning, I was watching my friend. His eyes were half closed. His arms and legs were weak. 6 sailors came to the cabin. They wanted to talk to me. Their leader spoke. He said that the sailors chose them to come to me. They wanted me to do something that was right. We were stuck in the ice. We might never get out. But they were scared. They thought the ice might break up. They thought I would go on with my journey. They asked me to promise that if the ice broke, I would go south. I was not happy with this speech. I had not given up. I had not thought about going back. But was it right to say no? I did not answer right away. Frankenstein was quiet at first. He seemed too weak to listen. Then he came to life. His eyes lit up. His face had color again. He turned to the men. He said, "What do you mean? What do you want from your captain? Do you give up so easily? Did you not call this a great journey? And why was it great? Not because it was easy, but because it was full of danger, because you had to be strong and brave. Danger and death were all around you. You had to face them. That is why it was a great and special journey. People were going to say good things about you. They were going to call you heroes. You were going to be brave men who risked death for honor and to help people. But now, you are scared. You are scared of a little danger. You want to be remembered as men who could not stand the cold. You want to go back to your warm homes. You did not need to come this far for that. You did not need to make your captain feel bad. You are proving that you are cowards. Oh, be men or be more than men. Be strong in your purpose. Be as firm as a rock. This ice is not as strong as your hearts can be. It can change. It cannot stop you if you do not want it to. Do not go back to your families with shame on your faces. Go back as heroes. Go back as men who fought and won. Go back as men who do not run from their enemy." He spoke so well. His eyes were full of a high purpose. The men were moved. They looked at each other. They could not speak. I told them to go back. I told them to think about what he said. I said I would not lead them north if they did not want to, but I hoped their courage would come back. They left. I looked at my friend. He was weak again. He was almost dead. I do not know what will happen, but I would rather die than go back with shame. But I think this will be my fate. The men do not care about honor. They will not want to continue. September 7th. I have decided. I will go back if we are not destroyed. My hopes are gone. The men are cowards. I will return with nothing. It is hard for me to accept this. September 12th. It is over. I am going back to England. I have lost my hope. I have lost my friend. But I will tell you what happened. I will not be sad. I am going back to England and to you. On September 9th, the ice began to move. We heard loud sounds. The ice was breaking everywhere. We were in great danger, but we could not do anything. I watched my guest. He was very sick. He stayed in bed. The ice broke behind us. It moved to the north. A wind came from the west. On the 11th, we could go south. The sailors saw this. They were happy to be going home. They shouted with joy. Frankenstein was sleeping. He woke up. He asked why they were shouting. I said, "They are shouting because they will soon go back to England." "Do you really go back?" "Yes, I must. I cannot force them into danger. I must return." "Do what you want, but I will not. You can give up. But my purpose is from heaven. I cannot. I am weak, but the spirits who help me will give me strength." He tried to get out of bed, but he was too weak. He fell back and fainted. It was a long time before he woke up. I thought he was dead. At last, he opened his eyes. He had trouble breathing. He could not speak. The doctor gave him medicine. He told us to leave him alone. The doctor told me that my friend would die in a few hours. His sentence was said, and I could only be sad. I sat by his bed. His eyes were closed. I thought he was sleeping. But he called my name. His voice was weak. He told me to come close. He said, "I have no strength left. I will die soon, but my enemy may still be alive. Walton, I don't feel the hate I felt before, but I still want him to die. I have thought about what I have done. I do not think I was wrong. I made a thinking being. It was my duty to make him happy. But I had a more important duty. My duty to other people was more important. It had a greater effect on their happiness. So I did not make a partner for the monster. I was right. He was very bad and selfish. He killed my friends. He killed good and smart people. I do not know where his killing will end. He is sad, so he wants others to be sad. He should die. I was the one who should have killed him, but I failed. I asked you to finish my job before. I was selfish. I ask you again now. I am not being selfish. I am being good. But I cannot ask you to leave your country and friends. You are going back to England. You will not have a chance to find him. I will let you decide what is right. I am close to death. My mind is not clear. I should not ask you to do what I think is right. I may still be wrong. I am worried that he will live and cause more harm. But I am also happy. This is the only happy time I have had in years. I will die soon. I see the faces of my dead friends. I am going to be with them. Farewell, Walton. Find peace and happiness. Do not try to be great. Do not try to be great in science and discovery. I tried, and I failed. But maybe someone else will be great. His voice became weaker. He was too tired to talk. He stopped speaking. About 30 minutes later, he tried to speak again, but he could not. He squeezed my hand weakly. He closed his eyes forever. There was a gentle smile on his face. Margaret, how can I talk about the death of this great man? How can I make you feel my sadness? My words would not be enough. My tears are flowing. My mind is sad. But I am going to England. Maybe I will find comfort there. Someone is here. What is that sound? It is midnight. The wind is blowing. The watchman on the deck is quiet. I hear a sound. It is a human voice, but it is rough. It is coming from the cabin where Frankenstein is. I must go. Good night, my sister. Oh my God, what a scene! I am still confused. I do not know if I can tell you about it. But the story would not be complete without this final and strange ending. I went into the cabin. There was my sad and great friend. Over him was a figure. I cannot describe it. It was very big. It was not normal. His face was covered by long, messy hair. But I saw a huge hand. It looked like a mummy's. When he heard me, he stopped making sounds of sadness. He ran to the window. I have never seen a face so horrible. It was so ugly. I closed my eyes. I tried to remember my duty to this killer. I told him to stay. He stopped. He looked at me with surprise. Then he looked at the body of his creator. He seemed to forget I was there. He was filled with rage. "He is my victim too," he screamed. "I have done all my bad things. My life is over. Oh, Frankenstein, you were so good. What is the point of asking you to forgive me now? I ruined you by killing everyone you loved." He is cold. He cannot talk to me. His voice was full of sadness. I had planned to listen to my friend's last wish. I was going to kill this enemy. But now I was curious and felt a little sorry for him. I went closer to this giant being. I did not want to look at his face. It was so ugly. I tried to speak, but the words would not come out. The monster continued to say bad things about himself. Then I found the courage to speak. "Your sadness is pointless now," I said. "If you had listened to your conscience before, Frankenstein would still be alive." "Do you really think so?" the monster said. "Do you think I did not feel sadness and pain then?" He did not feel as much pain as I did. I was full of a terrible selfishness, but my heart was sick with pain. "Do you think that hearing Clerval's cries was music to me? My heart was made to love. It was twisted by sadness." The change hurt me more than you can imagine. After I killed Clerval, I went back to Switzerland. I was sad and weak. I felt sorry for Frankenstein. My pity turned into horror. I hated myself. But then I found out that he wanted to be happy. He was the one who made me. He gave me so much pain, but he wanted to be happy. He had feelings that I could never have. This made me so angry. I wanted revenge. I remembered my promise. I decided to do it. I knew I was hurting myself, but I was a slave to a feeling I hated. I had to do it. But when she died, I was not sad then. I had no feelings left. I was only full of hate. After that, being bad was my goal. I had to continue what I had started. Killing became a desire, and now it is over. He is my last victim. At first, I felt for him. But then I remembered what Frankenstein said. He told me the monster was a good talker. I looked at the body of my friend. My anger came back. "You sad man," I said. "It is good that you come here to cry. You threw a fire on a building. When it burned down, you sat in the ruins and cried. You are not sad. You are a bad person. If the man you cry for was still alive, you would try to get revenge again. You are not sorry. You are only sad because you cannot hurt him anymore." "No, that is not true," the being said. "But I know that is how it looks. I do not want anyone to feel sorry for me. I can never find sympathy. I once wanted to. I wanted to share my love and happiness. But now my goodness is gone. My happiness and love have become hate. So what can I hope for? I will be sad alone. When I die, people will hate me. I am okay with that. I once thought about being a good person. I hoped to find people who would look past my body and love me. I thought about being good. But now I am worse than the smallest animal. No one has been as bad as me. When I think of all the bad things I have done, I cannot believe I was a creature who once thought about goodness. But it is true. The good angel became a bad devil. But even the devil had friends. I am alone. You who say Frankenstein was your friend know about my crimes, but he could not tell you about the months of pain I felt. I hurt him, but I did not help myself. I always wanted love. I was always turned away. Was this fair? Am I the only one who did wrong? Why do you not hate Felix? He threw his friend out. Why do you not hate the farmer who tried to kill me? I saved his child. No, they are good people. I am a terrible person. I am to be kicked and walked on. Even now, I am angry when I think of this. But it is true that I am a bad person. I have killed innocent people. I have killed people who never hurt me. I have made my Creator sad. I have followed him to his death. There he lies. You hate me. But your hate is not as great as my hate for myself. I look at my hands that did the killing. I think about my mind that thought of it. I want the moment when these hands and thoughts are gone. Do not worry. I will not cause more trouble. My work is almost done. No one else has to die. Only I have to die. I will not wait to do this. I will leave your ship on the piece of ice. I will go to the North Pole. I will make a fire and burn my body. This way, no one can use my body to create another like me. I will die. I will not feel this pain anymore. He is dead. He made me. When I am gone, people will forget us. I will no longer see the sun. I will not feel the wind. Everything will be gone. This is where I will find happiness. Some years ago, I loved the world. I loved the sun. I loved the sound of the leaves and birds. I would have cried to die then. Now, death is my only comfort. I am full of crimes. I am full of pain. Where can I find rest but in death? Farewell. I am leaving you. You are the last person I will ever see. Farewell, Frankenstein. If you were still alive, You would get more revenge by my living than by my death. But you wanted me to die so I could not cause more sadness. You wanted revenge, but my pain is greater than yours. The pain of my guilt will not end until I die. But soon, he cried with sadness, I will die. I will not feel this pain anymore. This burning pain will go away. I will go up to my fire happily. I will be happy in the pain of the fire. The fire will go out. My ashes will be in the sea. My spirit will be at peace. Or if it thinks, it will not think like this. Farewell. He jumped from the cabin window. He landed on the ice. The waves took him away. He was soon lost in the dark.